Family Immortal Cultivation. Starting as a spiritual farmer, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251 Ling Pengyun's Journey into Jiamang Lake. The monster beasts entrenched in the sacred mountain are python monster beasts that are relatively common in the Jiamang Lake area. The scales of the group of monster pythons are blue, and there are nearly 100 of them. Although there is a foundation building python king among them, the cultivation level of this foundation building python king is only at the initial stage of foundation building. The cultivation levels of the other monster pythons are only at the key training stage. Seeing the situation of the monster beasts in the high mountain, Ling Pengyun looked happy. The breath strength of the initial stage of foundation building monster python is 2 points weaker than mine. It is estimated that either it has the same cultivation level as me, with a second level of foundation building cultivation, or only the first level of foundation building cultivation. Even if there are nearly 100 key training stage monster pythons to help me, I can still deal with it with ease. Although his cultivation level is only at the second level of foundation building, because he is a sword cultivator and knows the art of the earth demon sword formation, his strength is far beyond that of cultivators of the same level. Thinking back, Ling Pengyun did not directly charge into the sacred mountain a few miles away, but first searched the area within 10 miles around the sacred mountain to see if there were other groups of monsters around. When he realized that there were only a few scattered solitary key cultivating monsters around, Ling Pengyun was relieved and turned to kill directly into the sacred mountain occupied by nearly 100 monster pythons. But as soon as he stepped into the sacred mountain for nearly a mile, he was discovered by the group of monster pythons in the sacred mountain. In the sacred mountain, the demon python king in the early stage of foundation building in the group of monster pythons was shocked when he saw a foundation building cultivator coming to kill him. However, when it found that the cultivation level of the foundation building cultivator was not much different from its own, it was overjoyed, and even a trace of scarlet flashed in its eyes. Monsters are treasures in the eyes of cultivators, and cultivators are also treasures in the eyes of monsters. In the eyes of monsters, the meat of cultivators is not only delicious, but also contains huge spiritual energy in the flesh and blood of cultivators, which is indeed the best spiritual object for cultivation. The foundation building initial stage demon python king roared, summoned the key training stage demon pythons scattered all over the mountain, and led this group of demon pythons to meet the foundation building initial stage cultivator Ling Pengyun, who was rushing from outside the mountain. During the attack, the nearly 100 demon pythons, under the control of the foundation building initial stage demon python, launched a series of magic attacks and bombarded Ling Pengyun. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun, who was rushing, was not afraid. He waved his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, and summoned a white disc and a golden long sword, 2 second-level low-grade magic tools. The white disc was called the White Swallow Disc. It was purchased from the Xiang Mansion in Xiang Market during the Ling Pengyun Demon Beast Rebellion at the cost of 2,000 Lingman contribution points. It was a very good second-level low-grade defensive magic tool. The golden long sword was called the Gilded Sword. It was purchased for Ling Pengyun by Ling Yunhong, the head of the Ling family, after he successfully built his foundation. The quality was medium. As soon as the white smoke disc and the gilded sword were taken out, Ling Pengyun injected 2 spiritual power seals into them. The white smoke disc quickly floated above Ling Pengyun's head, propping up a white light curtain to protect Ling Pengyun. And at the tip of the gilded sword, a 4-zang long golden sword light suddenly rose. Go! Ling Pengyun waved his hand and shot the gilded sword. The gilded sword turned into golden sword light, and with a fierce sweep, it shattered nearly half of the hundreds of magic attacks from the sky. The golden sword light swept again, and the other half of the magic attacks were also shattered. Then, under the control of Ling Pengyun, the sword quickly attacked the strongest demon python king in the early stage of foundation building among the demon pythons. The blue-scaled demon python king in the early stage of foundation building did not dare to be careless, and quickly cast a spell, first propping up a water blue light curtain to protect itself, and then cast a spell to transform into a water attack spell and hit the gilded sword that attacked. The magic attack that the gilded sword had just used up 20% to 30% of its strength to defeat the demon pythons. In addition, The strength of the blue-scaled demon python in the early stage of foundation building was not weak either. For a moment, the gilded sword was also entangled by the magic attack of the demon python in the early stage of foundation building, and it was difficult to achieve anything. However, for this reason, the demon python in the early stage of foundation building had no spare energy to attack Ling Pengyun. However, there were nearly 100 key training demon pythons around this demon python. Although the first wave of magic attacks from these key training demon pythons was shattered by the gilded sword, these key training demon pythons continued to launch magic attacks, bombarding the white light curtain supported by the white smoke disk around Ling Pengyun, causing huge waves. The flickering spiritual light on the defensive light curtain, supported by the white smoke disk, was gradually becoming dim. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun frowned slightly, waved his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, and summoned 18 first-level upper-grade kindling swords from it. As soon as the 18 flying swords were taken out, a huge sword intent burst out from his body and poured into the 18 flying swords. Then, the 18 flying swords quickly formed the earthly evil sword formation. Once the sword formation was formed, the 18 flying swords were like one body. A huge sword beam of about 1.5 feet burst out from the tip of each flying sword, and there were also hundreds of small sword beams of about 2 inches long floating around the sword formation. Destroy. The 18 flying swords, carrying hundreds of sword beams, quickly killed into the group of demon pythons a mile away. However, this sword beam torrent was not to attack the demon python in the early stage of foundation building that was fighting with a gilded sword, but to kill the nearly 100 demon pythons in the key training stage. After a few rounds of sword beams, more than 30 demon pythons in the key training stage were killed. Although the demon python king in the early stage of foundation building that was entangled by the gilded sword wanted to protect his tribe, he had no spare energy to help. After 100 breaths, all the key training demon pythons in the demon python group were killed by the sword light torrent. Without the group of key training demon pythons casting spells and bombarding the defensive light curtain held up by the white smoke disk, Ling Pengyun's pressure on spiritual power consumption was also reduced a lot. Therefore, the number of key training demon pythons that died here was as high as nearly 100, which also made the blood here very strong in a short period of time. Ling Pengyun smelled the strong bloody smell in the air, and his already frowned brows frowned even more. Although there are not many demon beasts within 10 miles around this place, demon beasts have always had a strong sense of smell, and it is not impossible to smell the bloody smell of this place from dozens of miles away. Because of this concern, Ling Pengyun no longer held back and planned to fight quickly. He pinched his fingers to perform the sword art of the earthly evil sword formation Rongzi sword art, and at the same time stimulated the Zhengjin sword seed in his body and stimulated the Zhengjin sword intention. He condensed 18 magic seals in a row and hot them into the 18 kindling sword bodies. The 18 kindling swords that formed the sword formation trembled slightly, and quickly merged, transforming into a special flying sword covered with sword-shaped patterns. On the tip of this sword, a 5-zang-long Zhengjin sword light burst out, which was much stronger than Ling Pengyun's use of this method at the same level. This was also because Ling Pengyun was a sword cultivator, so he had some bonuses when performing the sword formation. Once the 5-zang-long Zhengjin sword light was formed, it turned into a golden stream of light and quickly bombarded the only foundation establishment initial stage demonic python king still standing here. The Zhengjin sword light was extremely fast, and the foundation establishment initial stage demonic python was entangled by the gilded sword. Without a little spare strength, it was difficult to use offensive means to stop the Zhengjin sword light. Boom! The Zhengjin sword light directly bombarded the water blue light curtain around the foundation establishment initial stage demonic python, causing a huge wave. However, in an instant, the water blue light curtain formed by the spell was shattered. Forced by the crisis, the demon python in the early stage of foundation building had to use its inner alchemy magical power to support its body protection Yuan Gang and resist the 5-zang-long Zhengjin sword light, which had nearly half of its power left. In the distance, Ling Pengyun saw that the demon python in the early stage of foundation building relied on its body protection Yuan Gang to resist the Zhengjin sword light without worrying, but was happy instead. This python has finally activated its body protection Yuan Gang. Ling Pengyun's expression moved slightly, and his hands kept pinching the seal, drawing a large amount of liquid spiritual power from his body, and condensed a golden seal covered with sword patterns. Zhengjin Cloud Breaking Sword. Condensation. The golden seal covered with sword patterns flashed with spiritual light and quickly transformed into a giant golden sword light 8 zang long. The giant sword light turned into a dazzling golden light, and in the blink of an eye it bombarded the body protection Yuan Gang held up by the demon python in the early stage of foundation, building a mile away. The body protection Yuan Gang only lasted for 3 breaths before it was shattered by the dazzling sword light 8 zang long. The protective Yuan Gang was broken, and the Zhengjin Liant sword drove straight in, quickly sliding over the head of the initial stage of foundation building demon python and cutting it off. Ling Pengyun looked happy, waved his hand to withdraw the attack, called back the gilded sword and the 18 kindling swords to his side, walked quickly to the side of the huge demon python, and quickly put it into a storage bag that had been prepared long ago. Then, he used the gilded sword beside him to start cutting the useful spiritual materials from the nearly 100 key training demon pythons on the ground. But just as he finished cutting the materials from more than a dozen demon pythons, there were waves of footsteps from the depths of Jiamang Lake. Ling Pengyun was attracted by the movement, turned his head and looked, but saw 2 foundation-building wolf monsters, with hundreds of key training wolf monsters, rushing towards this place. It is difficult for me to fight against a wolf pack of this size in my current situation. He frowned and looked reluctantly at the remaining 70 or so key training demon python corpses that had not been cut for spiritual materials. Because the wolves rushing from afar were extremely fast, he did not dare to delay too much, and quickly used the wind control technique to bless his body and turned into a breeze to escape from here. The wolf pack chased Ling Pengyun for a while, but Ling Pengyun was not slow, and he was already several miles away from the wolf pack. After a while, he got rid of the wolf pack chasing him from behind. After getting rid of the wolf pack, Ling Pengyun considered that he had not gained much this time, so the price of demon beasts on the market dropped a little. The complete corpse and inner elixir of the initial stage of foundation building demon python obtained this time were only worth 700 to 800 spiritual stones. The materials on the bodies of more than 10 key training demon pythons were only worth 100 to 200 spiritual stones. The 2 together were only worth about 1,000 spiritual stones. This amount of spiritual stones was only enough to buy 300-year-old evergreen spirit water. 300 evergreen spirit waters could only help him reach the peak of the 2nd level of foundation building. If he wanted to break through the 3rd level of foundation building, he would need more evergreen spirit water. It was precisely because of this that Ling Pengyun did not leave the Jiamang Lake area directly. Instead, he rushed 100 miles and hid in a desolate valley to meditate and restore his spiritual power. After his spiritual power was restored, he went deep into the Jiamang Lake area again to find a suitable foundation-building monster beast. In the next 10 days, Ling Pengyun found several groups of monster beasts. However, the foundation-building monster beasts in these monster beast groups were relatively powerful, so he had to give up. Fortunately, a few days later, on this day, when Ling Pengyun passed by a spiritual valley, he noticed through the key gazing technique that there were hundreds of wolf monsters in the valley, and among those wolf monsters, there was a wolf monster in the early stage of foundation building. This situation made Ling Pengyun very happy. This scale of monster beast group was the best target to attack. After he made up his mind, he still searched around the spiritual valley to see if there were other powerful monsters or groups of monsters. When he found that there were none, he attacked the wolf pack in the spiritual valley. But he had just entered the spiritual valley and had been fighting with the wolf pack in the valley for less than half an instant stick of time. A huge golden feathered rock was attracted by the strong bloody aura spreading from the dozens of key training wolf monsters who died at the hands of Ling Pengyun in the valley, and flew over quickly. Ling Pengyun, who was in the valley and fighting with the wolf monsters in the valley, noticed a movement in the sky and immediately turned his head to look. When he saw a golden feathered rock with a cultivation level as high as the middle stage of foundation building flying from a few miles away in the sky, his eyes trembled, and he immediately took back his magic weapon, jumped on the gilded sword that was bursting with a sword light of 4 feet, and used the sword to quickly escape. After entering the foundation building stage, a cultivator can control flying swords and other magical instruments to fly, but the spiritual energy consumption is extremely high, and it is not as economical as the flying boats of the same level. After all, the flying boats are specially refined for flying. The golden feathered rock in the sky will naturally not let go of Ling Pengyun, who is close to the foundation building stage, and still chases him closely. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun had to use all his strength to activate the gilded sword under his feet. With enough spiritual power, The sword light on the tip of the gilded sword surged again by 10 feet, and the speed of the flying sword was also several times faster, not slower than the golden feathered rock chasing behind him. After nearly 1,000 miles of pursuit, Ling Pengyun, who had already fought a battle with the wolf pack, was about to run out of spiritual power. Fortunately, he was well prepared and took a second-level inferior Huling pill in time to restore his spiritual power and control the gilded sword to fly again. It was not until he flew out of Jiayamang Lake with a gilded sword that the golden feathered rock in the middle stage of foundation building reluctantly gave up Ling Pengyun and returned to Jiayamang Lake. After being chased by the monster beast in the middle stage of foundation building, Ling Pengyun was a little scared. In addition, the big auction in Ziyang Market would be held in a few days, so he gave up the idea of going deep into Jiayamang Lake again and taking the risk of killing the monster beast to earn spirit stones. Taking this opportunity, he returned to Ling's Alchemy Hall in Ziyang Market. Horizontal ellipsis. Chapter 252 Sun's Trip Sun Mingle. A few days later. Because the once-in-a-century auction in Ziyang Market will start in 2 days, Ling Yunhuang and Ling Pengyun rode on the family's fairy crane in the early stage of foundation building and left Lingxiao Mountain. However, the two did not go directly to Ziyang Market. Instead, they rode the fairy crane king and flew thousands of miles into Bingjiao County, and came to the Sun Clan Mountain in Bingjiao County. As soon as the fairy crane king landed, Ling Pengyun, who was sitting on the back of the fairy crane king, shouted to the Sun Clan Mountain in front of him. "I am Ling Pengyun of the Ling family, please meet Elder Sun Mingzhong of the Sun family." After a while, two figures walked out of the Sun Clan Mountain. One of them was Sun Mingzhong, who went to the Ling family to ask Ling Pengyun for help during the monster beast chaos. The other one was Sun Mingle, the patriarch of the Sun family, whose cultivation reached the early stage of foundation building. It was because of this person that the Sun family became a foundation building family. Two senior Lings. Sun Clan elder Sun Mingzhong bowed and greeted Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhuang, who were sitting on the back of the fairy crane king. He said something and then stopped talking. He stood quietly beside Sun Mingle. "Brother Ling, this must be your Ling clan's young spiritual plant genius Ling Pengyun, right?" Sun Mingle, the patriarch of the Sun clan, smiled with a little envy. He glanced at the fairy crane king that Ling Yunhuang and Ling Pengyun were sitting on, whose cultivation had reached the foundation building stage, and then looked at Ling Pengyun who was sitting on the back of this fairy crane king. His expression moved slightly, and he asked Ling Yunhuang who was sitting at the head of the fairy crane king. During the period when he was stationed in Xiangfang City during the Monster Beast Rebellion, he had commissioned Ling Yunhuang to refine the gathering spirit pill with the inner pill of the foundation building monster beast several times because of Ling Yunhuang's high success rate in refining the gathering spirit pill. Sun Mingle made a lot of money from those pills. From this incident, he also knew the success rate of Ling Yunhuang's pill refining. It would be best to make friends with an alchemist who has a high success rate in refining the second-level Jiling pill. Therefore, during the time they were stationed together in Ziyang Market, he also established a little friendship with Ling Yunhuang. "That's right, brother Sun, the auction in Ziyang Market will start in 2 days, and you don't have a second-level flying boat. Why haven't you gone to Ziyang Market yet? I have heard that there are many good things in the once-in-a-century auction in Ziyang Market. If you miss it, it will be a great pity." Ling Yunhuang was a little surprised to see Sun Mingle appear here, and said, "The big auction in Ziyang Market is about to start. Bingjiao County built Ziyang Market very far away, and the Sun family does not have a second-level flying boat or a foundation-building flying monster. It is difficult to rush to Ziyang Market to participate in the auction in a short time. To be honest with you, Brother Ling, our Sun family has a weak foundation, and I don't have any skills. I'm just an ordinary foundation-building cultivator, and I'm not rich. During the Monster Rebellion, I killed monsters while stationed in Ziyang Market and exchanged the contribution points I got for what I wanted. I don't ask for anything at the moment. Instead of going to watch the excitement, it's better to stay in the clan honestly. After all, although there are many good things in this once-a-century auction, there are also many dangers. I am the only foundation-building cultivator in the Sun family. If something happens to me, my Sun family will have no foundation-building cultivators to take charge, and I'm afraid it will not end well." Sun Mingle, the patriarch of the Sun family, sighed meaningfully. Ling Yunhuang and Ling Pengyun, who were sitting on the immortal crane king, frowned when they heard this. They both understood what Sun Mingle meant. It's nothing more than that the spiritual objects in the auction are very valuable, and there are often cultivators who can't afford to buy them. In this case, people often rob when they can't afford to buy. Brother Sun, you are overthinking. Brother Sun, your fighting power is not low. If an ordinary cultivator in the early stage of foundation building sets his eyes on you, I am afraid that person will be miserable. Ling Yanhong's expression returned to normal. He glanced at a cocky Taoist robe on Sun Mingzhong and said with a smile. He had dealt with Sun Mingle and Ziyang market before, and he knew a thing or two about Sun Mingle's methods. Although Sun Mingle's cultivation was only in the early stage of foundation building, the Taoist robe on Sun Mingle was made of many second-level earthbeard silks, which could transform into powerful defensive light curtain, not weaker than ordinary second-level middle-grade defensive magic tools. Moreover, Sun Mingzhong was quite experienced in fighting magic, and his fighting power was also relatively strong. The combination of the defensive Taoist robe and his innate magic made his strength among the cultivators in the early stage of foundation building be considered top-notch, not weaker than ordinary cultivators in the middle stage of foundation building. Brother Ling, you are too kind. This fellow Taoist Ling Pengyun, at such a young age, has not only made achievements in spiritual plans, but has also reached such a level of cultivation. I am afraid that in a few years, fellow Taoist Ling Pengyun will surpass my cultivation. Such talent is really enviable. Sun Mingle looked at Ling Pengyun and flattered. Taoist son, you are joking. Ling Pengyun did not care about these words, but just said politely. Although Sun Mingle and Ling Yanhong called each other brother, they had no great relationship. In addition, Sun Mingle was also a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building, so he called him fellow Taoist. You two came here to pick up the 10 kilograms of earth-type silk that you ordered from my Sun family half a year ago. Sun Mingle was also an experienced person. Seeing that Ling Pengyun did not intend to talk about this, he changed the subject and said, Yes, are the batch of earth-bearded spiritual silkworms in Brother Sun's family producing silk now? Ling Yanhuang nodded. Of course, we have. We, the Sun family, have prepared it a month or two ago. Sun Mingle replied, waving his hand and taking out 10 kilograms of earthy yellow silk that shone with spiritual light from his storage bag. 5 kilograms of first-grade medium-quality earth-bearded silk is worth 50 spiritual stones, and 5 kilograms of first-grade high-quality earth-bearded silk is worth 100 spiritual stones, a total of 150 spiritual stones. Ling Yanhong, who was sitting on the back of the Immortal Crane King, scanned the silk that Luo Mingle had taken out with his spiritual sense, and checked the quality of those silks. When he found that the quality of these silks was correct, he took out 150 spiritual stones from his storage bag and handed them to Luo Mingle. He also put the 10 kilograms of earth-bearded silk into his storage bag. After the transaction was completed, Ling Yanhuang and Luo Mingle chatted for a few more words, then said goodbye to Luo Mingle, rode the Immortal Crane King and left with Ling Pengyun. The foot of the Sun Family Mountain. Sun Mingle looked at Ling Yanhong and Ling Pengyun riding on the back of the Fairy Crane King flying farther and farther away in the sky, narrowed his eyes slightly, and muttered to himself. I didn't expect that Ling Pengyun, who had just entered the foundation building stage not long ago, would enter the second level of the foundation building stage so quickly. Ling Penxing of the Ling family is also a young genius, and the Fairy Crane King of the Ling family is not weak either. With the help of Brother Ling, a great alchemist, I'm afraid that within 20 or 30 years, these three will be able to enter the middle stage of the foundation building stage. By then, the strongest Luoxia family in Huaishu County will probably be at a disadvantage and be stepped on by the Lingxiao Ling family. Rumor has it that more than 10 years ago, the Yi family in Hongai Ridge was destroyed, and Ling Yanhuang was also involved. Judging from this incident, this person has a close relationship with the Pengyun Yang family in Yunshu County, which has a Jindan's Henrin as its backer. In the future, I'll have to deal more with the Ling family. It would be great if I could use the Ling family to get on board the Yang family's express boat. His thoughts came back, and he also returned to the Sun family's mountain with Sun Mingzhong, the elder of the Sun family beside him. Horizontal ellipsis. The speed of the Immortal Crane King is extremely fast, not slower than that of a second-level inferior flying boat, and even faster by 1 or 2 points. It is no problem for the Immortal Crane King to travel 30,000 miles a day. At noon the next day, The immortal Crane King crossed tens of thousands of miles and brought Ling Yunhong and Ling Pengyun to the southern wall of Ziyang Market. Soon, a Balingman Foundation building monk stationed on the wall walked to the immortal Crane King with a registration book in his hand, and asked Ling Yunhong and Ling Pengyun, who were sitting on the immortal Crane King, to register their information in the registration book. After registration, the two were able to ride the immortal Crane King into the market. Foundation building monks can enter the major market directly without going through the market gate. However, they need to register with the monks stationed on the wall, and after registration, they can enter. After entering the market, Ling Yunhong and Ling Pengyun went straight to the Ziyang auction venue in Ziyang Market. Although the Ziyang auction will not start until one day later. But at this time, there are still a large number of monks in front of the long counter in the auction hall. Thanks to Soul Om, Tsukeno Now, Stargaze 2, Book Friend 2023020712241924, Candy Salty, Book Friend 2018026212546331 for their monthly tickets. Thank you all. Chapter 253, Sending Spiritual Objects. These cultivators came for the same purpose as Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhong. They all came to the auction to send spiritual objects for auction, hoping to sell them at a high price. Because Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhong both had the cultivation base as high as the foundation building realm, a steward of the auction house came to greet them as soon as they entered the auction house. After Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhong explained the purpose, the steward of the auction house took them to a quiet room in the auction house. In the quiet room, Dao, I wonder if there are any rules for auction houses to send spiritual objects for auction. Ling Pengyun asked the steward of the auction house. Two seniors, this once-in-a-century auction held by my Bailing sect is open to the entire Bailing sect territory, and the monster beast chaos has not been over for long, and at least 70% of the scattered cultivators in my Bailing sect territory are still left in the market. Therefore, in this auction, as long as the spiritual objects are of the first level medium quality or above, they can be put on the auction, but they must be of better quality in the same level. The steward said carefully. Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhong were both delighted when they heard this. Ling Pengyun summoned out more than 80 first-grade medium-quality magic tools, more than 30 first-grade high-quality magic tools, and some materials from foundation building monsters from his storage bag. These magic tools he summoned were all made from materials obtained from killing key cultivating monsters during the Monster Rebellion. Ling Yunhong summoned out more than 30 bottles of first-grade high-quality cultivation elixirs from his storage bag, including Kingling Pill, 10 bottles of Juling Pill, 3 bottles of Huling Pill, and 3 bottles of Huchen Pill. Most of these elixirs were from the Ling family. The Ling family used to be a spiritual plant family, and they had a lot of main materials for refining elixirs. Ling Yunhong had a high success rate in refining elixirs, and he had spent a lot of time on refining elixirs in the past 10 years. This also meant that in addition to the elixirs supplied to the Ling family members and the elixirs supplied to the major shops in the market, there were still a large number of elixirs in the Ling family warehouse. Now that the Ling family's finances were empty, Ling Yunhong took out most of the remaining elixirs in the clan treasury, hoping to quickly convert them into spiritual stones to supplement the family's finances. The auction house manager saw so many spiritual objects appearing on the ground, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately walked forward and looked at the quality of those spiritual objects one by one. Although there were hundreds of magic weapons taken out by Ling Pengyun, there were more than 40 or 50 first-level medium-quality attack magic weapons, which were mediocre and unqualified. Although the quality of the remaining magic weapons was not superior, they were also considered good among the medium quality, which was qualified. As for the cultivation elixirs that Ling Yunhong took out, they were all in great demand on the market and all qualified. Two seniors, the various spiritual objects you sent for auction this time are all carefully marked on this voucher. During the auction, as long as the spiritual objects you sent for auction are auctioned, the spiritual stones obtained will be immediately delivered to the two seniors. However, two seniors, 10% of the spiritual stones obtained from the spiritual objects you sent for auction this time will be used as the handling fee of Bailingman for helping you auction. In order to attract more cultivators to participate in this auction, our sect has also taken out a lot of good things, among which there are even numbers of foundation building spiritual objects. The steward wrote the names of the spiritual objects sent by Ling Yunhong and Ling Pengyun on 2 pieces of paper, handed them to Ling Yunhong and Ling Pengyun respectively, and then said carefully, "Yes." Ling Yanhong knew the rules of the auction. After answering, he took Ling Pengyun away from here and went to Lingxiao Alchemy Hall, the shop opened by the Ling family in Xianyangfang City, and chatted with the fourth elder Ling Yunfu who managed the shop for a while. During the chat, the two also learned from Ling Yunfu that Ling Penxing had gone deep into the Jiamang Lake to kill the foundation building monsters to raise spiritual stones. Ling Pengyun and Ling Yanhong were shocked to hear this. When they learned that Ling Penxing had returned safely a few days ago, Ling Pengyun and Ling Yanhong couldn't help but sweat for Ling Penxing. Afterwards, Ling Yanhong found Ling Penxing who was practicing in a quiet room in the backyard of the alchemy hall alone and talked to him. The main content was that Ling Penxing was too reckless, and at the same time, he also expressed that the family would provide him with cultivation resources as much as possible. One day passed very quickly, and in a blink of an eye it was the time for the Xianyang auction. Early in the morning of this day, Ling Pengyun and Ling Penxing followed Ling Yanhong to the Xianyang auction house. Because the monster rebellion had just ended, the cultivators summoned by the Bailing sect did not leave because of the grand auction that only happens once every 100 years. As a result, the Xianyang auction hall was overcrowded, with tens of thousands of cultivators of various realms queuing outside the Xianyang auction hall to hand in spirit stones and buy tickets to enter the auction house. If Ling Pengyun and the other two were not all foundation building cultivators, they could have cut in line to enter the auction house. Otherwise, if they had queued up honestly, they would probably have to wait until noon. As soon as Ling Pengyun and the other two entered the auction house, a very good-looking maid came up to greet them and asked them, "Are you three seniors from the Lingxiao Ling family in Huaishu County?" "Yes, I wonder what you mean by asking this." The leader Ling Yanhong nodded with a little doubt and answered, "Three seniors, the auction house has recently expanded the space of the auction house several times in order to cope with a large number of cultivators coming to the once-in-a-century auction. Therefore, people from the foundation building family forces, and even casual foundation building cultivators, can get an independent private room protected by the God-separating array in the private room area on the second floor." The maid explained. "Three seniors, please follow me." After saying that, she took a step ahead and took Ling Yanhong, Ling Penxing, and Ling Pengyun to a private room on the second floor of the auction house. Although the private room was not big, it had everything it needed, with a table and chairs. There was also a plate of very delicious and cheap spiritual fruits on the small table for free. There was also a huge transparent glass in the front of the private room, from which one could see outside, but from outside it was difficult to see inside. "Three seniors, the private room has been taken. I will leave first, and the other seniors who participated in this auction need me to lead them to their respective private rooms. If the three seniors have anything to do, you can open the door and call them." After the maid finished speaking, she left the private room. Ling Pengyun and the other two did not care, and found a chair to sit down one after another, waiting for the auction to begin. This Xianyang auction house also has 3 floors. In the center of the first floor hall, there is a round platform nearly 10 feet high, and around the round platform are thousands of wooden chairs. The second and third floors were all private rooms, but the number of private rooms was different. The former had nearly 300 private rooms, while the latter had only 10. At noon, the 10,000 chairs in the first floor hall of the auction house were all filled with monks, and the once-in-a-century auction officially began. A female foundation building cultivator wearing a Bailing sect Taoist robe, who was quite beautiful and had an excellent figure, slowly walked up to the round platform in the center of the auction venue, bowed slightly to everyone present, smiled slightly, and said softly, "My name is Chen Yu, and I am the steward of Bailing sect. I welcome all of you to come and participate in the grand auction held by Bailing sect once every 100 years. A total of 9,853 spiritual objects will be auctioned at this once-a-century auction. These spiritual objects are all first-level medium-quality spiritual objects or above. The auction will last for 7 days because there are a large number of spiritual objects being auctioned. As for the rules of this auction, they are the same as those of other auction venues. The highest bidder wins. I won't say much. This auction officially begins." After saying that, a maid walked onto the round platform with a tray covered with red cloth and came to Chen Yu's side. Chen Yu waved his hand to lift the red cloth, and a green flying sword floated up from the tray and hovered beside Chen Yu. This flying sword is called the Flowing Wind Sword. Although the grade of this sword is not high, it is only the first grade middle grade, But the speed of this sword's attack is far higher than that of the same grade magic weapon, and it is 1 or 2 points faster than the speed of the general first grade upper grade attack magic weapon. If a cultivator in the middle stage of key training can get this item, he can also take the lead when fighting with the same level, and have a greater advantage. In terms of sneak attacks, this extremely fast-flowing wind sword is extremely useful. The reserve price of this flying sword is 50 spirit stones, and each bid cannot be less than 5 spirit stones. As soon as Chen Yu finished speaking, many cultivators in the early and middle stages of key training came out to bid for this item. There were more than 10,000 cultivators who came to participate in this auction, and more than 90% of them were cultivators of key training. Although most of these cultivators of key training were independent cultivators, the Monster Beast Rebellion had just ended not long ago. During the period of garrisoning in Ziyang Market, these independent cultivators more or less killed some monster beasts of key training and earned some wealth. In addition, the effect of the flowing wind sword was indeed good, so naturally it attracted many key training monks to compete for the auction. After several price increases, the flowing wind sword was finally bought by a key training middle stage monk at a price of 120 spiritual stones. On the second floor of the auction venue, Ling Pengyun, who was in one of the private rooms, saw that the first auction item, the flowing wind sword, was sold for 120 spiritual stones, and his expression was slightly happy. The flowing wind sword was one of the many magic weapons that Ling Pengyun had put on the auction a day ago. The higher the price of the magic weapon, the more spiritual stones Ling Pengyun could get. The auction venue is really different. I thought this flowing wind sword was only worth about 100 spiritual stones at most, but I didn't expect it to be overpriced by 20 spiritual stones. These casual cultivators are really rich. Ling Pengyun sighed. The price of an ordinary first-level mid-grade magic weapon is between 80 and 100 spiritual stones. A first-level mid-grade flying sword with other effects or superior quality will be overpriced. Next, various spiritual objects such as elixirs, talismans, and young spiritual beasts appeared. The quality of these spiritual objects was all of the best among the same grade. In addition, the monks who participated in the auction had some wealth because the Monster Beast Rebellion had just ended, so all the spiritual objects were sold. There were no spiritual objects that were not sold. As time went by, the grade of the spiritual objects auction became higher and higher, and the atmosphere of the auction became more and more exciting. In the evening, the auction was temporarily suspended. The monks who participated in the auction could leave on their own or stay in the auction and wait for the auction the next day. Chapter 254, Second Order Spirit Gathering Array. On the 7th day of the auction, more than 9,000 spiritual objects were sold, and the auction reached its climax. Everyone, the ordinary spiritual objects have been sold, and the next is the 100 items of the auction. After saying this, Chen Yu, who was standing on the high platform in the center of the auction venue and presiding over the auction, took out 60 medicine bottles from the storage bag on his waist and introduced them. These 60 medicine bottles are all filled with second grade, lower grade cultivation elixirs, soul gathering pills. Among them, 30 bottles are second grade, lower grade soul gathering pills, 20 bottles are second grade, middle grade soul gathering pills, and 10 bottles are second grade, upper grade soul gathering pills. Each bottle of these soul gathering pills contains 2 pills, and the quality is guaranteed. Although many of these soul gathering pills are consigned by other cultivators, they have all been inspected by my Bailing sect's second grade alchemists. If there is a mistake, fellow Taoists who bid for these soul gathering pills in this auction can come to my Bailing sect and compensate at 3 times the price. However, if any fellow Taoists want to take advantage of this rule, don't blame my Bailing sect for being ruthless. These soul gathering pills will be auctioned one by one, with a lower grade second grade soul gathering pills being auctioned first. The starting price of a bottle of second grade, lower grade soul gathering pill is 200 spirit stones. Each bid cannot be less than 10 spirit stones. The highest bidder wins. As soon as these words fell, bidding sounds rang out from dozens of private rooms on the second floor of the auction house. The cultivators in the private rooms on the second floor were either from the foundation building families in the Bailing sect, or they were casual cultivators, or they were foundation building cultivators of the Bailing sect. If you were not related to the foundation building cultivators, it would be absolutely difficult to enter these private rooms on the second floor. As for the tens of thousands of cultivators in the hall on the first floor, they were only at the key training stage, so they did not participate in the auction of the soul-gathering pill. It can be said that the rest of the finale items were basically the same, and had nothing to do with this group of key training cultivators. After a while, the first bottle of the second-level inferior soul-gathering pill was sold for 430 spiritual stones. This price was 30 spiritual stones higher than the price of 2 second-level inferior soul-gathering pills on the market. However, spiritual objects such as soul-gathering pills are in short supply, and there are fewer of them on the market. It is still reasonable to be able to buy 2 second-level inferior soul-gathering pills at the price of 430 spiritual stones. The remaining 29 bottles of second-level inferior soul-gathering pills were also bid at this price by the cultivators in the private rooms on the second floor. As for the remaining second-level medium-grade spirit-gathering pills and second-level high-grade spirit-gathering pills, they were auctioned off at about 800 spirit stones per bottle and about 1,200 spirit stones per bottle respectively. Afterwards, more than a dozen valuable second-level spiritual objects were auctioned off. After auctioning off 3 second-level low-grade water snake charms, Chen Yu waved out 20 transparent colored glass bottles filled with cyan liquid from his storage bag. In a private room on the second floor, Ling Pengyun saw the appearance of these 20 colored glass bottles, and his expression showed a bit of enthusiasm. The 100-year-old evergreen spirit water has finally appeared. If I can take this opportunity to bid for 300-year-old evergreen spirit water, I will definitely be able to rely on these 3 evergreen spirit waters and the spiritual water on me to directly enter the 3rd level of foundation building in a short time. But if I buy this amount of evergreen spirit water, the thousands of spiritual stones I got from the auction of spiritual objects and the spiritual stones I saved over the years may not be enough to buy a bottle of baling water for the thorn vine. Ling Pengyun participated in this auction mainly to buy a bottle of baling water for the thorn vine that had reached the perfection of key training, so that it could try to build a foundation. If this vine can enter the foundation building, he can not only get the powerful spiritual power of the thorn vine, but also push the spiritual plant to the 2nd level. He naturally wants a double happiness. Otherwise, he would not consider spending a large amount of spiritual stones to buy baling water for the thorn vine. Just as Ling Pengyun was distracted, Ling Penxing, who was in the same private room with him, also had a fiery face. Not long ago, he risked his life to enter Jiamang Lake to kill the foundation building monsters and earn spirit stones just for this water. As for Ling Yunhong, who was standing aside, his expression changed slightly when he saw the appearance of the 20 bottles of evergreen spirit water, but he didn't care too much. Although the 100-year-old evergreen spirit water was also good for him, he and Ling Pengyun had already had something they valued when participating in this auction, so they couldn't waste spirit stones. Everyone, the contents of these 20 glass bottles are all 100-year-old evergreen spirit water. Although evergreen spirit water is not the spirit water of heaven and earth, it is a spiritual water made from the evergreen spirit fruit, which has the effect of breaking through the realm. However, this spiritual water is not much worse than the spirit water of heaven and earth. I think you all know its wonderful uses, so I won't say more. The reserve price of this water is 200 spirit stones. Each bid cannot be less than 10 spirit stones. The highest bidder wins. It will still be auctioned bottle by bottle. 350 spirit stones. Ling Penxing was determined to get the first bottle of evergreen spirit water, so he planned to make the final decision and directly bid a high price. The price of 100-year-old evergreen spirit water is generally between 300 and 300 spirit stones. If it exceeds these prices, it is a drowning price. Ling Penxing's bidding method did play a role, shocking the other people who wanted to bid for this spirit water. The auction venue was immersed in a deep silence for several breaths before a cultivator spoke up to compete with Ling Penxing for the auction. 360 spirit stones. A hoarse voice came from a private room on the 2nd floor. 370 spirit stones. Ling Penxing frowned when he saw someone else competing for the auction and spoke again. The cultivator who had previously competed with Ling Penxing for the water wanted to bid for the first bottle of evergreen spiritual water, but this first bottle of 100-year-old evergreen spiritual water had already been overpriced by 20 spirit stones because of Ling Penxing. The cultivator was not stupid and saw that Ling Penxing was determined to get this item. If the competition continued, the price of this first bottle of evergreen spiritual water would definitely be pushed higher, which would not be good for anyone. In desperation, the cultivator had to give up bidding for the first bottle of evergreen spiritual water. After all, There were still 19 bottles of evergreen spiritual water that had not been auctioned. After 10 breaths without anyone bidding, this first bottle of evergreen spiritual water was successfully auctioned off by Ling Pengyun. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun followed suit and bought 2 bottles of 100-year-old evergreen spiritual water at a premium. To this end, he also used up all his spiritual stones, so he did not bid for the remaining evergreen spiritual water. Ling Pengyun, who was in the same private room with Ling Pengyun, made up his mind after several calculations and bought a bottle for 355 spiritual stones. Soon, all 20 bottles of 100-year-old evergreen spiritual water were auctioned off. During this period, the 100-year-old evergreen spiritual water that Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun had won by bidding was also delivered to the private room by the maid and handed over to the two of them. The two also paid the corresponding spiritual stones. Chen Yu, who hosted the auction, also took out 3 different array plates and matching array flags from his storage bag after bidding for the evergreen spiritual water. These 3 array plates and array flags are all array flags and array plates of the second-level lower-grade spirit gathering array. There are 3 second-level lower-grade spirit gathering arrays auctioned this time. Once the second-level lower-grade spirit gathering array is opened, it can not only quickly gather spiritual energy in the array, but also purify spiritual energy with more impurities into pure spiritual power in a short time. After the foundation building cultivators who practice in this array absorb these pure spiritual powers into their bodies, they only need to purify them into liquid spiritual power and send them directly to the dantian. This saves the step of refining spiritual energy into spiritual power, which can save a lot of cultivation time for the foundation building cultivators. The starting price of this array is 500 spirit stones. Each bid cannot be less than 10 spirit stones. The highest bidder wins. As soon as these words fell, Ling Yanhong, who had been waiting for this item, directly called out a high price. 1,500 spirit stones. But this price is still difficult to resist the desire of many foundation building cultivators participating in this auction for the second-level spirit gathering array. But in an instant, someone raised the price. Soon, the price of this first second-grade lower-grade spirit gathering array rose to 2,500 spirit stones. In the private room on the second floor, Ling Yanhong saw that something was wrong. If he continued to bid slowly, the price of this spirit gathering array would definitely rise. He gritted his teeth and directly added 700 spirit stones to the 2,500 spirit stones and bid 3,200 spirit stones. As soon as this bid was made, the auction venue suddenly fell silent, and no one bid again. In the venue, many cultivators began to speculate about the identity of Ling Yanhong, who was bidding, but because Ling Yanhong was deep in the private room and did not show up, and his aura was also isolated by the formation in the private room, everyone's discussion was fruitless. After 10 breaths, no one spoke again, and this first second-grade lower-grade spirit gathering array was also bid by Ling Yanhong. The auction of this array seemed easy, but it was because the price offered by Ling Yanhong was too high. Although spiritual objects such as formations are several times more expensive than spiritual objects of the same level, the price of a second-level lower-grade spirit gathering formation is generally between 2,500 and 3,000 spirit stones, with some fluctuations. Ling Yanhong paid a premium of 200 spirit stones this time. If other cultivators who are eager for this thing were to bid, it would be somewhat worthless. After all, no one's spirit stones are blown by the wind. However, this formation is rare in the market and rarely sold. It is also quite effective. As long as it is well maintained and passed down for hundreds of years, there will be no problem. It is not too bad to buy it with an extra 200 spirit stones. But then, something happened that surprised the tens of thousands of cultivators participating in the auction. That is, Ling Yanhong participated in the auction of the second-level spirit gathering formation. Because Ling Yanhong had the experience of auctioning the first second-level lower-grade spirit gathering formation, Ling Yanhong did not delay when bidding for the second spirit gathering formation. He directly opened his mouth and said the high price of 3,200 spirit stones, and successfully bought the second spirit gathering formation. He stopped there and became a spectator. Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun, who were in the same private room with him, also saw Ling Yanhong's intention to spend a lot of money to buy 2 second-level inferior spirit gathering arrays at the same time. Many years ago, when the two had just entered the foundation building stage, Ling Yanhong promised them that he would find a spirit gathering array for each of them. However, the Ling family was in financial difficulties at the time, So the purchase of spirit gathering arrays for the two could only be delayed again and again. Ling Yanhong's move to spend a large amount of spirit stones to buy 2 spirit gathering arrays at this time also made Ling Pengyun and the others feel very warm. Thanks to Book Friend 202109251360191, Zhang Xiufen, Lei Yu, Wei, The Cutest Shrimp Paste, Book Friend 20230207122419240, Book Friend 160,424,131,424,366, Hey I Wanna See, Book Friend 160,412,122,516,257, Zian Ayu Tong, Zhang Xingxudhong, Seoul Tiom, for their monthly tickets. Thank you all very much. Chapter 255 Ling Pengyun's Obsession. Not long after, someone knocked on the door of the private room where Ling Pengyun and others were. Push the door and come in. Ling Yanhong heard the noise and called out. The door was then opened, and the 2 maids walked into the private room carrying a tray. On the trays in their hands were the array plates and array flags of the 2 spirit gathering arrays that Ling Yanhong had just won. 3 seniors, I have brought the 2 spirit gathering arrays that you just won. Please pay the corresponding spiritual stones. The leading maid, who had a high cultivation level of key training perfection, said to Ling Yanhong and the other 2. At this moment, a huge pressure, very subtly covered Ling Yanhong, Ling Pengyun, and Ling Pengyun. The 3 had expected this. Just now, after Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun won the evergreen spirit water, when the maid of the auction brought it to them, a pressure also enveloped them. Although the pressure was strong, it only served as a deterrent to prevent Ling Pengyun and the other 2 from refusing to pay the spiritual stones for the spiritual objects. Instead, they snatched the spiritual objects and ran away. Ling Yanhong waved his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, and called out 6,400 spiritual stones from the auction of the large number of elixirs he had sent, and handed them to the 2 maids. The 2 maids counted the number of spiritual stones and found that the number was just right. They also put down the spiritual gathering arrays in their hands, took the spiritual stones and left. 3 seniors, the number of spiritual stones is correct, and we will not bother you anymore. After the 2 maids left, Ling Yanhong handed the 2 spiritual gathering arrays brought by the 2 maids to Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun respectively, spoke carefully, and then scolded Ling Pengyun. You keep these 2 formations first. After we return to the tribe, I will order people to build a cultivation cave for each of you on the top of the tribe mountain, and these 2 formations will be arranged in it respectively. With the blessing of this spirit gathering formation and the spirit gathering pills I refined, your cultivation speed will not be too slow. Wait a few years, when the family finances are better, I will find the main materials for refining your life instruments for you one by one. After all, the family has a weak foundation, so we can only do it step by step. Don't have any objections. Although Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun already knew that Ling Yanhong bought a 2 spirit gathering formations at the auction for them, they were still very happy when they took over the spirit gathering formations. The foundation building stage is different from the key training stage. Because of their spiritual consciousness, cultivators in the key training stage find it difficult to refine pills and absorb the surrounding spiritual energy while practicing. But the foundation building stage is different. After the cultivator enters the foundation building stage, their spiritual consciousness will be sublimated, and they can completely refine pills and absorb the surrounding spiritual energy for practice at the same time. In this way, the speed of cultivation can also be accelerated. Under such circumstances, if there is a spirit gathering array to help, it will naturally be a great joy. With the help of this spirit gathering array, my cultivation speed can be several times faster. I think even if I only rely on the spirit gathering pills and this array to practice, I can improve my cultivation to the peak of the 2nd level of foundation building within 2 or 3 years. By then, I will have the help of that batch of spiritual water, and I will definitely be able to break through the bottleneck of the 2nd level of foundation building in a short time and enter the 3rd level of foundation building. Ling Pengyun looked at the spirit gathering array in his hand and said happily. Coming back to his senses, he looked at Ling Yanhong. But he remembered that Ling Yanhong didn't buy anything at this auction. The spiritual stones obtained from the batch of pills that the family had saved in recent years were also spent by Ling Yanhong on him and Ling Pengyun, and gratitude suddenly rose in his heart. He said, "Third ancestor, you are too kind. The family has treated us well. Without the family, My third brother and I would have found it difficult to enter the foundation building stage, let alone the current cultivation level. On the contrary, third ancestor, please don't tilt the family's resources too much towards us. You are the key to the growth of our Ling family. If your cultivation stops, it will be a great pity for the family. Third ancestor, what my eighth brother said is right. Ling Pengyun, who was not good at speaking, also agreed. Ling Yanhong heard the words and felt warm in his heart. He smiled and said, I understand this. The three chatted for a few more sentences, and then stopped talking about this matter. They looked at the auction again. Time passed slowly, and about half an hour had passed. When Chen Yu, who hosted the auctioned the 95th finale, a cultivator with a strong aura, wearing a bailing sect Taoist robe, and a sturdy figure floated from the window of the private room on the third floor of the auction to Chen Yu's side. In a private room on the second floor. When Ling Yanhong saw the face of the sturdy middle-aged cultivator, he raised his eyebrows and said to himself in amazement, I didn't expect Zhang Yan to reach the perfect foundation building state so quickly. Third ancestor, do you know the perfect foundation building cultivator who is here to protect the place? Ling Pengyun, who was standing aside, heard Ling Yanhong muttering to himself and asked curiously. I met Zhang Yan once when I attended the wedding banquet of your cousin Yang and the only son of Ling Fu's Henrin of Bailingmen. When I was stationed in Ziyang Market, I also saw him kill monsters several times. He is a physical cultivator with extremely strong combat power. I just didn't expect that he would enter the state of perfect foundation building after just 3 months of absence. I think he made many contributions and received a lot of help from spiritual objects when he was stationed in Ziyang Market. In addition, Zhang Yan has a close relationship with Wu Yan, the descendant of your cousin's husband Jinden. According to my estimation, Zhang Yan should be a member of Ling Fu's Henrin's faction. It was rumored in the past that when this person enters the state of perfect foundation building, he will become the deputy head of the Deacon Hall of Bailingmen. I don't know whether it is true or not. If this is true, then Zhang Yan's power in Bailingmen will be great. Ling Yanhong said with a little envy. Ling Pengyun was shocked when he heard this. The Deacon Hall of Bailingmen is the largest hall in Bailingmen, which manages all the affairs of Bailingmen. The master of this hall has even greater power, and can easily command dozens of foundation-building monks. Zhang Yan's little episode did not affect the continuation of the auction. After Chen Yu, who hosted the auction, greeted Zhang Yan, Chen Yu took out a red flying sword that was shining with spiritual light from his storage bag and introduced it. Everyone, this fifth to last item is called the Blazing Fire Flying Sword. This sword was made by our sect master, Master Bai Ling, using the second-grade top-grade blazing fire iron found in the second-grade blazing fire iron ore vein in the Bayun Mountains. The grade of this sword is as high as the second-grade top grade, and the quality has also reached the superior level. It is more than 30% stronger than the same grade flying swords. The reserve price of this blazing fire flying sword is 3,000 spirit stones. Each bid cannot be less than 100 spirit stones. The highest bidder wins. Such a powerful magic weapon naturally attracted many foundation-building monks in the private rooms on the second floor to snatch it. After dozens of rounds of bidding, the price of this blazing sword quickly climbed to 9,800 spiritual stones and was bought by someone. The price of a second-grade superior magic weapon is between 5,000 spiritual stones and 8,000 spiritual stones. This blazing flying sword is of superior quality, and it is normal to have a premium of 1,800 spiritual stones. Afterwards, Chen Yu took out a second-grade superior defense formation and 3 vein protection pills for auction. Only then did it become Ling Pengyun's turn to participate in the auction's most coveted item. Chen Yu, who presided over the auction, took out a full 10 colored glass bottles from his storage bag and introduced them to everyone. Everyone, these 10 bottles are all bailing water that can assist in foundation building. I won't say much, the highest bidder wins. The starting price of the first bottle of bailing water is 5,000 spiritual stones, the highest bidder wins. As soon as these words fell, a cultivator started bidding. There were also several key training monks sitting in the lobby. Among these key training monks, there were monks from key training families dressed in luxurious clothes, and there were also powerful key training casual cultivators. There was a private room on the second floor. Ling Pengyun saw this situation, frowned slightly, and tried to bid 8,000 spiritual stones. As soon as this bid was made, it was drowned out by the bids of other monks. Under desperation, Ling Pengyun had to offer a high price, and successfully bid for the first bottle of bailing water with 9,500 spiritual stones. Ling Pengyun, who was in the same private room with him, was a little surprised to see Ling Pengyun's wealth. "Eighth brother, where did you get such a large number of spiritual stones? What are you going to buy bailing water for?" Ling Pengyun, who rarely spoke, couldn't help but wonder. More than 10 years ago, the family chopped down a batch of green bamboos and gave them to me to refine magic tools. I earned a lot of spiritual stones from them. During the monster rebellion, I killed a lot of key training monsters. Relying on refining tools, I refined all the spiritual materials of the key training monsters I got into magic tools. However, my success rate in refining tools is not high, and I don't earn many spiritual stones. I bought bailing water for my lifelong spiritual plant, the thorny vine. I need this vine to become a second-level spiritual plant husband. Ling Pengyun did not hide the reason and told all the reasons. Hearing this, Ling Pengyun couldn't help but envy Ling Pengyun, who mastered 100 arts. It would be great if I also mastered 100 arts. In this way, I wouldn't have to risk my life to enter the Jiamang Lake to kill the foundation-building monsters and earn spiritual stones. Ling Yanhong, who was standing aside, noticed the change in Ling Pengyun's expression slightly, and heard Ling Pengyun's words, frowned, and spoke to Ling Pengyun. "Pengyun, all kinds of arts require talent. You have been tested for talent in all arts in your early years, and it turns out that you don't have any. Just follow your own path, and there is no need to envy Pengyun. As for the path of sword cultivation that you are taking, how many cultivators of the same level can match you? Besides, Pengyun has achieved such success in refining equipment because of his excellent comprehension. In addition, more than 10 years ago, Pengyun encountered a good opportunity when the family changed its major practice of planting arts to alchemy. The family needed more spiritual fields to plant the main materials for various elixirs, so they chopped down a large number of green spiritual bamboos by the roots to clear out the spiritual fields. It just so happened that the family planned to focus on training Pengyun to refine equipment, so they handed over the large number of green spiritual bamboos that were chopped back then to Ling Pengyun. Such opportunities are hard to come by. Since the establishment of the family, there has only been this time for Pengyun. Ling Pengyun also echoed from the side. "Third brother, what the third ancestor said is indeed true. Since that opportunity, the speed at which I earn spirit stones has greatly decreased. Moreover, if I fight against you, third brother, I am afraid that I will be defeated by your flying sword in a short time." Ling Pengyun felt better after hearing what the two said, and his spirit and energy were restored a lot. "Third ancestor, eighth brother, thank you for your guidance." Ling Pengyun thanked him. "With your firm mind, I am afraid that you will figure it out in a short time. No need to thank me," Ling Yanhong said. Not long after these words fell, there was another knock on the door outside the private room. As expected, it was a maid who came with the bailing water that Ling Pengyun had just bid for. Ling Pengyun took out the spirit stones he had saved in his early years and the spirit stones he got from the auction of the magic weapon he sent this time, and after paying the spirit stones for bidding for the bailing water, he got the bottle of bailing from the maid. After that, the other 8 bottles of bailing water were sold at a high price of 8 or 9,000 spirit stones. The second to last auction item was 5 foundation building pills. Because of the great efficacy of the foundation building pills, the price of these 5 foundation building pills was also very high, and they were basically sold at a price of about 28,000 or 29,000 spirit stones. The last auction item was a fire-attributed technique that could be practiced to the perfection of the foundation. The value of the technique was much stronger than that of a spiritual object. As long as the power was not destroyed, it could be passed down. Moreover, this grade of technique could support the cultivator to practice to the perfection of the foundation. This was a great temptation for the foundation building clans that did not have fire-based foundation building techniques, which attracted the cultivators in dozens of private rooms on the second floor to bid first. After a while, the fire-based technique with a starting price of only 5,000 was auctioned off by an old foundation building family in Ningxiao, Bailingman, at a high price of 35,000 spirit stones. This technique was auctioned off, and the auction came to an end. The monks who participated in the auction also left the auction one after another. Chapter 256, Redivision of the Interests of the Rock Scale Snake Cave. After the auction, Ling Pengyun followed Ling Yanhong and Ling Pengyun out of the private room on the second floor. But just as the three of them walked out of the private room, before they had taken 2 steps, they were stopped by a voice behind them. Fellow Taoist Ling Pengyun, Penxing, wait a moment. Ling Pengyun heard the voice calling and turned his head to look, only to find that an old monk in a green Taoist robe walked out of a private room not far from theirs. This old monk was an old acquaintance of Ling Pengyun, Ling Penxing and Ling Yunhong, the supreme elder of the Pengyun Yang family in Yunshu County, Yang Changxing. Fellow Taoist Yang. Ling Yunhong's expression slightly changed when he saw this person appear, and he bowed and greeted him. Ling Pengyun and Ling Penxing on the side called this person uncle. There are many people in the outside world. Come to my private room, I have something important to discuss with you. Yang Changxing invited not far away. Ling Yunhong nodded slightly, signaled to Ling Pengyun and Ling Penxing beside him, and then walked towards Yang Changxing's private room. Ling Pengyun and Ling Penxing followed closely behind. After the three entered the private room, the door of the private room was closed, and the barrier of separation of gods in the private room was naturally opened. Ling Yunhong also asked Yang Changxing the next moment. Fellow Taoist Yang, did you come to me this time to talk about the matter of the second-level spiritual vein in Jiayamang Lake? After Yang Changxing set up a soundproof barrier around him, he nodded slightly and replied. That's right. Since fellow Taoist Ling has guessed what I want to say, I won't beat around the bush. During this monster rebellion, although the Banished Mountain sent 2 giant monsters to support the monsters in Jiayamang Lake to attack Ziyang Market, the cultivators in the Bailing sect can only defend Ziyang Market. We don't have the strength to take advantage of the monster rebellion to occupy the Jiayamang Lake territory. But now the monster rebellion in Mayan country has ended, and the 2 giant monsters from the Banished Mountains have also left the Jiayamang Lake territory. According to reliable information, the Bailing sect will still extend to the south according to the plan before the monster rebellion, seize tens of thousands of miles of territory in the Jiayamang Lake territory, establish a new county city, and expand the territory. By then, the rock-scale snake cave with a second-level spirit vein that we occupied in the Jiayamang Lake territory will also be included in this new county city. Although my Yang family has a way to conceal the second-level spiritual vein in the rock-scale snake cave, it will cost a lot of resources to manage the Bailingman monks. If your Ling family still wants to cooperate with my Yang family to occupy the second-level spiritual vein, you will also need to spend some resources to manage the Bailingman monks. Ling Yunhong heard this, but he was not happy. Instead, he frowned, a worried look on his face, and asked, Fellow Taoist Yang, although the monster chaos in my Yan state has ended, there are still many big countries in the entire northern wilderness that are still in the monster chaos. If at this special stage, the Bailingman still invades the Jiayamang Lake to seize territory, will there be a possibility of another monster chaos in Yan state? Yang Changxing smiled and replied. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Ling, I have already inquired about this matter. It is said that the fuse that ended the monster rebellion in Mayan country early this time was the discovery of a second-level blazing iron ore vein in the outer area of Banished Mountains, where monsters gather. It is not small in scale and contains a large amount of second-level blazing iron ore. The powerful Jiandan Perfection Master of Zhuanyang sect has led the other 4 Jiandan true men stationed in Baianfang City to directly fight into the outer area of Banished Mountains and gain a firm foothold on the blazing iron ore vein. Under such circumstances, the monsters in Banished Mountains will basically not leave Banished Mountains easily. There is only that one Jiandan water dragon in the Jiayamang Lake area. Even if that Jiandan water dragon resists, it may be difficult to resist the invasion of Bailing sect. As long as the entire Jiayamang Lake area is not destroyed, the monster rebellion will never happen again. I won't say much about this matter. Anyway, there are tall people to support us if something happens. No matter how much we, the foundation-building cultivators, say, it will be useless. Fellow Taoist Ling, please tell me if you are willing to work with my Yang family to help the Bailing sect's cultivators with their resources. Ling Yunhong also agreed with Yang Changxing's words. The giant cultivators of the Bailing sect were not stupid. They dared to plan for the Jiayamang Lake territory during this special period. They were sure of their own abilities. Of course I am willing, but I don't know how much resources my Ling family will have to contribute. Ling Yunhong asked after answering. Your Ling family needs to pay 3,000 spirit stones, and your family must hand these 3,000 spirit stones over to my Yang family within 3 months. The profit share of the spirit plants planted on the second level spirit vein in the rock scale snake cave will be changed to 40% and 60%, with my Yang family taking 60% and your Ling family taking 40%. Although the distribution of interests has changed, your Ling family will still need to send a foundation building cultivator to guard the snake cave in the future, to prevent the rock scale snake cave from being discovered by other cultivators after it is occupied by the Bailing sect, resulting in the spirit plants planted there being snatched away by those cultivators. But fellow Taoist Ling, don't worry. My Yang family will still give out 3 second-level lower-grade spirit gathering pills every year as a reward to the foundation building cultivators of your family stationed in the spirit vein of the rock scale snake cave. Yang Changsing said. Fellow Taoist Yang, 3,000 spiritual stones are too much? Besides, in the past, the spiritual plants planted on the spiritual veins in the rock scale snake cave that our two families jointly occupied were also divided equally. How come my Ling family can only get 40% now? Ling Yanhuang frowned and said with an unhappy face. A few years ago, the number of spiritual fields opened up in the rock scale snake cave jointly occupied by the Ling and Yang families was as high as 35 acres. The Ling family lost 10% of the spiritual plant dividends, which was a huge loss for the Ling family, and Ling Yanhuang was naturally unwilling. Hearing this, Yang Changsing's smile on his face became even brighter, and he looked like a good old man, smiling and saying, Fellow Taoist Ling, you are joking. I wonder if you have heard that my Yang family has another foundation building cultivator. Including this new foundation building cultivator, my Yang family has the same foundation building combat power as your Ling family, with a total of 4. My Yang family now has enough foundation building cultivators to occupy the spiritual veins in the rock scale snake cave alone. As for the fact that we still plan to cooperate with your Ling family to occupy the rock scale snake cave, it is also because we are relatives. It is not worth it to break the friendship of more than 200 years between our two families for such a second-level spiritual vein. Ling Yanhuang was shocked when he heard that the Yang family had another foundation building cultivator. The Yang family was able to suppress the Ling family because they had Yang Changsing, a 9th-level foundation building cultivator, and the other 2 mid-level foundation building cultivators. After all, the Ling family only had the clan leader Ling Yanhuang who was capable of showing off. Ling Pengyun, Ling Penxing, and the Immortal Crane King were only at the initial stage of foundation building. Now that the Yang family has another foundation building cultivator, the strength of the Yang family will be raised again. Under such circumstances, Ling's family naturally cannot compare with Yang's family, and it is normal for Ling's family to get less benefits. Ling Yanhuang is also an experienced person, so he naturally understands this truth. However, he does not think that Yang's family is considering the century-old friendship with Ling's family. It is nothing more than worrying that after Ling's family breaks up with him, when Yang's family occupies the spiritual vein of rock scale snake cave alone, they will secretly sabotage it. However, it is not wise to break up with Yang's family at this time. However, Ling Yanhuang does not want to let go of the benefits he deserves, and he said with a firm attitude. The 3,000 spiritual stones that Ling's family can pay for the monks of Bailing sect, but the spiritual plants planted on the spiritual vein of rock scale snake cave must be taken by Ling's family. If fellow Taoist Yang is unwilling, it doesn't matter if our two clans do not cooperate. 3,000 spiritual stones are not comparable to the output of 1/10 of spiritual plants planted on the spiritual vein of rock scale snake cave. If 1/10 of spiritual plants are used as dividends, the 3,000 spiritual stones can be earned back in less than 10 years. Yang Changsing's face darkened when he heard this. He was worried that if his family occupied the spiritual vein of the rock scale snake cave alone, the Ling family, who also knew about the spiritual vein of the rock scale snake cave, would secretly sabotage it, so he had no choice but to compromise. Okay, 50% is 50%. Ling Yanhuang looked better after hearing this answer, and he also asked, Fellow Taoist Yang, what is the current situation of the rock scale snake cave? After the monster rebellion ended, I took into account the large number of monsters outside the Jiamang Lake area, so I did not go to investigate. Thanks to Hanyun, Book Friend 20230124173627208, Book Friend 20221227230812838, Zixon Linen, Eric WSC, Book Friend 20196180634374888, Gluttony, Right or Right, God's Poem. Book friend 20180723163025008. Book friend 20171022224047650. Don't understand books. Book friend 20220503222281038. Forget words. Unforgettable reincarnation. Wang Zhen, the worker. Take a look at the scenery, and Black Ice 135 for their monthly tickets. Thank you all. Thank you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257, Little Wu Hong, the Wind Attribute Spiritual Root. Yang Changxing was quite satisfied to see Ling Yunhong agree to the re-proposed division of interests. He also immediately explained to Ling Yunhong, "It's good that fellow Taoist Ling understands the reason. As for the situation of the rock-scale snake cave, it's not good. Half a month ago, I went to the rock-scale snake cave. The snake cave was discovered by the monsters during the monster beast chaos. Now the snake cave is occupied by a group of wolf monsters. There are 4 foundation-building wolf monsters in the group of wolf monsters, including 1 wolf monster in the late foundation-building period, 1 wolf monster in the middle foundation-building period, 2 wolf monsters in the early foundation-building period, and thousands of wolf monsters in the key training period. Such a large wolf pack is difficult for me to fight alone. The rest of the foundation-building cultivators of my Yang family have other things to do in the clan, and it is difficult to get away. Therefore, I need the help of the 3 of you to kill the wolf pack occupying the snake cave with me. I wonder if the 3 of you are willing to do it." "Of course." Ling Yunhong replied very straightforwardly. "Since fellow Taoist Ling agrees to this, let's rest for a day before setting off. After all, today is the end of the auction, and it is estimated that things outside the market will not be peaceful. If we leave the market at this time, I am afraid that other incidents will arise." Yang Changxing saw this, but he did not care, and still said calmly, "Okay, by the way, fellow Taoist Yang, I wonder if you still remember that when Pengyun and I helped you kill the perfect foundation-building monster, you promised that my Ling family could buy 3 pulse-protecting pills at a minimum price? I wonder if your family has pulse-protecting pills now." Ling Yunhong naturally understood what Yang Changxing meant, and after agreeing, he asked. Yang Changxing's pupils shrank slightly when he heard this. From this, it was not difficult for him to guess that this Ling family had another cultivator who was going to build a foundation. If not, why did Ling Yunhong buy the pulse-protecting pills? However, the vessel protection pill only has a 0.5% bonus to the foundation building. Even if the cultivator has the help of the foundation building, he may not be able to build the foundation, not to mention the vessel protection pill, which is several times weaker. Yang Changxing did not care too much about it. After a moment of stunned, Yang Changxing came back to his senses and replied with a smile. "Of course I remember. As long as fellow Taoist Ling brings spirit stones to my Yang family, you can buy the vessel protection pill at any time at the low price of 3,000 spirit stones per pill." "Thank you very much, fellow Taoist Yang." Ling Yunhong thanked him. "No problem, I promised you Ling family." Yang Changxing waved his hand, looked at Ling Pengyun who was in the same private room, and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that you, like Pengxing, have also entered the 2nd level of foundation building so quickly. Fellow Taoist Ling, it seems that your Ling family is in for a treat. Fellow Taoist Yang, you're joking. These 2 children have just entered the foundation building stage. They are said to be at the 2nd level of foundation building, but in fact they are still in the early stage of foundation building, and their cultivation has not improved much." Ling Yunhong was startled when he heard such praise, fearing that Yang Changxing would do something bad to him in the future, so he quickly spoke. "Be humble. Just work hard for a Yang family. Your Ling family will benefit from it in the future. Pengyun, 3 months ago, your cousin Xiling gave birth to a boy and named him Wu Hong. According to the message your brother-in-law Wu Yan sent back to the Yang family, Ling Fu's Henren, who was stationed in Xiangfang City, rushed back to Bailingmen after the monster rebellion ended. He used a special secret method to find out in advance that the spiritual roots of little Wu Hong, who was only a few months old, are wind-attributed spiritual roots. This made Ling Fu's Henren very happy. He will hold a 100-day banquet for the child in 10 days. You can go with me then. The scale of this 100-day banquet is not large. According to the message your brother-in-law Wu Yan sent, it is just an ordinary family banquet and there will be no one else. However, the fact that little Wu Hong has Wen's spiritual roots has not been spread outside. Please keep it secret for us, fellow Taoist Ling. Yang Changxing glanced at Ling Yanhuang and said meaningfully. Ling Yanhuang heard this, his expression changed, and he muttered to himself. There are countless secret methods in the world of immortal cultivation. Those who have reached the golden elixir level can indeed use some special methods to detect the spiritual roots of children in advance. Besides, it is obvious that the 100 days banquet held by Ling Fu's Henren Wu Dian this time is not simple. If the newly born grandson of Ling Fu's Henren Wu Dian is not special, I am afraid he would not mobilize so many troops. Thinking of this, Ling Yanhuang frowned immediately. Yang Changxing's words just now seemed to be inviting Ling Pengyun to attend the 100 days banquet of Wu Hong, who has the Wen spiritual root, but in fact he was demonstrating to him. Although the alien spiritual root is not as powerful as the 5-element single attribute heavenly spiritual root, it can ignore the bottleneck of key training and foundation building. As long as enough spiritual energy is accumulated, it can be broken through naturally. But the cultivation speed of this alien spiritual root qualification is the same as that of the heavenly spiritual root, but it needs to rely on its own strength to break through the bottleneck. However, it is much better than the qualification of the cultivator with double spiritual roots. Ling Yanhuang knew without much guessing that Yang Xiling, who married Ling Fu's Henren Wu Yan, would be extremely favored. Yang could also rely on this situation to get more support from Bailingman. From this point of view, as long as Yang doesn't do things too much, it's not a bad thing for my Ling family to get on the fast ship of Yang. Ling Yanhuang muttered to himself. Although Ling Pengyun on the side also thought of Yang Changxing's intention, he was also happy that Wu Hong, the child born by his cousin, had the spiritual root of wind attribute. Uncle, do my parents know about this? Will they go there? Ling Pengyun said happily. Everyone knows about this. At that time, your parents will go with your grandfather and uncle's family. Yang Changxing said with a smile. Afterwards, Yang Changxing, Ling Yanhuang, Ling Pengxing, and Ling Pengyun chatted for a few more words, and Ling Pengyun and the other two said goodbye to Yang Changxing and left. Yang Changxing, who was still in the private room, looked at the backs of Ling Yanhuang and others leaving, his eyes flickering. I didn't expect that Pengyun also entered the second level of foundation building like Ling Pengxing. The speed of cultivation of these two people is not slow. It is estimated that it will not be difficult for these two to enter the middle stage of foundation building in the future. Ling Yanhuang's aptitude is also extraordinary, and it is estimated that he can also enter the late stage of foundation building. By then, the Ling family can be more useful to my Yang family. 100 years later, when the Bailing sect destroys the entire Jiayamang Lake area, it may be an opportunity for my Yang family to have the Ling family help my Yang family. Yang Changxing has never been afraid of the Ling family becoming stronger. His Yang family has the support of the Bailing sect Ling Fu's Henren, so why should he be afraid of a Ling family that is a little weaker than his own family, the Yang family? After a day of rest, in the early morning of the next day, Yang Changxing, Ling Pengyun, Ling Pengxing, Ling Yanhuang and others left Xiangfang City together and sneaked towards the Jiayamang Lake area in the south. During this journey, although there were foundation-building cultivators who were eyeing the four people, they did not take direct action due to the strength of Ling Pengyun and the other three. They just quietly followed them for a while and then left on their own. Ling Pengyun and the other three had important matters to tend to, so they did not waste time on those foundation-building cultivators who were plotting ill. Half a day later, the four of them went thousands of miles deep into the territory of Jiayamang Lake and finally came to the vicinity of the rock-scale snake cave. The four of them had consumed a lot of spiritual power when sneaking here, so they first found a hidden place and rested for several hours to recover the consumed spiritual power. After the spiritual power was restored, the four of them spent another half a day to kill all the monsters within 20 miles around the rock-scale snake cave. Those monsters were all key training monsters, and there were no foundation-building monsters. It was not until 50 miles away that the foundation-building monsters appeared. As for killing the monsters around the rock-scale snake cave in advance, it was also to avoid the bloody aura of killing many wolf monsters spreading to the outside world when fighting with a huge wolf pack occupying the rock-scale snake cave, attracting the surrounding monsters and increasing the difficulty of conquering the rock-scale snake cave. After doing this, Ling Pengyun and the other four headed for the rock-scale snake cave. On the way, Ling Yunhong also summoned the fairy crane king, the guardian spirit beast he carried with him, from the beast bag. Soon, the four people and the beast fought together with a huge wolf pack occupying the rock-scale snake cave. Yang Changxing was extraordinary in strength. With his own strength, he not only blocked the late foundation-building wolf king, but also blocked a mid-foundation-building wolf monster. Ling Yunhong also relied on his lifelong magic weapon, the blue sea ice flying sword, to temporarily block the other two early foundation-building wolf monsters. Ling Pengyun, Ling Penxing, and the fairy crane king slaughtered thousands of key training wolf monsters. Although there were many wolf monsters in the key training stage, Ling Pengyun, Ling Penxing, and the immortal crane king all had foundation-building skills. Ling Pengyun focused on defense, constantly casting the second-level defense spell Yuanshu to create a Yuanshu light curtain to cover everyone and block the attacks from the wolves. Ling Penxing and the immortal crane king, who were both stronger in combat, could attack with all their strength without worrying about defense. With the cooperation of the three, in just half an hour, the thousands of wolf monsters were killed. The three Ling Pengyuns who had their hands free were not idle either. They went to help Ling Yunhong and Yang Changxing, and attacked the remaining four foundation-building wolf monsters together. The four foundation-building wolf monsters were already struggling to deal with Yang Changxing and Ling Yunhong. With the addition of Ling Pengyun and the other two, the four foundation-building wolf monsters were quickly defeated and killed. After the battle, everyone quickly cleaned up the spiritual materials on the monsters here and entered the rock-scale snake cave. During this period, although the bloody aura outside the rock-scale snake cave was thick because all the wolves were killed, the monsters within more than 20 miles around the rock-scale snake cave were all killed. In addition, Ling Pengyun and others cut the spiritual materials from the wolf monsters quickly, so no monsters were attracted by the blood. As for the spiritual plants planted on the 35 acres of spiritual fields deep in the rock-scale snake cave, they were all destroyed by the wolves that occupied the snake cave before, and no spiritual plants were still alive. Fortunately, the second-level middle-grade breath-retaining formation that Ling Pengyun left here at the beginning had a powerful breath-retaining effect and was hundreds of feet deep underground, so it was not discovered by the wolf monsters that occupied this place. It was still intact without any loss. This situation also made Yang Changxing, the owner of the breath-retaining formation, feel at ease. The grade of the breath-retaining formation was as high as the second-level middle grade, and it was worth at least 4,000 or 5,000 spirit stones on the market. This formation was also extremely rare for the Yang family with a strong foundation. Afterwards, Yang Changxing rearranged the breath-suppressing array and the lower-grade Zhengjin needle array that had been removed from this place in the early years deep in the snake cave. Ling Yunhong, Ling Pengyun, and Ling Penxing planted the spiritual plant seeds that had been prepared long ago on the 35 acres of spiritual fields here. After this matter was done, Ling Pengyun, Ling Yunhong, and Yang Changxing did not stay here for long, and left here together. Ling Penxing and the Ling family's guardian spiritual beast, the immortal crane king, stayed here to protect the spiritual plants planted in the 35 acres of spiritual fields. The best candidate to stay here was Ling Pengyun, a spiritual plant husband with foundation-building skills, but because he had to go to Bailingmen to participate in the 100-day banquet of his nephew Wu Hong, he could only let Ling Penxing stay here temporarily. Horizontal ellipsis. Chapter 258 The Secret of Yang Xiling's Pregnancy. 6 days later, Ling Pengyun boarded the flying boat of Yang Changxing's envoy and crossed hundreds of thousands of miles. Finally, one day before Wu Hong's 100 days banquet, he arrived at the Bailing Mountain Range, the home of Bailing sect. The Bailing Mountain Range stretches for thousands of miles. It not only has a third-order spiritual vein, but also many second-order and first-order spiritual veins. The tens of thousands of miles around the mountains are also directly under the Bailing sect. This area also has many spiritual veins. Like other places, there are mortal villages and towns around these spiritual veins. Every other year, Bailing sect will send monks to those villages and towns to test the spiritual roots of mortal children. At least 70% of the disciples in Bailing sect entered the sect in this way. Because the Lingfu's Henrin of Bailing sect had already informed the sect disciples patrolling the Bailing Mountains that the people of the Pengyun Yang family would come to the sect to celebrate the 100 days banquet for Lingfu's Henrin's precious grandson. Therefore, the sect disciples patrolling in the Bailing Mountains saw Yang Changxing and Ling Pengyun coming and let them go all the way. Even the two foundation-building monks guarding the gate of Bailing sect were very polite to Ling Pengyun and Yang Changxing. Moreover, one of the old foundation-building monks personally led Ling Pengyun and the others into the sect to the place where Xiao Wuhong's parents, Wu Yan and Yang Xiling, lived. The area inside Bailing sect was very large. They walked along the avenue to the depths of Bailing sect. Finally, Ling Pengyun and Yang Changxing, led by the old foundation-building monk, stopped outside a rather luxurious palace. Above the gate of this palace, there was a golden plaque. On the plaque, the 3 words Lingfu Mansion were written. To fellow Taoists, this is the hall where junior sister Yang Xiling and junior brother Wu Yan, who you are looking for this time, live. I still need to guard the gate of the sect, so I won't accompany you for too long. If I have time in the future, I will definitely drink and chat with you too. The old foundation-building monk of Bailing sect, who was originally guarding the gate, said to Ling Pengyun and the others with a slightly flattering look. Although Ling Pengyun and Yang Changxing were from big families, the old foundation-building cultivator was from Bailing sect after all, and the old foundation-building cultivator took the initiative to please them, so they naturally couldn't be cold-faced. After the two of them responded with a smile, the old foundation-building cultivator left. At this moment, 7 cultivators also walked out of the luxurious palace called Lingfu Mansion. These 7 cultivators were Ling Pengyun's cousin-in-law Wu Yan, the descendant of Jinden, Grandpa Yang Minghua, the 5th elder of the Yang family, Uncle Yang Qiujiang, Aunt Zhao Hanj, cousin Yang Sidan, parents Ling Xiaoshan and Yang Qiuyan. I just heard a familiar voice, and it's you who are here, Grandpa Changxing. Ling Pengyun's mother Yang Qiuyan was overjoyed when she saw Ling Pengyun coming. She first bowed to Yang Changxing and respectfully addressed him, and then said to Ling Pengyun happily, Pengyun. Mom, Dad. Ling Pengyun walked over quickly and called out to his parents affectionately before greeting the rest of his family. Yang Minghua and the others also greeted Yang Changxing and Ling Pengyun one after another. After a few words of idle chat, Yang Changxing and Ling Pengyun looked at the child in Wu Yan's arms, whose hair had not yet grown out, but whose facial features were very regular, whose skin was quite white, and whose eyes were shrewd. Grandson-in-law, this must be the little guy Wu Hong, whose nose looks like yours and whose face shape looks like Xiling. He will definitely have a good appearance when he grows up. This is a gift I picked for this little guy's 100-day banquet. After Yang Changxing praised the child named Wu Hong in Wu Yan's arms with a smile on his face, he summoned a big red gift box that looked very festive from his storage bag and handed it to Wu Yan. In the past few years, Wu Yan and Yang Changxing were not familiar with each other, and Yang Changxing was not a direct relative of Wu Yan's Taoist partner Yang Xiling, but just a great-grandfather. He was also concerned about Wu Yan's identity, and in the past he always called Wu Yan Wu Dao Iao. But after many exchanges of interests, the relationship between the two became closer, and they began to call each other relatives. Brother-in-law, I also brought a gift, don't despise it. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun also took out a big red gift box from the storage bag and handed it to Wu Yan. Thank you, great-grandfather Changxing and cousin, for the gift. I will accept it on behalf of Xiao Hong. Wu Yan was very happy about the gift from Yang Changxing and Ling Pengyun, and his face was full of smiles. No matter how valuable the gifts in the gift boxes were, as a descendant of the Jinden, he was quite wealthy, so he didn't care too much. What he cared about was the thought. Grandson-in-law, where is Xiling's child? When Yang Changxing saw that Yang Xiling, the great contributor to the relationship between the Yang family and the descendants of the Bailing sect's Jinden, was not here to greet him, he frowned slightly and asked Yang Xiling's husband Wu Yan. Yes, cousin-in-law, where's my cousin? Ling Pengyun also asked Wu Yan with curiosity at this moment. After saying this, Wu Yan and even Yang Minghua, Yang Qiuyan and others all changed their expressions slightly. Seeing this situation, Yang Changxing and Ling Pengyun both had a bad premonition and asked again the reason. Wu Yan felt guilty about the two people's questions, and a hint of heartache appeared on his face, and he said in a low voice, Great-grandfather Changxing, cousin Pengyun, I will not hide it from you two. In fact, Xiling was pregnant with Xiao Hong 9 years ago. However, in order to increase the probability of Xiao Hong having spiritual roots, my father found a special secret method that only foundation-building cultivators can perform and gave it to Xiling. Xiling also used that special secret method and never gave birth to Xiao Hong. Instead, She kept Xiao Hong in her belly and used that special secret method to use spiritual power to cleanse Xiao Hong's bones and muscles every day. Although Xiao Hong was born in 9 years, Ling was seriously injured when she gave birth to Xiao Hong 3 months ago. Her cultivation level fell directly from the middle stage of foundation building to the stage of ki training, and her ki and blood were also extremely depleted. During these 9 years, I did not tell you about this because I was afraid that the elders would worry. But please rest assured, elders. Ling is a great contributor to our Wu family. 2 months ago, my father found several second-level spiritual objects that replenish blood and restore vitality for Ling, as well as a second-level top-grade longevity pill for Ling to take. Now, Ling is in retreat to refine those spiritual objects. It is estimated that when Ling comes out of retreat, her cultivation will be restored to the foundation building stage and her lifespan will be restored. It is precisely because of the retreat that Ling did not come to greet Grandpa Changxing and cousin Pengyun. It was not difficult for Yang Changxing and Ling Pengyun to guess the reason why Yang Ling had been pregnant for 9 years. It was nothing more than that Yang Ling, as the only son and only wife of Jinden's Henren, wanted to rely on a child with good spiritual roots to maintain her current status. If she did not give birth to a child with spiritual roots as soon as possible, there was a great possibility that she would be banished to the cold palace. Yang Changxing and Ling Pengyun were helpless about this matter. Every family has its own problems. Grandson-in-law, I won't say much about Ling's pregnancy with little Wu Hong, but I hope you will treat Ling well in the future for the sake of Ling giving birth to little Hong, and don't let her down. Yang Changxing said earnestly. Understand, great-grandfather Changxing, I made a vow to Ling long ago that I would never marry again and never abandon her. I am lucky to have Ling. Wu Yan, who is holding little Wu Hong, said solemnly. Seeing this, Yang Chang and Ling Pengyun were startled and looked up to Wu Yan. Although Wu Yan made such a vow, it might be because Yang Ling gave birth to Wu Hong, who has the wind spirit root, but this is also normal. After all, Wu Yan's identity is not simple. He is the only descendant of Wu Dan, the spiritual talisman master of Balingman. With such a family background, it is impossible for the inheritance of cultivators to be broken. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting better, Wu Yan also changed the subject and spoke. Elders, cousin Pengyun, please enter the hall. I have prepared the best second-grade spiritual tea and am waiting for you two to arrive. Ling Pengyun was shocked when he heard this, and he was quite interested. Spiritual items that reach the second grade are rare items, especially spiritual tea, a drink born from heaven and earth, which is even rarer than spiritual fruits of the same grade. Although Ling Pengyun does not like tea, he is also somewhat curious about the second-grade spiritual tea. He has not drunk spiritual tea of this grade yet. However, he did not leave immediately, but waited for the elders to make a move, and followed his parents into the hall together. As soon as everyone entered the hall, they sat down under Wu Yan's arrangement. Yang Changxing and Yang Minghua, the two most senior elders, sat in the two main seats in the hall. The rest of the people sat on the seats on both sides. There was a small tea table next to each seat, which was specially used to place tea utensils. On the tea table next to Yang Minghua and other seats, there were tea cups filled with tea, and it was obvious that everyone was drinking tea and chatting here just now. Serve hot tea. Wu Yan shouted softly. Soon, 8 maids came to the seats of everyone with 8 teapots specially made with spiritual jade. The 8 maids first filled a cup of hot tea for everyone, and then placed the spiritual jade teapots in their hands on the small tea table next to everyone, and then left. Grandpa Changxing, cousin Pengyun, this tea is the tenderest batch of Maojian from the 3 second-grade top-grade cloud tea trees of my Bailing sect that only produce once every 300 years. The quality is top-notch even among the same grade, and the taste is excellent. Drink it while it's hot. If the cloud in the hot tea dissipates, the taste and efficacy of this tea will be greatly reduced. Wu Yan also said with a smile at this moment. Ling Pengyun, who was sitting at the end of the left side, was quite interested when he heard this. However, he was of a lower generation in front of all these relatives. It was not until he saw the other relatives holding up the tea cups beside them and taking a sip that he also picked up the tea cup and put it to his mouth. He took a sip of the tea in the cup, and the steaming hot tea entered his mouth. Then, a huge amount of spiritual energy spread out from the tea and filled into the meridians of Ling Pengyun's body. Therefore, the spiritual energy contained in the spiritual tea was extremely pure and did not contain impurities. Ling Pengyun only slightly operated the skills and refined it into pure liquid spiritual power and sent it into his dantian. The next moment, Ling Pengyun could clearly feel that his cultivation had improved a little. Such a huge effect made Ling Pengyun shocked. This tea is indeed a second-grade high-quality spiritual tea. Just one sip has saved me several days of hard training. Just this small cup of spiritual tea in my hand is worth my several days of traveling from my family to come here. There are at least 10 more cups of tea in this teapot. When I drink all the tea in this teapot, I can save at least half a year of hard training. Brother-in-law Wu Yan is willing to spend money. Such a precious thing, everyone present has it. He is worthy of being a rich descendant of the golden collar. Thanks to Qian Ayushiro, Killing God Diary, and Han for their monthly tickets. Thank you all. Chapter 259, Wu Yan's Gift of Foundation Building. Unconsciously, Ling Pengyun had finished the spiritual tea in the cup. He did not bother to be polite with Wu Yan, and picked up the spiritual jade teapot on the tea table beside him, which belonged to him, and poured the cloud tea into the cup, and tasted it carefully. While tasting it, he also chatted with the relatives present. From the chat, he also learned that the newly promoted foundation building person of the Yang family was Yang Siki, the first genius of the Yang family's C generation, who had the dual spiritual roots of fire and wood. Because the chat lasted too long, everyone had finished their tea. Wu Yan was also very willing to call the maid to bring pots of hot tea. This second batch of hot tea was also cloud tea. However, the quality of this second batch of cloud tea was not as good as the first batch, and the taste was a little worse. However, Ling Pengyun and others did not care. After all, this was a second-grade high-quality spiritual tea, and it was good enough to be drinkable. They were too happy. Everyone chatted for about an hour. The second batch of spiritual tea had not been finished yet. Ling Pengyun's parents, who were only in the middle stage of key training, and his younger cousin Yang Sidan, Uncle Yang Qiujiang, and Aunt Zhao Hanj, who were only in the 9th level of key training, left one after another because the spiritual energy contained in the spiritual tea they had just drunk was too much, which led to their cultivation being improved and hitting a bottleneck. They asked Wu Yan for a few quiet rooms to retreat and break through their cultivation. Although Yang Minghua, an old man whose cultivation had reached the limit of the key training period, also left because the cloud and mist spiritual tea contained a strong vitality and helped his lifespan. This also resulted in only Ling Pengyun, Wu Yan, and Yang Changxing, who were in the foundation building stage. After a while, the host Wu Yan looked at Ling Pengyun with a slightly apologetic look on his face and asked, "Cousin Pengyun, Ling has not been back to Yang's for 9 years because of Xiao Hong's pregnancy. Yang's and your Ling's are far apart, so I didn't know that you had entered the foundation building stage. It was only when I was chatting with your parents yesterday that I learned about your entry into the foundation building stage. In such a hurry, I didn't have time to find a suitable foundation building gift for you. I have heard Ling say that you are a Dharma cultivator, and you have entered the foundation building stage. I am afraid that the second-level spiritual talisman I refined will not be of much help to you. Cousin, is there anything you want? Just tell me, as long as I can find it, I will definitely find it for you." A few years ago, after Ling Pengyun successfully built his foundation, the clan leader Ling Yanhong sent someone to pass the news to Ling Pengyun's parents Ling Xiaoshan and Yang Qiuyan, who were stationed in Yunshu Market all year round. A few years ago, Ling Pengyun also went to Yunshu Market once to have a small gathering with his parents for a few days. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun did not take the foundation building gift to heart. Building a foundation is not a big deal, and gifts for building a foundation are rare. He said with a smile, "Brother-in-law, you are too polite. That won't do. Xiao Hong's 100-day banquet is insignificant compared to your building a foundation. You even sent gifts to Xiao Hong's 100-day banquet, so how can I, your cousin-in-law, treat you lightly?" Wu Yan said firmly. Yesterday, Ling Pengyun gave Wu Hong a 100-day gift, which was a beast bag. Inside the beast bag was a black wind wolf cub. The cub was obtained by Ling Pengyun and others when they destroyed the black wind waves in the rock-scaled snake cave a few days ago. This wolf cub was born not long ago, and its eyes haven't opened yet, but it has the cultivation of the initial stage of key training. If the Ling family didn't intend to rely on this 100-day banquet to establish a relationship with Wu Yan, Ling Yanhuang and Ling Pengyun would really be reluctant to give this black wind wolf cub, which has a probability of more than 50% to break through to the foundation, to Wu Yan's only son Wu Hong as a 100-day banquet gift. This kind of monster cub with good qualifications is a treasure for a foundation-building family like the Ling family, and it is not difficult to find for the descendants of the golden collar. But what is rare and precious is that the black wind wolf cub is extremely complementary to Xiao Wu Hong's wind spirit root. As long as the black wind wolf cub is cultivated and cooperates with Xiao Wu Hong in the future, the combat power of the two will be multiplied. This kind of spirit beast cub with good qualifications and complementary to Xiao Wu Hong's spirit root is extremely difficult to find. It is precisely for this reason that Wu Yan wants to compensate Ling Pengyun and does not want to owe too many favors. Only favors are difficult to repay in the world. If he does not repay it now, there may be greater troubles waiting for him. As for returning the black wind wolf cub directly to Ling Pengyun, Wu Yan is reluctant to do so. Seeing Wu Hong's firm attitude, Ling Pengyun thought for a moment before speaking. "Brother-in-law, I'm not polite. I wonder if you can help me find the main materials for refining my life magic weapon? If you can find it, I'm willing to pay for the spiritual stones to buy those main materials." He is not short of cultivation resources now. As long as he practices step by step, he will definitely break through to the third level of foundation building within 5 years. Now, the only thing missing is a suitable life magic weapon. The sooner the life magic weapon is refined, the better. In this way, it can be placed in the dantian for warming. The longer it is warmed, the stronger the life magic weapon will be. Although the clan leader Ling Yanhong promised him orally that he would find a spiritual material for refining his life magic weapon, it would be a great help to Ling Pengyun's combat power if he could find the spiritual material for refining his life magic weapon as soon as possible and refine a life magic weapon that complements the practice. Of course it's feasible. I wonder what main material you lack for refining your life magic weapon, cousin Pengyun. Wu Yan heard this and smiled with relief. He originally thought that Ling Pengyun would ask for some better cultivation resources, such as the evergreen spiritual fruit and evergreen spiritual water, which are unique to Bailing sect and can assist in breakthroughs. In Wu Yan's eyes, these cultivation spiritual objects are more difficult to find than the spiritual materials for refining magic tools. Bailing sect is mainly engaged in refining tools, and the most spiritual objects in the sect are the spiritual materials for refining magic tools. On the contrary, due to the chaos of monsters and the Xiang Grand Auction not long ago, many cultivation spiritual objects such as the evergreen spiritual fruit and evergreen spiritual water, which are unique to Bailing sect, have flowed out to the outside world, leaving not many of these cultivation spiritual objects in Bailing sect, barely enough for the middle and high-level cultivators in the sect. Although Wu Yan can get a lot as a descendant of the Jade, he needs to snatch them from other Bailing sect disciples. This behavior is somewhat bad, and Wu Yan is unwilling to do it. Zuanun Heavy Iron. The higher the grade of Zuanun Heavy Iron, the better. Ling Pengyun heard it and said. Zuanun Heavy Iron is a second-grade spiritual iron. The lowest grade Zuanun Heavy Iron is at the second-grade lower level. However, the power of the life magic weapon made with the higher grade Zuanun Heavy Iron will be stronger. Among the 3 life magic weapons attached to the Bahe Sutra he practiced, the Bahe Magic Shield and Bahe Heavy Yuan Pearl made with Zuanun Heavy Iron are the best. As for the Bahe Ice Flying Sword, it is weaker and can only be regarded as a medium-level life magic weapon. Wu Yan was shocked and guessed secretly. I didn't expect that cousin Pengyun would need a spiritual iron of Zuanun Heavy Iron to refine his life magic weapon. I think the cultivation method that cousin Pengyun practiced is not simple. Zuanun Heavy Iron is not comparable to ordinary spiritual iron of the same level. The hardness of this spiritual iron is far beyond that of spiritual iron of the same level. If it weren't for the fact that the spiritual energy contained in this spiritual iron is less, the grade of this spiritual iron could be completely upgraded by one small grade. That is why the life instruments made with Zuanun Heavy Iron are at least of medium or high quality. You know, even the lowest quality life instruments are at least 20% more powerful than instruments of the same level. However, when Wu Yan saw Ling Pengyun offering to pay for Zuanun Heavy Iron with spirit stones, he became more satisfied with his cousin. After all, Zuanun Heavy Iron is very valuable. Wu Yan's thoughts returned and he spoke. The reputation of Zuanun Heavy Iron is quite high, and there is no such spiritual iron in the territory of our Bailing sect. The Zuanun Heavy Iron in the sect is generally purchased from the outside world. In addition, when our sect refines some second-level puppets with better defense, It usually adds more than 10 kilograms of this iron to the puppets to enhance the solidity of those puppets. Therefore, this spiritual iron is also in great demand in Baling sect. As long as Zuinigan heavy iron appears in the sect, it will basically be reserved by the second-level weapon refiners in the sect. Under such circumstances, I can at most get you dozens of kilograms of second-level upper-grade Zuinigan heavy iron. If you want more Zuinigan heavy iron, I will have to spend favors to get it. The price is too high, and I don't want to do it. Dozens of kilograms of second-level upper-grade Zuinigan heavy iron. Is it enough for you to refine your life-defining magic weapon? Ling Pengyun heard this and was immediately ecstatic. Second-level upper-grade Zuinigan heavy iron is very rare, and can even be used as one of the several main materials at the level of refining magic weapons. Furthermore, this amount of Zuinigan heavy iron is enough to refine a blue sea shield. This is naturally brother-in-law. I will be satisfied if you can find Zuinigan heavy iron for me. A few dozen kilograms of Zuinigan heavy iron is enough for me to refine a life-defining magic weapon. But brother-in-law, I don't have many spiritual stones on me. I wonder if you can help me keep these Zuinigan heavy iron for a while. After the joy, Ling Pengyun said apologetically. The price of Zuinigan heavy iron is very high. A kilogram of second-grade Zuinigan heavy iron is worth at least 200 spiritual stones. At this price, the price of dozens of kilograms of Zuanshu heavy iron is not low. Ling Pengyun bought a bottle of bailing water in Ziyang market a few days ago. Now he only has a few hundred spiritual stones on him, which is only enough to buy a few kilograms of Zuinigan heavy iron. Of course I can leave Zuinigan heavy iron for you. When you have collected spiritual stones, you can come to Baling sect to find me. Wu Yan said with a smile. Thank you, brother-in-law. Ling Pengyun's face was even more joyful, and he quickly thanked Wu Yan. No problem, I'm just helping you find spiritual objects. Wu Yan waved his hand and said. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun, Wu Yan, and Yang Changxing, the remaining 3 people in the hall, had nothing to do, so they discussed the day out together and discussed their cultivation experiences. Wu Yan and Yang Changxing both had high cultivation levels, and Ling Pengyun also benefited a lot from this discussion and felt deeply. It was not until night that Ling Pengyun and the other 2 dispersed and returned to their respective residences. Chapter 260, Urging Marriage. At night, Ling Pengyun was in his residence, practicing his skills, refining the 2 pots of second-grade cloud tea that he had drunk several hours ago. After improving his cultivation, he pushed the door open and went out to find his parents whom he had not seen for a long time. He chatted with them alone. During the chat, his parents Ling Xiaoshan and Yang Qiuyan asked Ling Pengyun whether he encountered any danger during the monster rebellion and his experiences over the years. Ling Pengyun naturally would not let his parents worry, and simply talked about his experiences over the years. After the chat, when Ling Pengyun was about to say goodbye to his parents, he saw that his parents looked like they wanted to say something but hesitated, and were hesitant to say what they were thinking. He was immediately puzzled. He asked, Dad, Mom, do you have anything to say? If you have something to say, you can say it. You are my dearest parents and you don't need to worry too much. Ling Xiaoshan and Yang Qiuyan felt warm in their hearts when they heard such caring words, and the couple also showed kind smiles on their faces. They looked at each other, and Ling Xiaoshan said with a smile, Qiuyan, you go ahead and talk. Yang Qiuyan nodded and said, Pengyun, although you have entered the foundation building stage, you are not old, and you still have at least 100 years to live. But your father and I are both over 70 years old, and we only have 40 or 50 years left before the end of the key training period. In the past, your father and I didn't think we were old, but a few days ago, your grandfather and I came to Balingman in advance and saw the little Wu Hong born by your cousin, and we were touched. Your father and I think, can you also marry a wife and give birth to a little grandson for me and your father, so that we can both be happy? After saying this, Yang Qiuyan looked at Ling Pengyun with anticipation. Ling Xiaoshan, who was standing beside him, was the same. Hearing this, Ling Pengyun frowned and thought to himself, no wonder my parents didn't say anything just now. It turns out that they wanted to talk about this. But my parents are really old. When I have some free spiritual stones in the future, I will find some spiritual objects to increase their lifespan. It's just a pity that my parents were over 40 years old when they gave birth to me. There are only more than 10 years left before the best foundation building period. Without any skills, it is difficult to earn a large amount of resources to assist in cultivation. Otherwise, if my parents were younger when they gave birth to me, I could also pass on the Yin-Yang Taichu power that I have condensed over the years by relying on the Yin-Yang Taichu Sutra to my parents to assist them in their cultivation. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun felt helpless. He also wanted his parents to live longer and accompany him. However, the Yin-Yang Taichu key cannot directly improve the cultivation of others in a short period of time. It can only improve the qualifications of cultivators. The cultivation of cultivators still requires long-term cultivation. In just over 10 years, it is difficult to support Lingxiao and his wife to directly cross several bottlenecks from the key training stage and enter the perfection of key training. Even if the two can break through to the perfection of key training within the best foundation building period, it is difficult to find spiritual objects to assist in foundation building. After all, building a foundation alone does not have much chance of survival. This is why Ling Pengyun has never left the Yin-Yang primordial key to pass it on to his parents. Instead, he used it to improve the spiritual beasts and spiritual plants that are helpful to himself. In fact, he has already determined the fate of his parents in his heart. As for Lingxiao and Yang Qiuyan, when they gave birth to Ling Pengyun, they were more than 40 years old and even belonged to the group of people who gave birth to children earlier in the Ling family. Generally, Ling family members are at least 50 or 60 years old. When they feel that there is no hope for foundation building, they will plan to give birth to children. Lingxiao and Yang Qiuyan also planned to give birth to a child because their qualifications were too poor. Both of them only had 4 or 5 spiritual roots, so they planned to give birth to a child to cultivate the next generation, inherit their wish to cultivate the Tao, and embark on the road of cultivation. Dad, Mom, I will try my best to find a Taoist partner, but finding a Taoist partner is a serious matter and cannot be rushed. However, if I find a female cultivator who is suitable for me, I will not give up. Ling Pengyun also owed something to his parents, and his expression gradually became solemn. Among the wealth, companions, and dharma, companions ranked second. Although the word companion not only includes Taoist companions, but also relatives and friends. But Taoist companions are also very important to cultivators, and they are the people who accompany them throughout their lives. In addition, Ling Pengyun has entered the foundation building stage, and he does not want to find a female cultivator as a Taoist companion. After all, who knows whether the Taoist companion he finds casually just wants to suck blood from him, and then obtain resources to assist his own cultivation, and treat Ling Pengyun as a rich man, not a sincere guide. There are many such things in the world of cultivation. When Lingxiao and Yang Qiuyan saw Ling Pengyun agreed, their expressions suddenly became happy. Yang Qiuyan also said happily the next moment. Of course, when looking for a Taoist partner, one should naturally look for someone with good character. Ling Pengyun was relieved to see that his parents agreed with his point of view. He was extremely afraid that his parents would force him to marry a female cultivator and have children as soon as possible. Pengyun, in recent days, I have also inquired from your aunt about the information of female cultivators with good qualifications and clean identities in some of the foundation building families around Yanshu County. The other 3 foundation building families in Yanshu County have bad relations because my mother's family, the Yang family, destroyed the Red Leaf Ridge Yi family a few years ago. There is a possibility of war. It is better for our Ling family not to wade into this muddy water. The female cultivators of the 3 families are not within our consideration range. As for the Yang family, it is my mother's family, and there are no female cultivators with good qualifications, so I did not consider it. You must listen to the information about the female cultivators with good qualifications and clean identities that I have inquired about. I also asked your aunt for the portraits of those women. Yang Qiuyan smiled and took out several pieces of white paper from the storage bag. On each of the white papers, there was a lifelike female cultivator. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun smiled helplessly, but did not refuse. He quietly listened to his mother constantly talking about which female cultivator was good and which female cultivator was pretty, and carefully looked at the portraits of those female cultivators. His parents were old, and they were kind-hearted, so he did not want to go against their ideas. After Ling Pengyun listened to Yang Qiuyan's information about several female cultivators and looked at the portraits of those female cultivators, although he felt that those female cultivators looked and had good family backgrounds, he did not have much feeling. The main reason was that he had not seen the real person, so he did not have much feeling. The second reason was that although those female cultivators had 3 spiritual roots, They were still only practicing key cultivation. Even if Ling Pengyun married them back to the clan, they would not be able to help Ling Pengyun on his path in a short time. Ling Pengyun was not an ordinary cultivator. If he had not established a foundation in this life, he could just find a Taoist partner that suited his heart. But he has already entered the foundation building stage, and his path is extraordinary. He must find a female Taoist companion who is not only suitable for him, but also has reached the foundation building stage. Lingxiao and Yang Qiuyan, who are beside him, are Ling Pengyun's parents. They also know Ling Pengyun's character. Seeing that Ling Pengyun did not express his attitude, they also understood Ling Pengyun's thoughts. They did not say much and let Ling Pengyun leave. After Ling Pengyun left, Lingxiao frowned and said to his wife Yang Qiuyan beside him, "Qiuyan, 9 out of 10 times, Pengyun did not like the female cultivators you just mentioned. This child has high standards." Yang Qiuyan said with a little pride. It's normal for Pengyun to have high standards. After all, Pengyun is only 30 years old now, but he has entered the foundation building stage for many years. Such aptitude is rare in Balingman. Moreover, our Pengyun is a genius in spiritual plants and has improved spiritual rice. It seems difficult for the outside world to find a Taoist partner for Pengyun to sleep with. After the 100 days banquet is over, I will stay in Balingman for a few more days and wait for Xiling to come out of seclusion. Then I will ask Xiling if there are any suitable female foundation building cultivators with a clean identity in Baling sect. Lingxiao agreed. This is feasible. The cultivators who can enter Balingman are all people with qualifications far exceeding ordinary cultivators, and there are also many female cultivators in Balingman. With Xiling's identity, it is also convenient to find a suitable female cultivator. It is not wrong for a female foundation building cultivator of Balingman to marry Pengyun. Thanks. 123,456,012. Book friend 20220116114931057. Meng BD. Book friend 20230207122419240. Book friend 111,105,125,211,031 for their monthly tickets. Thank you all. Chapter 261 Discussing Dao with Yan Kang. At the beginning of the next morning, the preparations for the 100 days banquet began. Dozens of maids set up tables and dishes in a spacious hall in Lingfu Mansion. After all this was done, Wu Yan's father, Wu Yan, the Jindan's Henrin of Baling sect, who had never appeared before, also arrived. After nodding and greeting Ling Pengyun and others, he personally stood outside the gate of Lingfu Mansion to welcome the guests. The scale of this 100 days banquet was not large, with only 10 tables. Except for Ling Pengyun, Yang Changxing and some of his mother's family, the other cultivators who came to the banquet were all middle and high-level cultivators of Baling sect. At least they had the foundation building cultivation and the position of deacon of Baling sect. Although the other two Jindans Henrin of Baling sect were not in the sect and had their own affairs, they also sent their own cultivators to send heavy gifts on their behalf, which made Wu Yan, who hosted the 100 days banquet, very happy and gave him face. After the guests arrived, the wine tables at the 100 days banquet were full, and he also began to greet Ling Pengyun and others, the family of the protagonist of the 100 days banquet, Xiao Wu Hong, to sit with him at the main table in the center of the banquet. It was thought that Wu Yan, who had the cultivation of Jindan, did not think much of the family of his daughter-in-law Yang Xiling. Over the years, Yang Xiling's Yang family had troubled him a lot. If it weren't for the high resources provided by the Yang family, he would not bother to help the Yang family. But now it's different. His daughter-in-law Yang Xiling gave him a precious grandson with extraordinary qualifications, and the status of Yang Xiling's family naturally improved a little. With his help, his precious grandson would have no problem breaking through the Jindan realm, at least reaching the perfect foundation, which is much better than the qualifications of his only son Wu Yan. There were also several high-level people from Balingman sitting with Wu Tian. The main table of the banquet, on the main seat. After Wu Tian chatted with Yang Changxing and several other senior members of Baling sect for a few words, he looked at Ling Pengyun who was sitting at the same table and said kindly, "You must be Ling Pengyun, the famous Ling family in Huaishu County who improved a kind of spiritual rice. Your name is well known. Would you like to join my Baling sect? If you are willing, with your qualifications and talent in spiritual rice, I can guarantee that you will at least serve as an elder in my Baling sect's spiritual planting hall in the future." As soon as these words came out, the senior members of Bailing sect who were sitting at the same table also cast curious eyes on Ling Pengyun. Obviously, these people have also heard of Ling Pengyun's name. Senior, I was trained by the family and also assisted the family in building the foundation. If I join the sect at this time, I am afraid that I will be despised by the clan members behind my back. I hope you can forgive me. Ling Pengyun, who was eating his dishes with his head down, was really flattered when he heard Wu Yan, who had reached the Golden Core realm, praising him. He didn't care about Wu Yan's invitation to join the sect. Such words should not be taken seriously. It was nothing more than a talk. He immediately declined politely. Wu Yan also didn't care about Ling Pengyun's refusal. Instead, he secretly praised Ling Pengyun for refusing the invitation. After all, loyal people are more popular no matter where they are. Wu Yan didn't talk much with Ling Pengyun, and instead chatted with the other high-level people of Bailing sect who were sitting at the same table. After all, no matter how much Ling Pengyun said, he was just a second-level foundation cultivator. If it were normal times, Wu Yan would not even look at him. He took the initiative to talk to him just now because Ling Pengyun was the cousin of his daughter-in-law Yang Xiling. After eating for about an incense stick, Jiden's Henren Wu Yan was full and satisfied. He was too lazy to chat with everyone present. After handing over the matter of entertaining the guests to his only son Wu Yan, he left the place on his own. The departure of Wu Yan, the Jiden's Henren, relieved the pressure on many cultivators who participated in the 100 Days banquet, and they were more relaxed. In a short period of time, the banquet became several times more lively than before. Just now, the cultivators present were extremely afraid of saying the wrong thing and causing trouble, so they would never speak as long as they could eat. Not long after, at the main table of the banquet, an old man with green hair wearing a Taoist robe embroidered with many spiritual plant patterns looked at Ling Pengyun with a little kindness and sent a message to Ling Pengyun. Friend Ling, my name is Yan Kang. I am a spiritual plant husband like you. I wonder if we can exchange some ideas about improving spiritual rice after the banquet. I have also planted the Qingshi spiritual rice that you improved a few years ago. Although the Qingshi spiritual rice you improved is based on yield, it is different from the direction of my improvement of spiritual rice. However, there are very few people in my Bailingmen who have improved spiritual rice of good quality or above in the past 100 years. Therefore, I want to discuss the improvement of spiritual rice with you to see if it can inspire me to improve spiritual rice. Of course, as long as you have any doubts about improving spiritual rice, I will tell you everything I know. At the dinner table, Ling Pengyun, who was chatting with his cousin Yang sitting about which dish was delicious, noticed the sound of the voice transmission in his mind, and his expression changed slightly. He immediately raised his head and looked at the green-haired old man named Yan Kang, and his face showed a bit of surprise. It was normal for Jiden's Henren Wu Yan to talk to him just now, but he had nothing to do with Yan Kang. But after the doubts, he was very happy. If I can get this senior's advice on improving spiritual rice, I will definitely make progress in improving spiritual rice. The name Yan Kang is very famous in the Bailingmen territory and even the entire Yan state territory. He is the head of the Bailingmen Spiritual Planting Hall. Although his cultivation is only in the late stage of foundation building, it is difficult for him to serve as the head of the Spiritual Planting Hall, according to common sense. But 100 years ago, Yan Kang improved a first-grade Yan Kang spiritual rice that is several points stronger than Ling's first-grade Bayun spiritual rice. Even if there is no spiritual plant husband to take care of this Yan Kang spiritual rice, 1 acre can produce 1,000 kilograms of spiritual rice, and the spiritual energy contained in this spiritual rice is nearly 40% stronger than the same grade spiritual rice. With such a yield and spiritual energy, the Yan Kang spiritual rice was also praised by the monks of Bailingmen as the main first-grade spiritual rice. Yan Kang also achieved such an achievement today from an ordinary key cultivating perfect cultivator of Bailing sect because of the merits of Yan Kang spiritual rice. And this Yan Kang was the one who came to congratulate Xiao Wu Hong on behalf of Bailing sect master, Bailing's Henren. Ling Pengyun replied with a voice transmission after his thoughts came back. It is my honor to discuss the Dao with Senior Yan. Yan Kang was quite satisfied to see Ling Pengyun agree to discuss the Dao. He stopped communicating with Ling Pengyun and chatted with several other senior members of Bailing sect and Yang Changxing, a cultivator of the 9th level of foundation building. After about half an hour, most of the dishes on the 100 Days banquet were eaten and everyone left. Yan Kang also asked Wu Yan for a quiet room in the spiritual talisman mansion and went to Ling Pengyun to discuss the Dao in detail for several days. The theme of the discussion during these days was to improve the spiritual rice. Except for not telling each other that they had created a method to stably improve the spiritual rice, they all told each other everything. This also benefited Ling Pengyun, who was still only a first-grade upper-grade spiritual plant husband because his life spirit plant had not yet entered the foundation building stage. Yan Kang was also inspired by some of Ling Pengyun's wonderful ideas for improving spiritual rice. At noon on the third day of the discussion, a communication talisman flew from the outside world into the quiet room where Ling Pengyun and Yan Kang were discussing Taoism, and stopped in front of Yan Kang, interrupting their discussion. Yan Kang waved his hand to take the communication talisman in his hand and looked at the content written in it. At this sight, his brows suddenly frowned. After thinking about it, he said to Ling Pengyun with a little reluctance, "Little friend Ling, this discussion has lasted for several days. I still need to manage the daily affairs of the Lingxi Hall. Let's end this discussion. I wonder if you will stay in Balingman for a long time in the future." "I won't stay for long. After this discussion, I will leave Balingman and return to my Ling family in Huaishu County." Ling Pengyun also guessed Yan Kang's intention. However, he has been in Balingman for several days. If he hadn't discussed with Yan Kang, he would have returned to his family after the 100 Days banquet ended 3 days ago. After all, he only came to Balingman to attend Wu Hong's 100 Days banquet. Moreover, he came here temporarily. He also needed to go to the rock-scale snake cave in Jiamang Lake to replace Ling Pengxing, who was stationed there. "Okay, if you come to Balingman again in the future, please come to my Lingxi Hall of Balingman to have a chat and discuss the improvement of spiritual rice." Yan Kang's expression showed regret and said helplessly, "Okay, I will definitely keep the appointment." Ling Pengyun said happily, "It's a deal." Yan Kang said with a smile on his face full of regret. After that, he stood up, pushed the door and left the quiet room. Ling Pengyun followed closely behind him and sent him out of the Lingfu mansion. Afterwards, he returned to the Lingfu mansion again and found Wu Yan, Yang Changxing, his aunt Zhao Hanj, and his mother Chiu Yunyan. Yang Minghua, Yang Qiujiang, and Ling Xiaoshan all left Bailing sect after the 100 Days banquet of Little Wu Hong because of their own affairs. When the three of them left, Wu Yan also specially sent a Bailing sect foundation building cultivator to escort the three back to Yanshu County. As for Yang Changxing and others who stayed here, they also had their own reasons. Yang Changxing was waiting for Ling Pengyun to discuss Taoism with Yan Kang. After all, Ling Pengyun was brought to Bailing sect by him. If Ling Pengyun encountered an accident on his way back to Huaishu County from Bailing sect alone, he would not be able to explain to Ling clan patriarch Ling Yunhong. Zhao Hanj and Yang Qiuyan were waiting for Yang Xiling, who had been in seclusion for a long time, to come out. Because they were women, they were very close to Yang Xiling, and they were very worried about the safety of Yang Xiling, who had suffered a great loss of vitality and blood in order to give birth to little Wu Hong. As for the younger cousin Yang Xidan, he had been in seclusion except for the day of the 100 Days banquet, because of the 2 pots of second-grade Yun Wu Lingcha that he drank before the 100 Days banquet, and he was seeking an opportunity to break through from the 9th level of Qi training to the state of perfect Qi training. After chatting with Wu Yan and others for a few words, Ling Pengyun expressed his desire to return to the clan. As the host, Wu Yan kept him for a few words, and then said no more. Ling Pengyun also said goodbye to Wu Yan, his mother Yang Qiuyan, and his aunt Zhao Hanj with Yang Changxing, and left the Lingfu mansion together. Wu Yan and others saw them off together. As soon as they left the Bailing sect, Yang Changxing summoned a flying boat and quickly flew away with Ling Pengyun. Horizontal ellipsis. Chapter 262 Ling Yunhong's Taoist Companion. 7 days later, Yang Changxing flew a flying boat across hundreds of thousands of miles to send Ling Pengyun back to the foot of Lingxiao Mountain, and then said goodbye to Ling Pengyun and returned to the Yang clan leader. After watching Yang Changxing leave, Ling Pengyun entered the clan mountain and climbed to the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain at this time was very different from a few months ago. It turned out that there were 2 newly built caves on both sides of the only cave belonging to Ling Yunhong, the patriarch of the Ling clan. There was a plaque hanging above the gates of these 2 newly built caves in Ling Yunhong's cave, which read Tengyun Cave Mansion, Xingchen Cave Mansion, and Honggyun Cave Mansion respectively. Seeing this scene, Ling Pengyun's expression moved slightly, and he muttered to himself, I think these two newly built caves, Tengayan and Xingchen, should be the caves that the third ancestor promised to build for me and my third brother. The names of these two caves are quite good. Thinking back, he quickly walked to the gate of the middle cave named Honggayan Cave, stretched out his hand and knocked on the cave gate, triggering the prohibition protecting the cave. After about half an hour, the gate was opened, and the owner of this Honggayan Cave, Ling Yanhong, the patriarch of the Ling family, also walked out. Pengyun, it's you. Just now I was refining a furnace of the first grade upper grade cultivation elixir Kingling Dan, so I didn't leave the cave in time. Ling Yanhong asked curiously with an apologetic look on his face. It's okay, third ancestor, I didn't wait long. Ling Pengyun didn't care and waved his hand. Does the descendant Wu Yan like the black wind wolf cub that I asked you to take away this time, which has the initial cultivation level of key training? Seeing this, Ling Yanhong smiled and asked curiously. From what I can see from brother-in-law Wu Yan, he should be quite satisfied with the black wind wolf cub that Ling's family sent me. However, brother-in-law Wu Yan didn't want to owe me a favor, so he relied on my breakthrough in foundation building and kept asking me to give him a gift for foundation building. I couldn't resist, so I followed brother-in-law's intention to repay the favor and asked him to find Zuinitun heavy iron for me. Brother-in-law was willing to do so. He got 80 kilograms of second-grade upper-grade Zuinitun heavy iron in just one day, but because I didn't have enough spiritual stones, I didn't buy it. I asked brother-in-law to keep the Zuinitun heavy iron for me. Third ancestor, do you want half? Ling Pengyun said. The black wind wolf cub that was given to Wu Yan's only son, Xiao Wuhong, as a gift for the 100-day banquet was not obtained by Ling Pengyun alone. Ling Yanhong also had a share. It's not good to eat alone. After all, Ling Yanhong treated him well. Upon hearing this, Ling Yanhong did not have any objection to Ling Pengyun exchanging the black wind wolf cub for the Zuinitun heavy iron. Instead, he was delighted. What you did is right. It's really hard to expect your brother-in-law Wu Yan, the descendant of the Jinden sect, to owe us a favor for just a black wind wolf cub. However, it's not a loss if we can rely on the black wind wolf cub to let your brother-in-law Wu Yan find 80 kilograms of second-grade top-quality Zuinitun heavy iron, which is extremely rare in the outside world. As for the 80 kilograms of Zuinitun heavy iron, you keep it. If you and I each take half, I'm afraid it will be difficult to refine the Beihai magic shield, which consumes the least Zuinitun heavy iron. Besides, those dozens of kilograms of Zuinitun heavy iron were also found by your brother-in-law as a gift to celebrate your foundation building. This is your opportunity. It's not a good thing to keep the 80 kilograms of Zuinitun heavy iron in your brother-in-law's hands. How about this? Half of the 80 kilograms of Zuinitun heavy iron will be funded by the family to buy it for you, which can also be regarded as fulfilling my promise to you to find a main material for refining your own magic weapon. What do you think? When Ling Pengyun heard this, his expression suddenly brightened up and he agreed immediately. Of course, thank you, third ancestor. One caddy of second-grade high-quality Zuinitun heavy iron is worth 200 spiritual stones, 80 caddies is worth 16,000 spiritual stones, and half of it is 8,000 spiritual stones. Without the expenditure of 8,000 spiritual stones, Ling Pengyun's financial pressure was greatly reduced. 80 caddies of second-grade high-quality Zuinitun heavy iron is of high value. It is difficult for the family to collect that amount of spiritual stones in a short period of time, but I promise you that I will collect spiritual stones for you within 20 years. Ling Yanhong said. Okay. Ling Pengyun didn't care too much about the time limit. 8,000 spiritual stones are not a small amount. Then Ling Pengyun and Ling Yanhong chatted for a while, and by the way, he told Ling Yanhong that his parents Ling Xiaoshan and Yang Qiuyan planned to let him marry a wife, and wanted Ling Yanhong to help him with advice. After hearing about the marriage, Ling Yanhong was slightly stunned, and a touch of missing appeared on his face. Ling Pengyun, who was standing by, noticed the change in Ling Yanhong's expression. His expression changed slightly, and he remembered the rumors in the clan about Ling Yanhong's Taoist partner. According to the clan rumors, decades ago, when Ling Yanhong was still in the key training stage, he had a Taoist partner, but because the two of them were out for training, they were ambushed by a casual cultivator, resulting in the tragic death of his Taoist partner. Afterwards, although Ling Yanhong avenged his Taoist partner, he never remarried. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun felt a little sorry. It is not a good thing for a person of a family to have no descendants. With good intentions, he persuaded Ling Yanhuang with the words, "Third ancestor, the third ancestor has been sitting for many years. You are the patriarch of our Ling family and the pillar of our Ling family. If you have no descendants, your lineage will also be cut off. This situation is extremely unfortunate for the cultivators of our family. Third ancestor, do you want to find a Taoist partner as well?" Ling Yanhuang, who was distracted, frowned when he heard this, thought about it carefully, and said in a deep voice, "If someone suitable says that you are not young anymore, it is time to find a Taoist partner. However, from the perspective of the family, with the current prosperity of the family and the fast ship of the Yang family, you'd better not marry those female cultivators born in the family as your wife. This will involve the family too much and will be detrimental to the development of the family. Besides, the female cultivators in the family with poor qualifications are not worthy of your cultivation. The family with good qualifications may not be willing to marry them unless you marry into the family. I think it's better for you to find a female cultivator who is a free cultivator, or rely on the line of your brother-in-law to find a female cultivator born in the 100 spiritual sect." Ling Pengyun also agreed with this. Afterwards, the two chatted for a while before ending the chat. "Pengyun, since you have returned from Bailingman, it is time to replace Pengxing to guard the rock-scale snake cave. With your cultivation level, it would be dangerous to go to Jiamang Lake alone and go thousands of miles deep to reach the rock-scale snake cave. I have just finished refining several furnaces of elixirs, and my spiritual power has been consumed a lot. Do you think we can rest for a day and go together at noon tomorrow?" Ling Yanhuang asked. "Everything is up to the third ancestor." Ling Pengyun said. "Well, I think you also saw the two newly built caves on both sides of the Hongyan cave when you reached the top of the mountain just now. The Tengayan cave on the left side of the Hongyan cave was built for you. The Xingchen cave on the right side is for Pengxing. These two caves have not yet been set up with various prohibitions, as well as some formations such as separating gods and restraining breath. It will take some time. There are no vacancies for this kind of formation in the clan now, but I have sent people to find spiritual materials for refining this kind of formation. As long as the spiritual materials are collected, they can be handed over to your 15th aunt to refine this kind of auxiliary formation." Ling Yanhuang spoke again, speaking. "I don't live in the clan mountain permanently. If the 15th aunt refines this kind of auxiliary formation, she can provide it to the formation of the third brother first," Ling Pengyun said. After speaking, he chatted with Ling Yanhuang for a few more words, then bowed and left this place, and entered the Tengayan cave on the left side of the Hongyan cave. This Tengayan cave, like Ling Yanhuang's Hongyan cave, only has 3 small houses. They are respectively the training room, the study, and the art room. Ling Pengyun was quite satisfied with the layout of this cave. After taking a look at the cave, he also entered the training room, sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to rest. At noon the next day, Ling Yanhuang also found Ling Pengyun as agreed, and rode the Fenggying Peng that had perfected key training with Ling Pengyun to fly away from Lingxiao Mountain and fly towards the Jiamang Lake. As for the Ling family's guardian spirit beast, the immortal Crane King, it is not on the family. It and Ling Pengxing are now stationed together in the rock-scaled snake cave in Jiamang Lake. Although Fenggying Peng's cultivation is far inferior to that of the Ling family's immortal Crane King, and the daily speed is only 10,000 miles. But this is already good. In just 5 days, Fenggying Peng has crossed a distance of 40 or 50,000 miles and is about to enter the Jiamang Lake. Ling Pengyun and Ling Yanhuang took into consideration that Fenggying Peng was a flying monster, and the sky was vast and there was no place to hide. If they continued to ride Fenggying Peng into the territory of Jiamang Lake, they might be discovered by the monster. So the two of them jumped off Fenggying Peng and sneaked into the territory of Jiamang Lake. This was also to prevent the monsters in the territory of Jiamang Lake from discovering their whereabouts. Fenggying Peng continued to soar in the sky, acting as an eyeliner for the two, observing the direction in which the two were heading. If there were monsters in the direction they were heading, Fenggying Peng would guide Ling Pengyun and Ling Yanhuang to bypass the monsters on the way. Thanks to Book Friend 20200620202158460, Book Friend 2,023,021,074,872 for their monthly tickets. Thank you all. Chapter 263, One person's success brings success to the whole family. After several hours, Ling Pengyun and his companions went thousands of miles deep into the territory of Jiayamang Lake and finally arrived at the rock-scale snake cave, where they met up with Ling Pengyun and the fairy crane king, who were stationed in the snake cave. After Ling Pengyun, Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhong chatted for a while. Ling Yunhong said, "It took a lot of time to get here, and I have a family alchemy commission, so I won't stay here any longer. Pengyun, this place is left to you and the fairy crane king. If you encounter danger, crush the mother-child token I gave you before, and I will arrive as soon as possible." After saying that, Ling Yunhong called Ling Pengyun, who had broken away, and left the rock-scale snake cave together. Ling Pengyun's Fingaying Peng was also here. The offerings of Ling Pengyun stationed in the rock-scale snake cave were still the same as a few years ago. Yang gave him 3 second-grade inferior spirit-gathering pills every year, and Ling also gave him 3 spirit-gathering pills every year, for a total of 6 spirit-gathering pills. After Ling Pengyun, the immortal crane king, and Feng Yingpeng saw Ling Yunhuang and Ling Pengyun off, Ling Pengyun led them into the rock-scale snake cave. There are a total of 35 acres of spiritual fields in the rock-scale snake cave, including 15 acres of first-level medium-grade spiritual fields, 15 acres of first-level high-grade spiritual fields, and 5 acres of second-level low-grade spiritual fields. On these spiritual fields, the main material seeds of the best-selling cultivation elixirs on the market, first-level medium-grade Huangaya Dan, first-level high-grade Qingling Dan, and second-level low-grade Zhiling Dan, are planted. The seeds of these 3 spiritual materials have been buried for nearly a month, and now they have sprouted one after another. Ling Pengyun adheres to the idea that if you take care of this place, you must take good care of it. He first pinches his fingers to perform the cloud and rain technique, which transforms into a small cloud, drops of spiritual rain, and at the same time waters the newly sprouted spiritual plants in the 35 acres of spiritual fields here. Then he uses the ripening technique of the spiritual plant to speed up the growth of those newly sprouted spiritual plants. After finishing this task, Ling Pengyun wiped the sweat from his forehead and summoned the second-level inferior spirit-gathering array plate and array flag that Ling Yunhong had given on behalf of the family a dozen days ago from his storage bag, and arranged them in the rock-scale snake cave. Once this array was arranged, it began to gather the remaining spiritual energy in the snake cave, nourishing the remaining spiritual energy of the spiritual plants in the 35 acres of spiritual field, and quickly purifying it into pure spiritual power. Ling Pengyun did not delay too much. After taking the next spirit-gathering pill, he sat cross-legged on the ground and practiced quietly. The immortal crane king and Feng Yingpeng in the snake cave, like Ling Pengyun, absorbed the rich spiritual energy in the spirit-gathering array to practice. About half a month later, in the rock-scale snake cave, Ling Pengyun, who was closing his eyes and practicing the technique to refine the spirit-gathering pill in his stomach, suddenly noticed that many different spiritual energy fluctuations suddenly spread out around him, and he immediately opened his eyes. Because the force that caused the spiritual energy fluctuations was close to the rock-scale snake cave, Ling Pengyun considered it and left the snake cave, sneaking towards the place where many spiritual energy fluctuations were spreading, waiting to see what was going on. After sneaking for about 2 or 3 miles, Ling Pengyun saw a dozen key training monks from Bailing sect, led by a monk in the early stage of foundation building, fighting with dozens of snake monsters under a mountain that was 100 feet high. Ling Pengyun saw the dozen or so Bailing sect monks appearing here, and his expression showed some doubts. After thinking about it, he suddenly remembered what Yang Changsing said a month ago, that the Bailing sect would invade the Jiayamang Lake again in the near future to seize the next piece of territory. At the beginning, Uncle Changsing said that he had arranged for the Bailingman monks to pretend not to see the second-level spiritual vein in the rock-scale snake cave. He should also find the way of brother-in-law Wu Yan. Given brother-in-law Wu Yan's identity, it should not be difficult to handle this matter. After thinking it through, Ling Pengyun no longer watched the battle between the Bailingman monks and the monsters in the distance. He quickly returned to the rock-scale snake cave and continued to practice with the spiritual energy gathered by the Gathering Spirit Array and the Gathering Spirit Pill. But within 3 days, the storage bag on Ling Pengyun's waist suddenly flashed with spiritual light. Then, a deafening voice came from a distance. "I am Zhang Yan, the deputy head of the Bailingman Steward Hall. I came here on the order of junior brother Wu Yan. I have no ill intentions." Ling Pengyun, who was practicing, was startled and woke up from his practice. the Zhang Yan who presided over the auction at Xianyangfang Market a few days ago and has perfected his foundation. I didn't expect that this person really became the deputy head of the Deacon Hall of Bailingmen, as the third ancestor said. I guess this person is indeed from the faction of Wu Yan's brother-in-law, otherwise he would not obey Wu Yan's brother-in-law. Ling Pengyun was shocked. He quickly stood up and walked out of the Yanlin snake cave. As soon as he left the Yanlin snake cave, he saw Zhang Yan standing a mile away. Please move out of the range of the formation that protects the snake cave. Zhang Yan's voice came again. Ling Pengyun also understood the meaning of this. It was nothing more than that Zhang Yan was afraid of the Jingjing crack needle formation arranged in the snake cave. He couldn't refuse the face of Zhang Yan, who had perfected his foundation, so he quickly walked out of the formation range and came to Zhang Yan. Fellow Taoist, are you Ling Pengyun of the Ling family, the cousin of junior sister Yang Xiling? Zhang Yan saw that Ling Pengyun's face was somewhat familiar. After recalling it, his expression moved slightly and he asked. That's right. Ling Pengyun was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that Zhang Yan, such a person, would know him. Excuse me, fellow Taoist Ling. This time I was entrusted by junior brother Wu Yan. How come the area around your snake cave has been occupied by my Bailing sect in recent times? This area of tens of thousands of miles newly occupied by my Bailing sect is named Yuanzhao by my Bailing sect, and your Yanlin snake cave is also under the jurisdiction of Yuanzhao. At present, the spiritual veins in this state are occupied by my Bailing sect cultivators, who are developing spiritual fields and planting spiritual plants. Taoist fellow, when you occupy the spiritual vein of the snake cave in the future, try to go out less to avoid being discovered by other cultivators of my Bailing sect. Once this matter is exposed, it will be difficult to deal with. Zhang Yan's attitude improved a bit when he saw Ling Pengyun's response. If you count seriously, Ling Pengyun is also the mother's family of Yang Xiling, the descendant of the Jindan, Wu Yan's Taoist partner, and his bloodline with Yang Xiling is no more than 2 generations. Zhang Yan originally made a living in Wu Yan's faction, so he also forced a smile on his face and said to Ling Pengyun kindly. Although he had broken through to the perfect foundation building realm, he was able to break through to this realm because of the promotion of Wu Yan, the leader of his faction. If it weren't for Wu Yan's promotion, it would take at least 10 years for him to break through to his current realm. I understand. Thank you, Brother Zhang, for coming to remind me this time. Ling Pengyun also thanked him tactfully. It's a small matter. Brother Ling, take this token. If you encounter any accidents while stationed in the rock-scale snake cave, you can crush this token and I will rush to you as soon as possible. For a long time in the future, I will be stationed in the front line of Yuanshu Market in Yuantu County to prevent the monsters in the Jiamang Lake from counterattacking. If you have something to do, you can also come to Tuingen Market to find me. Zhang Yan waved his hand, took out a sub-card from the mother and child token from the storage bag, handed it to Ling Pengyun, and said. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun guessed why Zhang Yan did this. However, he was not polite. After accepting it, he thanked him. Thank you, Senior Zhang. No problem. I have things to do, so I'll leave first. Zhang Yan left this and summoned a flying boat from his storage bag, and quickly left the place. Ling Pengyun looked at Zhang Yan's departing back, and then looked at the card Zhang Yan had just given him, with a glimmer of brilliance in his expression. One person's success brings prosperity to the whole family. Cousin Xiling's identity is really useful. After being distracted for a while, Ling Pengyun did not stay here for long, and returned to the rock-scale snake cave and entered seclusion. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264 Ling Yunhong blackmails Wen clan. At the same time, in the only cultivation cave on the top of Yunwu Mountain in the Yunwu Wen clan mountain of Huaishu County, there was a sudden movement, madly absorbing the spiritual energy of the entire Yunwu Mountain into the cave. This movement alarmed the cultivators in the entire Yunwu Mountain. 2 cultivators who were sitting quietly outside the cave gate were awakened by the movement and opened their eyes. The 2 cultivators were Wen Xianyang, the patriarch of the Yunwu Wen clan, and Wen Ruofei, the great elder. Spiritual energy fills the body. Wen Xianyang, who had reached the foundation building stage, noticed a movement in the cave in front of him, and his expression was happy, but he was also mixed with some worries and muttered to himself. Nianling, this child, has finally reached this step. Now it depends on whether Nianling can refine the large amount of spiritual energy that fills the body and turn it into spiritual power that continuously hits the bottleneck. Wen Ruofei, who was standing aside, looked expectant, staring at the cultivation cave in front of him that was spreading with abnormal movement. But within half a day, the aura filing phenomenon that was supposed to last for 3 days suddenly stopped. The expressions on the faces of Wen Xiannian and Wen Ruofei, who were guarding outside the cave, also froze at this moment and gradually became lost. The next moment, the tightly closed cave door opened, and a very weak, pale, and extremely embarrassed female cultivator walked out. This beautiful woman was Wen Nianling, the only talent of the young Wu Wen family's Nian generation. 4 months ago, she relied on a foundation building pill brought back from Ziyang Market by Wen Xiannian, the head of the Wen family, and had been trying to break through the foundation building realm in the cultivation cave. 10th ancestor, 9 great ancestor, I have failed your expectations. When Nianling looked depressed, and with guilt, she spoke helplessly to Wen Xiannian and Wen Ruofei in front of her. Forget it, let's not talk about this matter. Maybe it's the fate of my Wen family's unparalleled foundation building. Wen Xiannian waved his hand and sighed. Then, he asked another question. Nianling, this time you failed to build your foundation. Are the injuries to your meridians from the impact of spiritual energy? With the protection of the foundation building pill, my meridians are not seriously injured. Even if I use spiritual energy to warm them up, I can recover within 10 years. Wen Nianling said. 10 years is not a long time. You are only over 30 years old now, and you will be over 40 years old in 10 years. There are still more than 10 years before the best time to build your foundation. After a while, the family will find a way to find you a second-rate foundation-building spiritual object and give it to you to assist in building your foundation. Wen Xiannian said. Wen Nianling heard this, but she did not feel happy at all, but felt even more depressed. Because of her talent in refining instruments, she entered the family's upper echelons early. She knew the family's financial situation very well. In order to buy her the foundation-building pill this time, the Wen family not only emptied all the resources of the family and handed them over to the bailing gate to exchange for contribution points, but also owed several relatives thousands of contribution points. This debt of thousands of contribution points will weigh on the Wen family for at least 10 or 20 years. Under such circumstances, if the Wen family still wants to buy another foundation-building spiritual object in a short period of time, even if it is a lower-priced second-class foundation-building spiritual object, the only way left is to borrow spiritual stones from relatives again. Such behavior will also greatly increase the debt of the Wen family in the future. If she fails to build a foundation for the second time after more than 10 years, the Wen family will probably be overwhelmed by the huge debt. 10th ancestor, I failed to succeed this time with a foundation building pill, let alone seeking a breakthrough with the help of a second-class foundation building spiritual object. I am no longer confident that I can try to build a foundation again after more than 10 years. Wen Nianling lowered her head and said ashamedly. As soon as these words came out, Wen Xiannian's anger was immediately ignited. He roared. How can you say so easily that you are unsure? If you don't build your foundation, how can I, alone, stop the greed of the neighboring Ling family from my Wen family? Do you think that now that the monster rebellion is over and there are 4 people in the Ling family who have built their foundation, they will still be friendly to my Wen family as before? If you don't build your foundation, my Wen family will definitely be destroyed by the Ling family within 100 years. At this point, Wen Xiannian realized that he had lost his composure and stopped talking. The anger in his heart slowly subsided. This also awakened Wen Nianling. Her expression trembled, and her lifeless eyes gradually became firm. 10th ancestor, I was wrong. Seeing this, Wen Xiannian waved his hand and said in a deep voice, Go back to your courtyard halfway up the mountain to recuperate, and recover your meridians as soon as possible, while waiting for the family to gather spiritual stones to find spiritual objects for you to build your foundation. Wen Nianling nodded solemnly, and after slightly bowing to Wen Xiannian and Wen Ruofei, he stepped out of this place and walked along a small path to the halfway up the mountain. After Wen Nianling left the mountaintop area, Wen Xiannian turned around and looked at Wen Ruofei, who was beside him with a helpless look, and said in a deep voice, Uncle Jiu, in this situation, the only way is to take the path of marriage. Let the 5 unmarried female cultivators of the Nian generation who are of the right age in the clan prepare for marriage. I will go to the Ling family to find Ling Yanhuang of the Ling family. After saying that, Wen Xiannian called a gray-haired pengbird in the key training period, and rode the pengbird to quickly fly away from Yunwu Mountain. Wen Ruofei, who was still in the mountaintop area, looked at Wen Xiannian's back as he left, and the helpless look on his face intensified again. I didn't expect it would come to this. Wen Ruofei sighed. After being in a daze for dozens of breaths, he finally pulled himself together and left the mountaintop. One day later, Wen Xiannian, the head of the Wen family, landed at the foot of Lingxiao Mountain, the mountain of the Ling family. He used the sound enhancement technique and shouted to Lingxiao Mountain, "Brother Ling, please come out and see me." After a while, Ling Yanhuang, the head of the Ling family, landed in front of Wen Xiannian from Lingxiao Mountain. "Brother Wen, what are you doing here this time?" Ling Yanhuang was a little confused when he saw Wen Xiannian's sudden arrival. "I came here this time to thank your family's supreme elder Ling Pengyun for helping my family avoid the invasion of the monsters during the monster rebellion. This spirit-gathering grass is a gift from my Wen family to Ling Pengyun. I hope Brother Ling will not despise the gift. I will pass it on to Ling Pengyun." Wen Xiannian smiled and said. As he was talking, he took out a soul-locking jade box from his storage bag. The soul-locking jade box contained a soul-gathering grass, the main material for refining the soul-gathering pill. Ling Yanhuang saw that the soul-locking jade box handed to him contained a 50-year-old soul-gathering grass, and his expression suddenly brightened. Although the soul-gathering grass was only worth 400 spirit stones on the market, after being processed by an alchemist like him and adding a few auxiliary medicines, the value of the soul-gathering grass could be increased several times. However, Ling Yanhuang was also an experienced person. He also heard Ling Pengyun say that during the Monster Beast Rebellion, Ling Pengyun also received spirit stones for supporting the Wen family. Under such circumstances, Wen Xiannian suddenly came to give gifts, which was somewhat like showing kindness for no reason. With a lot of thoughts in his mind, Ling Yanhuang remembered that at the end of the Monster Beast Rebellion, he had learned from Luo Minghu, the patriarch of the Luoxia family, that Wen Xiannian had exchanged a foundation-building pill from Ziyang Mansion with the contribution points of Bailingman. If the Wen clan has another foundation-building cultivator, it will be troublesome for the future expansion of my Ling clan. Ling Yanhuang muttered to himself. Thinking back, Ling Yanhuang frowned slightly, and after reaching out to take the spirit-gathering grass that was handed to him, he asked in a deep voice, "Why do you dislike this spirit-gathering grass? I'll wait for Pengyun to take it first. You and I are both smart people. Brother Wen, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush and waste time." Seeing this, Wen Xiannian no longer hid it, and said with a smile on his face, "There are 5 female cultivators in my Wen clan who are of the right age, clean status, and good looks. They have high standards and have never found a Taoist partner. Their parents are very anxious about this matter. They also heard that there are many outstanding people in your family, so they asked me to come and talk to Brother Ling about this matter. They want to marry into a good family. I wonder if Brother Ling's family has male cultivators of the right age. If there are, our 2 families might as well take a step closer through this matter, allowing the people in the 2 clans to intermarry and become relatives." Ling Yanhuang heard this and his heart moved. He probably guessed that the foundation-building pill exchanged by the Wen clan did not give birth to a new foundation-building cultivator in the Wen clan. If the Wen clan had another foundation-building cultivator, why would the Wen clan take the initiative to come and plan to marry 5 female cultivators in the clan to the Ling clan? 5 female cultivators are not a small number. Under normal circumstances, if the Wen clan wants to get along well with the Ling clan, it is considered very good to marry 1 or 2 female cultivators into the Ling clan. Female cultivators from ordinary families usually seek Taoist partners by recruiting a son-in-law, while a small number of female cultivators from a small family seek marriage. This is also to retain the female cultivators from their own family. Thinking of this, Ling Yanhuang also understood the intention of the Wen family. It is nothing more than intending to use marriage to exchange for peace. This is a good opportunity to take advantage, and the experienced Ling Yanhuang will not let it go. There happen to be many young people in my clan who don't have a Taoist partner, so marriage is naturally possible. But I also understand what Brother Wen means by marriage. If you want peace, you must pay something, And marriage alone is not enough. I heard that your Wen family lost a lot of key training people because of this monster rebellion. How about my Ling family take care of the 5 first-level spiritual veins in Wuang Town, which is closest to my Ling family's territory, for a few years? Ling Yanhong said with a smile. Wen Xianyan's face froze when he heard this. Spiritual veins are the foundation of a family, not to mention that there are as many as 5 first-level spiritual veins in Wuang Town. These 5 first-level spiritual veins can provide the Wen family with spiritual plants worth at least 1,000 spiritual stones every year. If these 5 first-level spiritual veins are lost, it will be like cutting off an arm for the Wen family, which is now in a lot of debt, and will lose a lot of income. Although he was angry about what Ling Yanhong said, he did not dare to get angry in front of him. After all, he was at the foot of the Lingxiao clan mountain at this time, and Ling Yanhong standing in front of him was also a strong man at the 6th level of foundation building. If he offended Ling Yanhong, he would definitely be in trouble. Moreover, this incident might prompt the Ling family to invade the Wen family's territory. Brother Ling, the marriage between our 2 clans will be completed. Don't joke. Although my Wen clan cultivators have suffered heavy casualties, it is still no problem to take care of the spiritual veins in our own territory. I don't need to bother your family to worry about it. Wen Xianyan said in a deep voice. Brother Wen, how can you be so rude? Could it be that Brother Wen intends to make the incident of the Yi family of Hongai Ridge in Yunchu County happen again? Ling Yanhong's expression flashed with a hint of joking, and he threatened with a smile. Wen Xianyan had naturally heard about the destruction of the Yi family of Hongai Ridge. It is said that Ling Yanhong was one of the participants in the destruction of the Yi family of Hongai Ridge. Thanks to Family Cultivation My Dish, Book Friend 534-257, Book Friend 202212081907357338 for their monthly tickets. Thanks to King Fang Yingxi Angli for his reward. Chapter 265, Dating with a Wen Clan Cultivator. For a moment, Wen Xianyan felt a little scared. With the size of Ling Clan, it was entirely possible to destroy the Wen Clan, which only had one foundation building cultivator like him. It was precisely because of this that he took the initiative to come to Ling Clan with the idea of marriage to delay such things from happening. Under the threat of Ling Yanhong, Wen Xianyan had no choice but to answer. Okay, but my Wen clan needs to collect rent. In addition, after the marriage, we will be relatives. Brother Ling, you need to make a heavenly oath with your cultivation. Within 100 years, our 2 clans will advance and retreat together. Seeing Wen Xianyan's answer, Ling Yanhong's face was even happier that the matter of the 5 spiritual veins was a possibility. Although what he said just now was domineering, he had no intention of taking action against the Wen clan. Although the Ling clan now has 4 foundation-building warriors, the number and strength of the clansmen under its command are not much stronger than those of the Wen clan. In addition, if they take action against the Wen clan can also use the formations arranged on the spiritual veins in various places to strengthen their combat power. By then, even if the Ling family could destroy the Wen family, they would definitely suffer some damage. Moreover, even if the Ling family occupied the Wen family's territory, they would not have the manpower to manage the many spiritual veins in the Wen family's territory. As for the Pengyun Yang family's attack on the Hongye Ling Yi family, one reason was that the Yang family had as many as 200 or 300 people, and the family was extremely powerful. Now the Ling family has just over 100 cultivators, and these cultivators are just enough to manage the spiritual veins in their own territory. The second reason was that the Pengyun Yang family had 3 cultivators above the middle stage of foundation building, and they also sought the help of Ling Yanhong, a cultivator of the middle stage of foundation building, and Lin Lan, a cultivator of the middle stage of foundation building stationed in Yunchu Market. With a combination of 5 strong men above the middle stage of foundation building, the Yang family dared to directly attack the Yi family mountain of Hongyeling. It was precisely because of this overwhelming and powerful lineup that the Hongyeling Yi family was destroyed in a short period of time without expanding the battle. The Ling family now does not have such appeal. Generally speaking, the Ling family is still in the early stages of development, and stable development is the right path. Only when the foundation-building cultivators in the family become powerful, will the Ling family compete for hegemony. The rent and the oath to the heaven are trivial matters, but the rent needs to be determined by me. There are 5 spiritual veins in your Wu'ing town, 3 of which are low grade, 1 is medium grade, and 1 is high grade. These spiritual veins will be rented by my Ling family at a rent of 200 spiritual stones per year. Brother Wen, do you agree? Ling Yanhong said. When Xiannian saw Ling Yanhong's eyes that seemed to want to eat people, and his heart trembled, but he could only agree reluctantly. It's not too bad to have 200 spiritual stones. When Xiannian comforted himself. Then, he nodded in response. 200 spirit stones for a year's rent. In addition, there are several weapon refiners in my Ling family. I have heard that Brother Wen is a second-level weapon refiner. I wonder if Brother Wen can leave a book of insights on weapon refinement. This request is not too much? Ling Yanhong thought of something and spoke again. When Xiannian could accept this. After all, he was not asked to leave the Wen family's weapon refinement heritage. It was up to him to write down his insights on weapon refinement. But just when Xiannian was feeling pleased, another sentence came to his ears. I am also proficient in some weapon refinement. Brother Wen, please don't write some insights on weapon refinement to fool me. After this, Wen Xiannian dared not have any other thoughts. He immediately took out an empty book from his storage bag, and used his spiritual power as a pen to carefully write down his insights on weapon refinement, which was about 70%, neatly in the empty book. About half an incense stick later, he stopped writing after he had written all the nearly 100-page empty book. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and handed the book of refining insights to Ling Yanhong. While Ling Yanhong was reading his refining insights, he was a little worried, lest the insights fail to pass the test and cause Ling Yanhong's dissatisfaction, which would lead to other troubles. Only after Ling Yanhong nodded and put the book of refining insights into his storage bag with a satisfied look on his face did he feel relieved. Brother Wen, the date of the marriage will be set on the 15th of this month. At that time, I will take the young talents of my clan to your Yunwu and clan's Yunwu market. After all, there is no reason to let the woman come to your door. Ling Yanhong said. Okay. When Xiannian nodded without thinking too much. Since the marriage has been agreed, I will not stay any longer. After saying that, Wen Xiannian turned into a breeze and left the place. Ling Yanhong at the foot of the mountain followed and entered Lingxiao Mountain. He went straight to the General Affairs Hall and handed over the task of selecting suitable clan members to have a blind date with a Wen family female cultivator on the 15th of this month to the acting elder Ling Pengyun, who was in charge of the General Affairs Hall. Pengyun, you are not young anymore. Do you plan to go on this blind date? Ling Yanhong asked Ling Pengyun, who was also over 30 years old. I am about to build my foundation, so I still focus on cultivation. If I can enter the foundation building stage, we will discuss it after the foundation building. Ling Pengyun said firmly. Seeing this, Ling Yanhong had a little more appreciation for Ling Pengyun. He did not say anything more and left the General Affairs Hall on his own and returned to the cave on the top of the mountain to continue to refine the elixir based on the mature spiritual materials planted by the family in various places. Although the Ling family's finances are not as tight as in previous years, in order to be able to collect enough spiritual stones for Ling Pengyun to buy 80 kilograms of Zuinun heavy iron as soon as possible, Ling Yanhong, like in previous years, took the initiative to take about 50% of the spiritual materials that matured half a month ago and can be used as the main materials for refining pills to refine pills in order to expand the family's income from pills. This move has also made Ling Yanhong very busy recently. A few days later, on the 15th of this month, at noon on this day, 5 young members of the Peng generation of the Ling family with decent faces and cultivation above the middle stage of key training gathered in the General Affairs Hall. Ling Yanhong, the patriarch of the Ling family, also entered the General Affairs Hall. The 5 Peng generation members gathered in the General Affairs Hall, as well as the acting elder Ling Pengyun who managed the General Affairs Hall, saw Ling Yanhong coming, and all bowed to Ling Yanhong and called him Grandpa. Pengyun, are these the 5 clan members you selected to go on blind dates with the 5 female cultivators from the Wen family? Ling Yanhong took a look at the 5 clan members of the Peng generation in front of him and asked the great elder Ling Pengyun at the counter of the General Affairs Hall. That's right. These 5 brothers and sisters are all from the Peng generation. They don't have any Taoist partners. They look good, their cultivation has reached the middle stage of key training, and their aptitude is not bad. After these 5 brothers and sisters went to the Yunwu Wen family's territory with a grandfather for a blind date, because their cultivation has reached the middle stage of key training, They can be directly stationed on the 5 first-level spiritual veins in the Wu'ing Town territory that the family rented from the Wen family's territory at a low price. At the same time, this matter can also give these 5 brothers and sisters more opportunities to find a Wen family female cultivator who is suitable for them after the blind date. After Ling Pengyun finished his reply, he smiled evilly at the 5 brothers and sisters from the Peng generation in the General Affairs Hall. 5 brothers and sisters, if the marriage is successful, you must give me a generous gift. The 5 brothers and sisters from the Peng generation blushed when they heard this. Pengyun, you did a good job. I'll give you credit. Ling Yanhong, who was standing by, was also amused by Ling Pengyun's words. He first praised Ling Pengyun and then urged him. Well, it's getting late. The clan mountain is quite far from the Yunwu market of the Yunwu Wen clan. Follow me on the road. The 5 clan members of the Peng generation all nodded in agreement and followed Ling Yanhong out of the General Affairs Hall. They rode in groups of 3 and flew away from the Lingxiao clan mountain on 2 fairy cranes. The 2 fairy cranes crossed thousands of miles and finally arrived outside the Yunwu market at night. Brother Ling, you are finally here. When Xianayan, the head of the Wen clan who had been waiting outside the Yunwu market, saw Ling Yanhong and others riding on 2 fairy cranes and came to greet them. After Ling Yanhong jumped off the fairy crane, he also bowed to Wen Xianayan and explained. Brother Wen, the journey is long, so please forgive me for wasting time. No problem, Ling Xiao, the 5 female cultivators behind me are the ones I brought for the blind date this time. The 2 of us don't need to join in the fun here. I have prepared a pot of spiritual tea. Can you follow me into the market to drink tea and chat? When Xianayan pointed to the 5 young and beautiful female cultivators behind him, who looked only in their 20s and were wearing Wen's Taoist robes, and said to Ling Yanhong with a smile. Of course you can. Ling Yanhong replied with a smile, then signaled to the 5 Ling's Peng generation clan members behind him, and followed Wen Xianayan into the market first. As for the 5 Ling's male cultivators and 5 Wen's female cultivators who stayed alone in the courtyard, they all understood the meaning of this meeting. Although the 5 Wen's female cultivators were not very skilled, they were only in the initial and middle stages of key training, but they looked better than each other. At the first sight of meeting, the 5 Ling clan members who had never experienced love fell in love with a Wen clan female cultivator. In addition, the 5 Ling clan cultivators were in their 20s or 30s, and had been training outside for more than 10 years. They also understood the ways of the world and were not too shy. They took the initiative to talk to the Wen clan female cultivators they liked. At first, the 2 sides were a little unfamiliar, and the 5 Wen clan female cultivators who had never experienced anything were also shy, and their cheeks were a little red. But after chatting for a long time, the 5 Wen clan female cultivators also relaxed a lot. At least they didn't blush after saying a word like they did at the beginning. In addition, the Ling clan cultivators who talked to them were not bad looking. They all had the cultivation level of the middle stage of key training and were born in a prosperous foundation building clan like the Ling clan. During the chat, the 5 Wen clan female cultivators gradually developed a little affection for the Ling clan cultivators who were chatting with them. It was not until late at night that the 10 cultivators who were talking happily remembered to enter the market. Ling Yanhong, who facilitated this blind date, was very satisfied when he saw the 5 Peng clan members brought this time coaxing the 5 Wen clan female cultivators into a happy smile. When Xianayan, the head of the Wen clan, was also somewhat happy to see this. With the marriage completed, the Yunwu Wen clan could also enjoy 100 years of peace. At least they would not be attacked by the Ling clan, which was close to their territory. In order to cultivate more goodwill between the 5 male cultivators of each of the 2 families in this blind date, the 2 of them deliberately extended the blind date for 3 days. It was not until 3 days later that Ling Yanhong took the 5 Peng clan members away from the Yunwu market and took the 5 Ling clan Peng clan members to the 5 first-level spiritual veins in the Wu'ing town of the Yunwu Wen clan and sent them to guard the spiritual veins. At the same time, he ordered these 5 young men to use the convenience of being stationed on the 5 spiritual veins in the Wen clan's territory as soon as possible to find the 5 Wen clan female cultivators who were dating him, and to capture them as soon as possible to contribute to the family's reproductive plan. Chapter 266 Zhu Wen shows his talent for talismans. Half a year later. Halfway up the Lingxiao Mountain, in a quiet room in a courtyard shrouded in mist, a middle-aged man with a simple and honest face was sitting in front of a small table, holding a talisman pen tightly, holding his breath and concentrating on drawing on a blank talisman paper placed on the small table. After about an incense stick of time, when the blank talisman paper was full of talismans, the simple and honest middle-aged man finally picked up the talisman pen. The next moment, all the talismans on the talisman paper flashed red, as if they were naturally formed into a whole. The simple and honest middle-aged man saw this scene and looked slightly happy. Another fireball talisman. With a sigh of joy, he also put away the newly drawn fireball talisman, and took out another blank talisman paper from the pile of talisman papers on the upper left corner of the small table, and used the talisman pen in his hand to lightly touch the small dish of talisman ink placed on the upper right corner. Then he started writing on the blank talisman paper and began to write. The whole process was smooth and flowing, without a single pause. After several hours, when the man had used up all the blank talisman papers placed on the left foot of the small table, he stopped drawing. On the small table in front of the middle-aged man, there were 5 good quality fireball talismans. Looking at the 5 fireball talismans on the small table, the middle-aged man's face was a little happy, and he muttered to himself, "In the past 2 days, I have been able to make 5 out of 10 fireball talismans. It is basically certain that my success rate in refining this talisman has reached a high of 50%. This is a good thing. This will not only consolidate my position in the Ling family and make the Ling family reluctant to touch me, but I can also earn more resources by drawing this talisman." Thinking of this, he smiled like a flower. This honest middle-aged man was Zhu Wen, who was captured alive by Ling Pengyun and imprisoned as a slave by Ling Pengyun when he failed to kill Ling Pengyun. He drew talismans for the Ling family all day long. Zhu Wen was delighted. Then he stood up, walked out of the quiet room, came to the center of the courtyard, waved his hand and sent out a spiritual power, which touched the thick white fog covering the entire courtyard. The thick white fog was touched by the spiritual power, and a flash of spiritual light appeared, and array patterns emerged, making the thick fog covering the courtyard thicker. Zhu Wen was not surprised to see this. The thick fog was transformed by a first-level inferior-grade maze array, which was specially used by the Ling family to trap Zhu Wen in this courtyard. In order to prevent Zhu Wen, a talisman maker, from carrying many talismans to help the Ling family refine talismans and endangering those members of the Ling family who were not strong in the initial stage of key training in the mountain. In addition to this maze array, Zhu Wen's courtyard was also arranged with a first-level intermediate-grade recording array. The recording array can record what happened in the array. This array is used by the Ling family to supervise the number of talismans drawn by Zhu Wen to prevent Zhu Wen from hiding them while helping the Ling family draw talismans. Zhu Wen touched the thick white fog covering the courtyard. After waiting for about half an incense stick of time, the thick fog suddenly dispersed, leaving a small passage. After a while, a hunchbacked old man wearing Ling's Taoist robes entered Zhu Wen's courtyard from this small passage and walked in front of Zhu Wen. Zhu Wen was a little surprised to see this person. "Old Senior Ling, why are you here to hand over the fireball talisman that you successfully drew to me? Wasn't it always Brother Ling Pengyun who did it in the past?" Since he officially accepted the commission of the Ling family to refine the talisman during the Monster Beast Rebellion and was trapped in this courtyard by the Ling family, the talismans he drew have always been traded with Ling Pengyun, the current Ling family's acting elder. The hunchbacked old man in front of him was Ling Ruxin, the previous generation of elders who had long retired to the second line due to his short lifespan. Although Zhu Wen had been captured alive in the Ling clan mountain for more than 10 years and had rarely come into contact with the Ling clan, Ling Ruxin was still working in the General Affairs Hall when he was captured alive in the Ling clan mountain, so he knew Ling Ruxin. "Pengyun has other things to do. In the next few months, I will hand over the spiritual talisman drawing matters to you. This time you touch the mist that was transformed by the maze formation around the courtyard, but you have drawn the fireball talisman that I, the Ling clan, commissioned you to draw this month." Ling Ruxin did not want to answer Zhu Wen's answer. After a simple perfunctory sentence, he spoke. Zhu Wen felt strange after listening to Ling Ruxin's explanation. The Ling clan is a foundation-building clan, and the position of the Great Elder is the most important. If Ling Ruxin only handed over the spiritual talisman to him this time on behalf of Ling Pengyun, the current Great Elder of the Ling clan, he would not feel anything. But in the next few months, Ling Ruxin will hand over the spiritual talisman matters to him, and the information contained in it is huge. As the elder of the Ling family, Ling Pengyun is in charge of the affairs of the Ling family and rarely goes out. Now that the monster rebellion has ended, it is even more impossible for Ling Pengyun to go out of the Ling family for several months. Zhu Wen was thinking about the fact that when Ling Pengyun came to him last month to hand over the affairs of the spirit talisman, Ling Pengyun was about to enter the perfect stage of key training. It turned out to be the foundation building. No wonder Ling Pengyun couldn't come to me in person to hand over the affairs of the spirit talisman for several months. However, this Ling family is really full of talented people. With my qualifications and age, I have no chance to build a foundation in this life. I am afraid that I will never have the opportunity to leave the Ling family mountain in this life. Zhu Wen sighed lightly, came back to his senses, waved his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, summoned 5 dozen fireball talismans from it and handed them to Ling Ruxin in front of him. Then, he forced a smile and took the initiative to tell him about the increase in the success rate of drawing spirit talismans this time. Furthermore, relying on the insights left by the talisman makers recorded in your family's spiritual talisman inheritance, and with the help of the 100 pieces of talisman paper provided by your Ling family every month, my success rate in drawing the fireball talisman has reached 50%. And at the beginning of this month, with the 100 pieces of blank talisman paper given by your Ling family, I have made a total of 45 fireball talismans. Is what Yudao Yaozu said true? Ling Ruxin was slightly surprised when he heard that Zhu Wen's probability of drawing the fireball talisman had increased to 50%. The probability of drawing the fireball talisman of 50% is not low. If a talisman maker has mastered this success rate, it means that the talisman maker has reached a higher level in drawing that kind of spiritual talisman. Generally, this level is not something that an ordinary first-level low-grade talisman maker can achieve. Of course, if Senior Ling doesn't believe it, you can count the 45 fireball talismans I drew this month. If there is number 50% success rate, it will be difficult to draw 45 fireball talismans with 100 blank talisman papers. Furthermore, Senior, you can also use the image-retaining formation arranged by your family around my courtyard to call up the images of the fireball talismans I drew in recent days, and everything will be clear. Zhu Wen said with a smile. Ling Ruxin saw Zhu Wen's confident look, and the number of fireball talismans Zhu Wen drew this month was indeed a few more than before, so he believed what Zhu Wen said. However, in order to confirm this, after he took the 45 fireball talismans handed over by Zhu Wen, he still called out the image-retaining formation array plate arranged around Zhu Wen's courtyard from his storage bag. The array plate of the image-retaining formation is a bit special. It is a bronze mirror style. Ling Ruxin pinched the magic formula and hit it on the array plate, and images suddenly appeared on the surface of the array plate. After watching for several hours, Ling Ru first quickly watched the entire process of Zhu Wen drawing the talisman in recent days, and then he confirmed what Zhu Wen had just said, that the success rate of drawing the fireball talisman had reached 50%. Then, Ling Ru first thought carefully about Zhu Wen's success rate of drawing the fireball talisman, and then he spoke. You have such a high success rate in drawing fireball talismans. I think you have made great achievements in the art of spiritual talismans. My Ling family also intends to train you, so I plan to give you an extra 100 pieces of first-grade medium-quality blank talisman paper to support you, so that you can draw the first-grade medium-quality rocket talisman, which is the fire-type spiritual talisman you are best at. If you can draw rocket talisman with the 100 first-grade medium-quality blank talisman paper that my Ling family supports you, my Ling family is willing to buy it from you at the price of 10 spirit stones per piece. But this move will make you a little tired. After all, my Ling family will still entrust you to help me refine fireball talismans every month in the future. On the market, the price of a rocket talisman is 5 spirit stones. The reason why Zhu Wen's rocket talisman is purchased at the price of 10 spirit stones per rocket talisman is to increase Zhu Wen's enthusiasm for drawing rocket talismans. Zhu Wen's cultivation method is fire attributed, and his control over fire attributed spiritual energy is a bit stronger than the other 4-5 element spiritual energies, which is also helpful for drawing fire-type spiritual talismans. Therefore, Zhu Wen mainly focused on the fire talisman, and he rarely drew the other 4 common talismans of water, wood, earth, and gold. I am not afraid of being tired. Thank you for your attention, Senior Ling. Zhu Wen was delighted when he heard this proposal, and he immediately agreed. The reason why he took the initiative to talk about the increase in the success rate of drawing fireball talismans was waiting for this moment. Now that the monster beast rebellion has ended, The Ling family members do not need to equip themselves with a large number of fireball talismans he has refined to prevent monster beasts. And the fireball talismans he refined are of lower grade and are still difficult to sell on the market. In addition, the Ling family is not without talisman makers. If it weren't for the monster beast rebellion, too many monsters invaded the Ling family. I'm afraid Zhu Wen is still working as an illegal worker, earning a basic salary, and constantly using monster beast skins to refine blank talisman paper for the Ling family day and night. Under such circumstances, if he does not show more value to the Ling family, his situation will not be good. After all, in this world, no one is willing to support idle people. Ling Ruxin had expected Zhu Wen's response. He smiled, put the 5 dozen talismans Zhu Wen had just handed over back into his storage bag, and then took out 100 blank talisman papers from his storage bag and handed them to Zhu Wen in front of him. Fellow Taoist Zhu, if you want to thank someone, thank my Ling family for valuing you. These 100 first-grade low-grade blank talisman papers are the spiritual materials you need to refine the fireball talisman next month, which my Ling family has entrusted you with. As for the 100 first-grade middle-grade blank talisman papers that my Ling family has funded you, I don't have them with me. Please wait for me for a moment. After saying this, Ling Ruxin slowly walked with the help of the array plate of the mist array in his hand, passed through the thick mist that enveloped Zhu Wen's courtyard, and left this place. When he returned to this place, he also handed the 100 first-grade middle-grade blank talisman papers that he had just promised to fund Zhu Wen to Zhu Wen. Fellow Taoist Zhu, let me be frank. If you fail to draw more than 5 rocket talismans with these 100 first-grade middle-grade blank talisman papers, your future offerings for drawing spiritual talismans from my Ling family will be reduced by 30%. Ling Ruxin said in a deep voice. Zhu Wen, who had just received the 100 first-grade middle-grade blank talisman papers and whose face was full of joy, did not care when he heard this. He said confidently, "Please rest assured, Senior Ling, I am still confident that I can make a 0.5% success rate in refining rocket talismans." I hope so. Seeing this, Ling Ruxin responded without any emotion and left the place. Zhu Wen also returned to a quiet room in the courtyard and tried to draw first-grade middle-grade rocket talisman with the 100 first-grade middle-grade blank talisman papers he had just obtained. If he could draw rocket talisman, one piece would be worth 10 spirit stones. He is not far from the peak of the 6th level of key training now. If he has enough elixirs to help him, he can reach the peak of the 6th level of key training in a few months and reach the bottleneck of the 7th level of key training. At that time, he can also ask Ling for the first-grade superior miasma breaking pill that was promised to him, and then rely on this pill to directly break through to the 7th level of key training and enter the elite level of key training late stage. He will also have more capital to save his life in Ling. Thanks to Book Friend 534-257, Book Friend 20170403141654928, Book Friend 20220321172601784 for their monthly tickets. Thank you all for your monthly tickets. Chapter 267 Ling Pengyun's breakthrough to establish his foundation. On the other side, after Ling Ruxin left Zhu Wen's courtyard, he went straight to the top of Lingxiao Mountain and stopped outside the Hongyan cave in the middle of the 3 caves on the top of the mountain. There were 2 people outside the Hongyan cave. These 2 people were Ling Yanhong, the patriarch of the Ling family, and Ling Pengyun, the supreme elder of the Ling family. The 2 of them were sitting cross-legged on the ground, closing their eyes and regulating their breathing. When Ling Ruxin walked in here, the 2 were also startled and opened their eyes. 11th uncle, what is Zhu Wen looking for? Ling Pengyun, who was standing aside, also looked at Ling Ruxin, who had just reached the top of the mountain, with curiosity. Previously, when Zhu Wen did not touch the clouds and mist of the maze formation, Ling Ruxin was also here, but he left for a short time because of Zhu Wen's matter. Therefore, Ling Yanhong asked this question at this time. Like in the past, this time Zhu Wen triggered the maze that trapped him because he had already drawn the talisman that my Ling family commissioned him to draw this month. In addition, Zhu Wen also increased the success rate of drawing the fireball talisman to 50%. Considering that the family already had plans to train this person to make talismans, I gave Zhu Wen 100 first-grade, mid-quality blank talisman papers in the name of the family, free of charge, and asked him to try to draw first-grade, mid-quality talismans. And gave him a huge profit to encourage him to draw first-grade, mid-quality talismans. Ling Ruxin said with a smile. I know a thing or two about Zhu Wen. He has been in the clan for more than 10 years. In the first 10 years, he has only been refining blank talisman paper for my Ling family. It was not until the monster rebellion last year that the clan had too many monsters invading the territory, and there was a large gap in the clan's spiritual talismans. Pengyun and others stationed in the family entrusted him with an important task and entrusted him to help my Ling family draw spiritual talismans. In just 1 year, this person's success rate in drawing fireball talismans has increased from 30% to 50%. Even if this person has the insights left by the talisman makers and my Ling family's spiritual talisman inheritance, it can be imagined that his talent for talisman making is not bad, and he can be regarded as a talent. It is feasible to cultivate such talents. But Uncle 11, Zhu Wen is an outsider after all, not a member of my Ling family. More importantly, this person was kidnapped back to the family by my Ling family. Now he seems honest. I am afraid he has some resentment towards my Ling family in his heart. If this person is not still useful and can create considerable benefits for the family, it would be safer to kill him. However, in this situation, it is better to turn him into one of our own. It is worthwhile for the family to cultivate this person. Otherwise, if other changes occur in the future, this person may also attack our Ling family and cause trouble for our Ling family. Ling Yanhong heard the news, his expression suddenly changed, and he said in a deep voice, "Yanhong, do you mean to recruit Zhu Wen as the son-in-law of our Ling family?" Ling Ruxin heard it and immediately understood, his expression slightly brightened, and said, "Yes, although Zhu Wen used to be a murderer, he is a talented person now that he has mastered the skills of making talismans. And according to the current situation, it should be no problem for Zhu Wen to enter the first-level mid-grade talisman-making field in his lifetime. Such a talent can be considered a good match, and my Ling family's female cultivators will not suffer any loss if they marry him." Now Peng Liang is still in the process of building his foundation, and the affairs of the clan are temporarily handed over to you, Uncle 11. I can only trouble you to arrange for those female cultivators in the clan who are of the right age and have not yet married to have more contact with Zhu Wen, and see if Zhu Wen is interested in any of the female cultivators in the clan. If this can be accomplished, Zhu Wen, who has entered the land of gentleness, should be more focused. If the family gives him more benefits, it is probably only a matter of time before he will be conquered by the combined effect of beauty and benefits. Ling Yanhong said with a smile. And if this matter is not accomplished, the family does not need to train this person too much in the future. It is enough to provide resources for him to master the first-level middle-grade spiritual talisman. Don't let him master the more powerful first-level upper-grade spiritual talisman to avoid accidents. The current family elder Ling Pengyun broke through to the state of perfect key training half a month ago with the 5 bottles of Yaohun spiritual water that Ling Pengyun sold to him at the bottom price. He also applied to Ling Yanhong for a bottle of Xiao Bei Lingshu and a pulse protection pill, and entered Ling Yanhong's Hongyan cave mansion, which was equipped with a second-level lower-grade spirit gathering array, to break through the foundation building state in seclusion. Ling Yanhong and Ling Pengxing, 2 foundation building masters, were sitting outside the Hongyan cave mansion at this time to protect Ling Pengyun, who was breaking through the foundation building state. The affairs that Ling Pengyun, the acting elder, needed to take charge of were temporarily handed over to the previous elder Ling Ruxin, who retired to the second line. This is why Ling Ruxin went to hand over the spiritual talisman affairs with Zhu Wen just now. As for the uncontrollable love affairs, Ling Yanhong was not sure that the Ling family had a female cultivator who could bewitch Zhu Wen and let him marry into the Ling family. Ling Pengxing, who was standing by, was not good at handling such matters, so he did not speak, but just listened quietly. It is a small matter to arrange for the female cultivators in the clan to contact Zhu Wen, and there is no trouble at all. Ling Ruxin said, and then he thought of something, his face brightened, and asked, "Yanhong, since you have the idea of recruiting Zhu Wen as the son-in-law of my Ling family, I wonder if you have ever thought about recruiting those rootless male and female cultivators from the outside world into my Ling family, and let them become the son-in-laws or wives of my Ling family members." Ling Yanhong heard this and said with a little helplessness, "I have naturally thought about this. There are not many people in the key training stage in our family now, but their foundation building strength is enough to rival that of ordinary old established foundation building families. In this case, if we want to expand the number of cultivators in the family within a short period of time, the only way is what Uncle 11 said. But according to the difficult situation of independent cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation, I am afraid that as long as the family announces the news of recruiting sons-in-law and concubines, many male and female independent cultivators will flock to it. By then, there will be all kinds of people, and the family will not have those special auxiliary formations that can be used to check consciences. When recruiting sons-in-law and concubines, we can only judge based on experience. Once we make a mistake and recruit a few sons-in-law and concubines with bad intentions or beasts in human form into the family, it will not only be bad for the clan members, but also a bad thing for the family. Ling Ruxin already had a way to deal with this. More than 10 days ago, Yunjin led a convoy to deliver spiritual objects to the store opened by the family in Yunshifang City, Yunshu County. On the way back to the family, they were ambushed by a group of evil cultivators. Yunjin and his entourage are all good in skills, and they are equipped with good spiritual objects. They killed nearly half of the evil cultivators who ambushed them. Among the spoils obtained by Yunjin and his entourage, there is a first-level medium-grade formation inheritance. The inheritance records several formations, among which there is a first-level medium-grade illusion formation called the Shadowless Illusion Formation, which describes the arrangement method. Although this formation is not as effective as auxiliary formations, such as the questioning heart formation and interrogating cultivators, it is no problem to rely on this formation to conjure up some pools of wine and forests of meat, and it can barely test the character of others. In addition, with the help of the group of colorful spirit butterflies that can perform illusions raised in the clan, I am afraid that even ordinary 7th-level key training cultivators will be deeply trapped in the illusion. The family can completely rely on illusion formations and spirit butterflies to test the character of those casual cultivators who intend to join my Ling family and serve as my Ling family's son-in-law or concubine. Ling Yanhong's expression brightened upon hearing this, and he asked, "Does the family have the spiritual materials for refining the Shadowless Illusion Array?" Yes, some time ago, when the family was collecting some auxiliary spiritual materials for the 2 caves of Pengyun and Pengsing, they also collected some rare spiritual materials for refining arrays, in case of emergency. Among them, there are several spiritual materials for refining the Shadowless Illusion Array. As long as the spiritual materials for refining the Shadowless Illusion Array and the method of refining this array are handed over to Yunxi, according to Yunxi's attainments in the art of array, it will probably not take long to refine it. Ling Ruxin replied. Ling Yunxi is the 5th elder of the Ling family and the strongest array master of the Ling family. The grade of his array has reached the 1st grade upper grade in the past few years, and it is very easy for him to refine the 1st grade middle grade array. Uncle 11, you have devoted your life to the family and are also the great elder of the previous generation of my Ling family. I will not hide it from you. Pengyun discovered a spiritual pond that can produce cold spiritual water during the monster rebellion, but the spiritual pond is located in the territory of the Huxiaoliu family, and now Yunxi is stationed there. It is better for us not to look for Yunxi, so as not to increase the risk of exposing the spiritual pond where Yunxi is stationed. Uncle 11, the spiritual pond is of great benefit to the family. Please keep this matter confidential. I remember that Penguin, when he was stationed in Xiangfang City with me and other clansmen during the monster rebellion, he also refined the array plates and array flags of the 1st level middle grade array. Let this Shadowless Illusion Array be arranged by this child. When this array is successfully refined, the matter of recruiting a son-in-law and a wife and concubine can also be carried out. At that time, Uncle 11, you can call me and Pengsing to prevent the group of scattered cultivators who came here from causing chaos. Ling Yanhong said. Ling Ruxin was shocked when he heard this. He did not expect that there was such an opportunity in the clan. Lington can produce spiritual water, which is enough to be called a gold mountain. As long as it is well maintained, it is inexhaustible. At the same time, he felt warm in his heart. The matter of Lington is of great importance. Lington is in the territory of Huxiaoliu's family. Being able to tell him such an important matter, which has been relegated to the 2nd line, shows that Ling Yanhong trusts him. I understand the importance of Lington to the family. Please rest assured that I will definitely bring the matter of Lington to the Lois. Ling Ruxin said solemnly. 11th uncle, you are serious. Ling Yanhong said. Afterwards, the two chatted for a few more words. Ling Ruxin, like Ling Yanhong and Ling Pengsing, also sat cross-legged outside Hongyan Cave Mansion to protect Ling Pengyun, who was in retreat in Hongyan Cave Mansion. About a month later, A huge spiritual power fluctuation broke out in Hongyan Cave Mansion. This spiritual power fluctuation was the spiritual energy infusion triggered by the iconic liquid spiritual power of Ling Pengyun, who was in retreat and broke through the foundation building realm, condensed in Hongyan Cave Mansion. But this spiritual energy infusion only lasted for about 2 days before it suddenly stopped. Ling Pengyun, who had been in seclusion for a month and a half, followed and walked out of the Hongyan cave with blood all over his body and a weak breath. 11th great-grandfather, 3rd grandfather, 3rd brother, I failed to break through. Ling Pengyun said helplessly to Ling Yanhong and Ling Ruxin, who had been guarding outside the cave for a while. Ling Yanhong saw that Ling Pengyun had not broken through the foundation, but he didn't care. On the contrary, the result was actually expected. Ling Pengyun's qualifications were average, and the addition of Xia Bailing Water and Hume Pill to the foundation was only 10%. It was normal that he failed to break through the foundation. He walked up, patted Ling Pengyun on the shoulder, and comforted him. Failure to break through the foundation is a small matter. Don't forget your heart of seeking the way. After all, the little Bailing Water and the Pulse Protection Pill can only increase your chances of breaking through the foundation by 10%. Failure to break through is also quite normal. You failed to break through the foundation. Is the damage to your meridian serious? Ling Pengyun said thankfully. With a Pulse Protection Pill protecting my meridian damage is not serious. I estimate that I can recover after a year or 2 of recuperation. Hearing this, Ling Yanhong waved his hand and took out a bottle of rejuvenation pill that he had prepared long ago from his storage bag and handed it to Ling Pengyun. This is a 2nd-level healing pill, rejuvenation pill. You should take it quickly so that you can recover your meridian injuries quickly. Seeing the rejuvenation pill handed over by Ling Yanhong, Ling Pengyun felt even more ashamed of his family's expectations of him. After all, the Pulse Protection Pill and the little Bailing Water were both valuable, but they were wasted because of his failure to break through. 3rd ancestor, I. Seeing Ling Pengyun's expression, Ling Yanhong also guessed what he was thinking and comforted him. Don't worry too much, Peng Liang. If the injury to your meridians is not healed in time, it may damage your foundation. With the help of this rejuvenation pill, you can recover quickly. You are not very old, and you still have at least 20 years before the deadline for building your foundation. The spiritual energy that you used to build your foundation this time lasted for 2 days. I think you are about to succeed in your foundation building, but your luck is not good. In addition, although you did not succeed in building your foundation this time, you have accumulated some experience. When you build your foundation for the 2nd time, you can increase your success rate. When the family finances are better, I will take the lead and find you a foundation building spiritual object to assist you in building your foundation. My Ling family has not encountered any difficulties or troubles. We also have 4 foundation building combat forces, which are enough to rival the old foundation building families. You don't need to rush. Next time, just seize the opportunity to build your foundation, and there is no need to have too much psychological pressure. After the injury to your meridians recovers, I will come out of seclusion as soon as possible, take over from Uncle 11, and take control of the affairs of the clan again. Currently, there is only Ling Pengyun in the Ling family who has reached the perfection of key training before the best foundation building age. There are not many talented people in the Ru, Yun, and Xiao generations, and those who have reached the perfection of key training are too old to be suitable for foundation building. Although there are many talented people in the younger Peng and Cheng generations, they are still young and their cultivation is relatively low. Ling Pengyun can be said to be the leader among the current Peng and Cheng generations of key training. Therefore, Ling Yanhong plans to give Ling Pengyun another chance to build a foundation. After all, if the Ling family gets the foundation building spiritual objects, only Ling Pengyun is suitable. Hearing this, Ling Pengyun felt warm in his heart, and at the same time, he was confident that he would break through the foundation building realm for the 2nd time in the future. If the effect of the pulse protecting pill and Bailing Water he took was not too short, he would definitely succeed in building a foundation. In the future, as long as he has another bottle of Xia Bailing Water and the help of the pulse protection pill for the 2nd foundation building, although he is not 100% sure that he can enter the foundation building, he still has 50% confidence. After he took the rejuvenation pill handed over by Ling Yanhong, he thanked him and left the top of the mountain alone, walking towards the courtyard that belonged to him halfway up the mountain. Ling Yanhong, Ling Ruxin and Ling Penxing, who were still on the top of the mountain, chatted for a few words, said goodbye to each other and left. Ling Yunhong entered the Hongyan cave mansion where Ling Pengyun had retreated before. Ling Pengxing entered the Xingchen cave mansion. As for the elderly Ling Ruxin, he returned to the General Affairs Hall to sort out the affairs that he had taken over from the General Affairs Hall in the past few months as soon as possible, and prepare to hand over to Ling Pengyun, who was about to recover from his injury. Everyone, it's not that I'm suppressing the number of foundation building of the Ling family, it's really a little fake to directly write that Ling Pengyun successfully built a foundation. Chapter 268, Breaking Through 2 Realms in a Row and Entering the 4th Level of Foundation Building. Half a year later. In the rock-scale snake cave in Yuanzhou and Yuantu County. Ling Pengyun, who had been in seclusion for a year with the help of the Gathering Spirit Pill and the 2nd level lower grade Gathering Spirit Array, suddenly opened his eyes with a hint of joy on his face. Finally, my cultivation has reached the peak of the 2nd level of foundation building and reached the bottleneck of the 3rd level of foundation building. It's time to use the spiritual water I have and break through to the 3rd level of foundation building. According to his cultivation speed, even with the help of the Gathering Spirit Pill and the 2nd level lower grade Gathering Spirit Array, it would take at least a year for his cultivation to reach this level. But when the wind-attributed spirit root of the Bailing sect, Xiao Wuhong, went to the 100 Days Banquet, he drank 2 pots of the 2nd level upper grade Cloud and Mist Spirit Tea from Wu Yan, and his cultivation improved a lot. After saying this, Ling Pengyun waved his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, and took out all the cold spirit water, a total of 23 bottles. Afterwards, he poured all the 23 bottles of cold spirit water into his mouth, swallowed them, and madly practiced a Blue Sea Sutra, refining the huge amount of spirit water in his stomach, turning it into pure liquid spirit power, and sending it into his dantian, and together with the liquid spirit power in his dantian, he attacked the unclear and inexplicable bottleneck. With the help of a large amount of cold spirit water as a backup, Ling Pengyun spent 3 consecutive days attacking the bottleneck of the 3rd level of foundation building countless times, and finally broke the bottleneck. Once the bottleneck was broken, his cultivation and spiritual consciousness also rapidly improved by several times. When the improvement stopped, his spiritual consciousness and spiritual power strength far exceeded that of ordinary 3rd level foundation building cultivators. The spiritual consciousness can cover more than 550 feet, which is comparable to the spiritual consciousness strength of 5th level foundation building cultivators. The spiritual power strength is weaker, but it is also comparable to the total spiritual power of 4th level foundation building cultivators. My spiritual consciousness is stronger than that of ordinary cultivators because of the primordial energy of yin and yang. It is reasonable that I have such strength after breaking through to the 3rd level of foundation building. I didn't expect that I had just broken through the 3rd level of foundation building and my cultivation was not yet stable, but I was able to match the total spiritual power of a cultivator at the 4th level of foundation building. Ling Pengyun was thinking a lot, and he could only attribute the strength of his spiritual power to the strength of a cultivator at the 4th level of foundation building to the fragment of the Blue Sea Sutra that he practiced, which was suspected to be a golden elixir or a primordial infant technique. After being happy for a while, he no longer wasted time and relied on the remaining cold spirit water in his body to consolidate his cultivation, which was still a little frivolous after the breakthrough. After a few days, when he had consolidated his cultivation, he opened his eyes and 2 rays of light shot out of his eyes. Now that I have entered the 3rd level of foundation building, it is time for my life spirit planned, the thorn vine, to take the bailing water and try to impact the foundation building realm. Since the bottle of bailing water he bought at the auction in Xianyang market a year ago, he has not given it to the thorn vine to take, but has been waiting for his own cultivation to enter the 3rd level of foundation building. If the thorn vine successfully impacts the foundation building, he can also rely on the spiritual power of the thorn vine to feed back to impact the bottleneck of the 4th level of foundation building and cross to the level of the middle stage of foundation building. With the idea, Ling Pengyun immediately took action. He first summoned the thorn vine living in the dantian, took out the bottle of bailing water in the storage bag, and gave the bailing water to the thorn vine. After the thorn vine took the bottle of bailing water, Ling Pengyun also quickly mobilized his spiritual consciousness and poured it into the body of the thorn vine to help the vine refine the bailing water absorbed into its body. The bailing water is extremely pure, comparable to the spiritual water of heaven and earth. However, in just one day, With the help of Ling Pengyun, who had a strong spiritual sense, the thorn vines refined the bailing water in their bodies. The next moment after refining the bailing water, the spiritual sense of the thorn vines also rapidly increased by nearly one-fold. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun said to the thorn vines whose spiritual sense had greatly increased, "Thorn, you can try to impact the foundation. First, condense the liquid spiritual power. Only by condensing the liquid spiritual power can the spiritual energy be triggered to fill the body. Then, with the help of the huge spiritual energy, when the spiritual energy is filled, the breakthrough will have a greater chance to break through the bottleneck of foundation building." As soon as the thorn vine heard the order, it immediately did it, and continued to compress the spiritual power in its body with its spiritual sense. The spiritual power in its body had already been compressed to the limit of the key training period. After the compression of the thorn vines, the spiritual power in its body was extremely violent and constantly collided with its body. But the thorn vines contained a lot of yimu essences. Under the soothing of those yimu essences, the violent spiritual power in the thorn vines gradually calmed down. This also made it much easier for the thorn vines to compress the spiritual power into liquid spiritual power. After dozens of rounds of compression, with the help of the huge yimu essences and Ling Pengyun's powerful consciousness, the vine successfully relied on the spiritual power in its body to compress the first drop of liquid spiritual power. Once this drop of liquid spiritual power was formed, a chain reaction naturally occurred. The drop of liquid spiritual power was like a vortex, madly absorbing the spiritual power in the thorn vines and strengthening itself. After a while, the spiritual power of the thorn vines was completely absorbed. Ling Pengyun, who had been guarding the thorn vines, also mobilized his consciousness to guide the thorn vines, which had no foundation building experience, to touch the drop of liquid spiritual power in their bodies and induce spiritual energy to fill their bodies. Then the drop of liquid spiritual power in the thorn vine flashed, and with Ling Pengyun's help, it emitted a stronger suction force, which attracted the huge spiritual energy in the entire rock-scale snake cave and rushed into the finger-length body of the thorn vine. The huge spiritual power entered the body, making the finger-length body of the thorn vine bulge. Cracks gradually appeared on its body. Fortunately, Ling Pengyun mobilized and used the spiritual plant's secret method in time, condensed pure wood spiritual power, and passed it into the thorn vine to help the vine repair the cracks on the surface. After half a while, the thorn vine was restored to its original state. At the same time, Ling Pengyun also guided the thorn meridians with weak spiritual intelligence to mobilize the drop of liquid spiritual power that had just been compressed to continuously impact the foundation building bottleneck in its body. When the spiritual energy was infused into the body, the large amount of spiritual energy that filled the body served as a backup for this drop of liquid spiritual power. With the joint efforts of Ling Pengyun and the thorn vine, whose spiritual consciousness had greatly increased after taking bailing water and who was willing to consume its own yimu essence, the drop of liquid spiritual power in its body hit the bottleneck of foundation building hundreds of times, and finally broke the bottleneck of foundation building. The bottleneck was gone, and the huge amount of spiritual energy caused by the spiritual energy infusion and the drop of liquid spiritual power quickly flowed into the thorn vine's body, nourishing its body. In just 3 breaths, under the nourishment of the huge amount of spiritual energy, the amount of yimu essence in the thorn vine's body and its physique quickly increased by nearly 1-fold. Even the spiritual intelligence of the thorn vine has increased by several times. Although it is not as good as the spiritual intelligence of a 3-year-old child, it is much stronger than when it was in the key training stage. The spiritual intelligence of spiritual plants is very weak, even worse than that of monsters. Only after spiritual plants enter the golden elixir stage will they improve. Ling Pengyun, who had been guarding the thorn vine, was overjoyed when he saw the thorn vine that had successfully entered the foundation building stage. When the thorn vine stopped improving, Ling Pengyun also seized the opportunity of the thorn vine breaking through the foundation building spiritual energy and letting the thorn vine feed back spiritual energy. As Ling Pengyun's life spiritual planned, the thorn vine was very obedient. It did it without hesitation and transferred all the huge spiritual energy in its body into Ling Pengyun's body. At the same time, this vine also relied on the essence of yew wood frantically, and quickly refined the huge spiritual energy that poured into the body into liquid spiritual energy as a backup force when feeding back spiritual energy to Ling Pengyun. Ling Pengyun and this thorn vine are originally one and the same. The spiritual power transferred by this vine is no different from the spiritual power cultivated by Ling Pengyun himself. In addition, The thorn vine has entered the foundation building stage, and the spiritual power strength in its body is not much weaker than that in Ling Pengyun's body. Ling Pengyun directly sent a large amount of pure liquid spiritual power that the thorn vine continuously transferred into his dantian. In just 100 breaths, Ling Pengyun's dantian was filled with a huge spiritual power that the thorn vines passed into his body. However, for this, the thorn vines not only consumed all the spiritual power in their bodies, but also consumed a lot of Yimu essence to refine the huge spiritual energy that poured into their bodies and pass it to Ling Pengyun. Seeing that the thorn vines were already somewhat exhausted, Ling Pengyun immediately patted the storage bag on his waist and summoned the only 3 bottles of century-old evergreen spirit water left on his body and poured them into his mouth. 2 of these 3 bottles of evergreen spirit water were given by Ling clan leader Ling Yunhong after the end of the monster rebellion, and the other one was purchased by Ling Pengyun at the Ziyang Grand Auction. It was precisely because of these 3 bottles of century-old evergreen spirit water that Ling Pengyun dared to let the thorn vines try to build his foundation just after entering the 3rd level of foundation building. With a huge spiritual power contained in the 3 bottles of century-old evergreen spirit water, Ling Pengyun also had more backup. It took nearly half a day, and he attacked a bottleneck dozens of times, until the spiritual energy contained in the 3 bottles of evergreen spirit water was about to be consumed, and the essence of Yimu in the thorny vines was consumed by nearly 70%. Ling Pengyun finally broke the bottleneck and entered the 4th level of foundation building. Once he entered the 4th level of foundation building, Ling Pengyun's spiritual power and consciousness were improved again, reaching the level of the 6th level of foundation building. Thanks to Mu Tuochuo, ASD, and Wary for their monthly tickets. Chapter 269, The Strength of the Thorny Vines in the Foundation Establishment Period. When everything calmed down, Ling Pengyun also opened his eyes and was secretly delighted. Although the spiritual stones earned by spiritual plants are not as good as those earned by refining tools, my spiritual plants have greatly helped me in my cultivation. If I didn't have this vine to help me this time, I'm afraid it would take at least 5 to 10 years for me to break through to the 4th level of foundation building. Now that the thorny vine has entered the foundation building stage, I have also entered the 2nd level spiritual plant stage, and I should also pay attention to finding a 2nd spiritual plant for my own life. In the future, if I have 2 spiritual plants to help me, my cultivation will definitely improve faster. Ling Pengyun had comprehended the ripening technique of spiritual plants to the 4th level a few years ago, and now the thorny vine has broken through to the foundation building stage. With these 2 factors in place, Ling Pengyun's spiritual plant grade was also upgraded to the 2nd level. A 2nd level spiritual plant can refine another spiritual plant and turn it into its own spiritual plant. Another 2nd level spiritual plant of the Ling family, Ling Yunhong, the head of the Ling family, has 2 spiritual plants for his own life. Thinking back, Ling Pengyun called upon the thorn vines, which had consumed too much Yimu essence when feeding back the spiritual energy and whose breath was a little weak. Thorns. Transform into armor. The thorn vines moved and transformed into countless roots. Those roots quickly grew larger and turned into vines as thick as thighs, which wrapped around Ling Pengyun's body and turned into a set of thorn wood armor on Ling Pengyun's body. Once the wood armor was completed, Ling Pengyun waved his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, summoned the green steel mother and child flying swords from it, and controlled the 2 flying swords to bombard his own set of wood armor. Boom! Boom! 2 dull sounds rang out. The 2 green steel mother and child flying swords did not break the wood armor transformed by the thorn vines, but only blasted 2 thumb-sized gaps on the thorn wood armor. And before half a breath had passed, the 2 small gaps were repaired by the thorn vines using spiritual power. Seeing this scene, Ling Pengyun looked happy. You know, just now he used 50% of his spiritual power to urge the set of blue steel mother and child flying swords to bombard the wooden armor transformed by thorny vines. It seems that the defensive power of this set of wooden armor transformed by thorny vines will not be weaker than that of ordinary 2nd level low-grade defensive magic tools. If this vine stabilizes its cultivation, or if it goes a step further and breaks through to the 2nd or 3rd level of foundation building, the defensive power of the wooden armor transformed by this vine will probably become stronger. With the help of this vine, I have an extra means to save my life. Looking at the strength of this vine, if it relies on the vine transformed by this vine itself to trap the enemy, it is estimated that it will have a miraculous effect. It is estimated that there will be no problem in trapping the monster in the early stage of foundation building for 2 or 3 breaths. Although 2 or 3 breaths are short, they are enough to decide the outcome in a battle between cultivators. Considering that the thorn vines consumed a lot of Yimu essence, Ling Pengyun did not try too much to use the defensive power of the wooden armor transformed by the thorns. Instead, he removed the wooden armor, let the thorn vines turn back into the size of a thumb, and stored them in the dantian to warm them with spiritual power. In order to avoid delaying for a long time and damaging the roots of the thorn vines. Then, Ling Pengyun stood up and watered the spiritual plants planted in the 35 acres of spiritual fields in the snake cave with a wave of spiritual rain, and performed a ripening technique on those spiritual plants. Under the blessing of these 2 spiritual plant secrets, the spiritual plants planted in the 35 acres of spiritual fields here have become more beautiful. Ling Pengyun looked at the spiritual plants in the 35 acres of spiritual fields in front of him, and his eyes flashed with a bit of brilliance. I am now a second-level spiritual plant husband. The ripening technique alone can speed up the growth rate of spiritual plants below the second-level lower grade by 120%. If the cloud and rain technique is added, it will be 130%. With a speed bonus, the spiritual plants planted in the 35 acres of spiritual fields here are enough to save more than half of the time to mature. The Yang family has not considered this. I just need to hand over the spiritual plants here according to the normal maturity period of those spiritual plants. I can take advantage of this loophole. After the spiritual plants in the snake cave mature, I can plant a batch of spiritual plants myself and sell them to the family. Let the family refine them into pills and sell them. This move can make me more profitable and quickly collect enough spirit stones to buy Zuinun heavy iron. It can also help the family. It's a win-win situation. It's just as the third ancestor said, the higher the grade of the spiritual plant, the stronger it is. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Ling Pengyun sat cross-legged on the ground again, absorbing the spiritual energy in the snake cave to consolidate his newly broken cultivation. After his cultivation was consolidated, Ling Pengyun tried to practice for a few days. He found that even with the help of the gathering spirit pail and the gathering spirit array, his cultivation speed was still extremely slow, so he stopped practicing. Instead, he took out a large number of refining materials and began to refine magic tools. During the monster rebellion, the family acquired a large number of key training period monster corpses from the clan members stationed in various spiritual veins in the family territory. There were many spiritual materials that could be used for refining on these monster corpses, and the number was large. Ling Pengyun was originally a refiner trained by the family. As early as the monster rebellion, he accepted the family's commission to refine the monster materials obtained by the family into magic tools. Refining a first-level lower, middle, and upper-grade magic tool, he can get 5, 10, and 15 contribution points respectively. Such a low income is also because there are many magic tool styles that Ling Pengyun has never touched in this batch of refining materials, and the success rate may be extremely low. It is also because of the low success rate of refining magic tools that the family reduced Ling Pengyun's remuneration for refining tools. However, Ling Pengyun didn't care about this. He still had thousands of useless contribution points in his account. There was not much difference between having more contribution points and having fewer contribution points. The reason why he accepted the family's refining commission was that in addition to talent, refining also required more practice. In the following month, Ling Pengyun spent all his time refining magic tools with the help of monster materials, except for taking care of the spiritual plants in the snake cave. This crazy refining also made Ling Pengyun consume hundreds of refining spiritual materials in just 1 month and refined them into magic tools. Although there were many magic tools that he was not good at refining, relying on his powerful spiritual consciousness that broke through the middle stage of foundation building, the success rate of refining those first-level magic tools that he was not good at reached about 20%. As for the success rate of refining this batch of magic tools, it also reached between 30% and 40%. Perhaps because of the more complicated refining of magic tools, his understanding of refining has also deepened a lot. In addition, at least 30% of the spiritual materials for refining weapons given by the family were spiritual materials for refining flying swords. This made his success rate in refining first-grade upper-grade flying swords reach about 30%, which was barely profitable. The success rate of refining first-grade middle-grade flying swords was as high as 50%, and the success rate of the other two types of inner armor and Taoist robes, which he was good at, reached about 30% to 40%. This also made Ling Pengyun very happy. I have reached this level in refining weapons, and I can earn spiritual stones faster in the future. I can also get the 80 kilograms of Zuinun heavy iron in Wu Yan's brother-in-law's hand as soon as possible, and refine it into my lifelong magic weapon to help me improve my combat power. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun was immediately looking forward to it. After he put the flying sword magic weapon he had just refined into his storage bag, he closed his eyes, absorbed the spiritual energy here, filled it in his dantian, and restored the spiritual energy consumed by today's refining. Chapter 270, Entrusted by the family to refine equipment again. The next day, early morning. After Ling Pengyun recovered his best condition, he also woke up. After asking the Immortal Crane King and Feng Yingpen, who were stationed here to take good care of this place, he added a wind control technique to his body, left the rock scale snake cave, and sneaked south. After sneaking for about thousands of miles, he finally stopped outside a huge city. This city is brand new, and it can be seen at a glance that it was just built recently. On the four gates of the city in the southeast, northwest, and northeast, there is a plaque with four big characters Taichu Market written on it. Looking at the traffic volume of the newly established largest market in Yuanzhou, Taichu Market is not much worse than the original Ziyang Market. This is a good thing for the family to sell the batch of magic tools I just refined. Ling Pengyun looked at the four gates of the huge Ziyang Market in front of him, and there were cultivators coming in and out, and muttered to himself. Taichu Market was established by Bailingmen a year ago when they occupied the Jiamang Lake, a land of tens of thousands of miles. At the same time, this market is also the largest market in Yuanzhou and even in the entire Bailingmen. According to what Zhang Yan said at the time, there are many Bailingmen monks in this market. The Lingfu's Henren and Lingzun's Henren of Bailingmen are both in this market. This is also because Taichu Market, like the Ziyang Market at the beginning, is the market closest to the Jiamang Lake in Bailingmen. Once the monsters in the Jiamang Lake attack the Bailingmen, the newly established Taichu Market will also become the front line. It is precisely because of the geographical advantage of this market that it has become the first choice for many monks to enter the Jiamang Lake to kill monsters and sell monster spiritual materials. Thinking back, Ling Pengyun turned into a breeze and quickly rushed to Taichu Market. Just when he was within a mile of Taichu Market, a word suddenly appeared in his mind. My fellow Taoist, your cultivation has reached the foundation building stage. You need to go up to the city wall and register your name in the registration book in my hand before you can enter the market. Ling Pengyun turned his head and saw an old monk on the city wall who was emitting the pressure of the foundation building stage looking at him. He was already familiar with the rule that the foundation building monks had to sign to enter the market. He did it honestly and went up to the nearest wall of Taichu Market. After registering with a Bailingmen foundation building monk stationed on the wall, he entered the market. After entering the market, he walked around the market and saw the shop Lingxiao Maturation Pavilion opened by his family on the most prosperous street in Taichu Market. Lingxiao Maturation Pavilion, like other shops in the market, is a two-story style with a small courtyard. Although this Taichu Market was built during the nearly 1 year that Ling Pengyun was stationed in the rock-scale snake cave, he had never been to this market. However, not long after this market was established, the fifth elder of the Ling family, who was in charge of the business of the shops outside, went to the rock-scale snake cave to find Ling Pengyun. He told Ling Pengyun that the family had opened a shop in this market. He also asked him to refine the batch of refining materials entrusted by the family and put them in the shop in the Taichu Market, so that the batch of magic tools could be quickly converted into spiritual stones to alleviate the shortage of spiritual stones in the Ling family. Ling Pengyun was about to enter the Lingxiao Maturation Pavilion when he ran into a young female cultivator with excellent appearance and wearing Ling family Taoist robes, who sent a visitor from the Maturation Pavilion out of the store. When this beautiful female cultivator felt the foundation building pressure emanating from Ling Pengyun, she inadvertently looked up and looked at Ling Pengyun. But when she saw Ling Pengyun's face, she was shocked and immediately bowed to Ling Pengyun. "Excuse me, senior. Are you Ling Pengyun, the grand elder of Lingxiao Ling clan?" Ling Pengyun heard the young female cultivator wearing the Ling clan's Taoist robe asking this question. He glanced at her face, but he had never seen her before. She looked very unfamiliar. There was no such person among the Ling clan's cultivators. Suddenly, a sense of doubt came over him, and he asked, "Excuse me, Fairy, where did you find this Taoist robe that only Ling clan members can wear? Do you know me? I know. I am the concubine of Ling Yunfu, the 5th elder of Lingxiao Ling clan. My name is Liu Qing, and the Taoist robe I am wearing was given to me by my husband. The female cultivator said with a little nervousness. Hearing this, Ling Pengyun was immediately happy. The 10th ancestor knows how to enjoy himself. I didn't expect that he would take in such a beautiful concubine. Ling Yunfu, the 5th elder of Ling clan, can be said to be the one with the most wives and concubines in Ling clan. In this case, it is not because Ling Yunfu likes women, but because his wives and concubines are not competitive and have never given birth to anyone with spiritual roots. This prompted Ling Yunfu to continue to take concubines and have children. However, Ling Yunfu is very picky about taking concubines. He did not want those who were not good-looking, not virgins, or old. He only wanted those young and beautiful female cultivators in their 20s who were in the prime. This was also a joy for the Ling family. Many male cultivators of the Ling family were also extremely envious, but they did not dare to do it. After all, taking concubines also requires costs. If there is not enough family background and cultivation, how can you easily let beautiful female cultivators become concubines? Therefore, Ling Yunfu's matter is also unique to the Ling family. Ling Yunfu not only has a high cultivation level of key training perfection, but is also the 5th elder of the Ling family and is in charge of all the family's business outside. The benefits are self-evident. Considering that this is the first time to meet Liu Qing, who is the grandmother generation, Ling Pengyun took out a flawless white jade pendant from the storage bag, handed it to Liu Qing, and said with a smile. So you are grandmother Liu Qing. I came in a hurry this time. This protective jade pendant was made by me. Although the grade of this jade pendant is not high, it is only the first grade lower grade, but if it is broken, it can trigger a protective light curtain with good defensive power, which is enough to withstand 3 attacks from a cultivator in the middle stage of key training. It can also be regarded as a good product among the first grade lower grade magic tools. I hope Grandmother Ten will not despise it. Ling Yunfu, the 5th elder of the Ling family, is ranked 10th in the Yun generation and is the 10th ancestor of Ling Pengyun. When Liu Qing saw what Ling Pengyun handed over, a touch of joy suddenly appeared on her face. Regardless of the value of the protective jade pendant, Ling Pengyun's gift alone was a recognition of her status as an elder. You know, Ling Pengyun is a foundation building expert. It is a great honor to be called grandmother by such a strong man. Furthermore, that first grade lower grade protective jade pendant was indeed very valuable, and it was worth at least 40 or 50 spiritual stones. It was difficult for her to find such a treasure under normal circumstances. Thank you for the gift, Senior Ling. After Liu Qing received the protective jade pendant, she thanked Ling Pengyun with a happy face. Grandma 10th ancestor, there is no need to be polite. Although your age is not much different from mine, and your cultivation is only at the initial stage of key training, you have entered my Ling family and married the 10th ancestor. We can address each other according to our seniority. There is no need to call me senior. You can call me Pengyun in the future. Ling Pengyun waved his hand and continued to address Liu Qing as a junior, giving her enough face. There are many such situations in the Ling family. Ling Pengyun has several direct elders whose hair has not yet grown. After all, it is just a title, and Ling Pengyun does not care. Moreover, this is also a means for the Ling family to win over cultivators who marry into the Ling family. Liu Qing was also very benefited by this, and her heart was warm. In the past, she was indeed a little worried. If Ling Yunfu's clansmen knew that she married Ling Yunfu as a concubine, would they look down on her? But today's meeting with Ling Pengyun made her worries disappear immediately. Peng Yun. Liu Qing tried to call out. Well, 10th grandma, we have been standing outside this gate for a long time. Let's not stand outside this gate any longer, so as not to block the way for the visitors and affect the business of the store. Ling Peng said with a smile. Okay, Pengyun, please come in. Liu Qing was extremely happy to be called grandma again and again, and she also became more familiar with Ling Pengyun. She smiled and took Ling Pengyun into the Lingxiao Jubeo Pavilion. In the Jubeo Pavilion, in addition to Liu Qing who greeted the visitors who came to the store to buy spiritual objects, there were 5 female cultivators of different ages, but all of them were extremely beautiful, greeting the visitors. The 5 female cultivators, like Liu Qing, were all Ling Yunfu's wives and concubines. Ling Pengyun had met these 5 people several times before. After calling them grandma one after another, Ling Pengyun asked Liu Qing, "Grandma Liu Qing, where's the 10th grandpa? I came here to look for the 10th grandpa." Upon hearing this, Liu Qing took Ling Pengyun to the backyard. Ling Yanfu himself was sitting in a reclining chair in the backyard of the store, basking in the sun, drinking tea and reading books, very leisurely. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun smiled and muttered to himself, "The 10th grandpa is really capable, using his wives and concubines as his servants." Just when Ling Pengyun was stunned for a while, Liu Qing, who was standing beside him, also called out to the very leisurely and fat Ling Yanfu, "Sir, Pengyun is here." Ling Yanfu, who was reading a book, heard the call and looked up. When he saw Ling Pengyun coming, his expression suddenly became happy and he said happily, "Pengyun, have you finished refining the batch of magic tools that the family entrusted you to refine?" Ling Pengyun nodded and replied, "Not bad." After saying that, Ling Pengyun walked forward and took out 3 storage bags from his arms and handed them to Ling Yanfu. Liu Qing, who brought Ling Pengyun to the backyard, was very tactful and left the backyard on the grounds that the store was short of people and had to entertain guests. Ling Yanfu was quite satisfied with this. After taking the 3 storage bags handed over by Ling Pengyun, he took Ling Pengyun into a quiet room in the backyard, and then injected spiritual power into the 3 storage bags and summoned out all the magic tools in them. 3 piles of magic tools appeared immediately. Ling Yanfu saw such a large number of magic tools, and his eyes were full of brilliance. Then, he mobilized his spiritual sense and carefully counted the number of magic tools in this batch. He observed that there were 93 first-level low-grade magic tools, 65 first-level medium-grade magic tools, and at least 33 first-level high-grade magic tools. Pengyun, this number of magic tools just meets the requirement of 30% for the total success rate of refining this batch of magic tools when the family commissioned you to refine this batch of magic tools and spiritual materials. You have perfectly completed the family's commission for refining this time. According to the reward rule set between the family and you can get a total of 1,610 contribution points. After a while, when Yunjin comes to this market to deliver spiritual objects to this shop, I will ask him to inform Peng Liang, who is in charge of the General Affairs Hall, and let Peng Liang add this contribution point to your account. The number of magic tools in this batch is not small, and they are worth at least nearly 10,000 spiritual stones. If they can all be sold, the family can make a small profit of 1 or 2,000 spiritual stones in addition to purchasing the spiritual materials for refining this batch of magic tools. With this amount of spiritual stones, the family's finances will be better. Pengyun, you have made a great contribution to the family this time. Ling Yanfu looked at the large number of high-quality magic tools on the ground, smiled from ear to ear, and said, "10th ancestor, you are too kind. If the family didn't want to cultivate my level of weapon refining. Otherwise, if the hundreds of weapon refining materials for this batch of magic tools were handed over to the veteran first-class top-grade weapon refiner Yunnan, I'm afraid that the magic tools refined this time could be more than 10 or 20 pieces, and the income could be increased by hundreds of spirit stones, or even thousands of spirit stones." Ling Pengyun waved his hand, but he didn't take credit for it. Instead, he said with a little regret. This was from Ling Pengyun's true feelings, but this sigh was also mixed with some of Ling Pengyun's selfishness. After all, Ling Yunhong, the head of the Ling family, promised him that the family would invest 8,000 spirit stones to buy the 80 kilograms of Zuinun heavy iron in the hands of Ling Pengyun's brother-in-law Wu Yan. If so, the family can earn hundreds or thousands of spirit stones from refining this time, and the family can also speed up the collection of 8,000 spirit stones. Pengyun, you don't need to say that. Judging from the situation of your refining of magic tools this time, your level of refining magic tools is probably not inferior to that of Brother Yunnan. Besides, Brother Yunnan's lifespan is not much, and he has some hidden injuries on his body. During the year of the Monster Rebellion, Brother Yunnan continued to refine magic tools day and night in order to expand the family's profit from refining tools. He was overworked and caused those hidden injuries to break out, causing Brother Yunnan's body to have some problems. The level of refining tools has also regressed because of this. If this large batch is handed over to Brother Yunnan to refine, it will be no different from harming Brother Yunnan. Ling Yanfu heard this and said, "Grandpa Yunnan, why haven't I heard about the physical condition? Ling Pengyun frowned when he heard this, and a trace of worry appeared in his eyes, and he asked. Ling Yunan taught Ling Pengyun how to refine tools, and also gave him a first-grade Zuanshu shield of superior quality when Ling Pengyun was in the key training period. He always kept this favor in his heart. Very few people know about this. Only your grandfather Yun Hong, your grandfather Yun Feng and I know about it. Your grandfather Yun Hong didn't let us tell others about it. It's mainly to prevent other forces that are good at refining magic tools from getting the news and prompting them to unite and make discounts on magic tools, and then seize my Ling family's business of refining magic tools. After all, the market is so small, and the big cake of selling magic tools has been divided up by bailingmen for more than 70%. The remaining 30% of the refining market is shared by us foundation-building families who can refine magic tools. It's normal for conflicts of interest to arise. But you don't need to worry about Brother Yunan. As early as during the Monster Rebellion, when Brother Yunhong discovered that Brother Yunan had a physical problem, he gave Brother Yunan a second-grade inferior rejuvenation pill, and also exchanged Brother Yunan for several bottles of healing holy water from bailingmen that were about 50 years old. Relying on these spiritual objects, it is estimated that after a period of time, Brother Yunan will be able to resolve the hidden injuries that have erupted in his body and come out smoothly. Ling Yanfu said. That's good. Otherwise, if the family lost Grandpa Yunan, the veteran weapon refiner, the family's income from weapon refining would probably be much less. Ling Pengyun said thankfully. Yes, that's why, after the Monster Rebellion ended, the family still gave you the spiritual materials for refining weapons obtained from the rebellion. The things in this storage bag are the spiritual materials collected by the family in the past year for refining the 3 types of first-grade medium and high-grade inner armor, flying swords, and Taoist robes that you are best at. As for the spiritual materials for refining first-grade low-grade magic tools, they have not been collected. The market for first-grade low-grade magic tools is not large in various markets, and most of the large batch of first-grade low-grade kindling swords that you refined for the family in the early years are still unsold. Brother Yunan will not be able to come out of seclusion in a short time, and the family needs someone to take over the refining work. However, with the 100 magic tools you gave this time, the shortage of spiritual stones in the family can be alleviated to some extent. You can also use spiritual stones as a reward for the magic tools you refine with the spiritual materials for refining that I give you now. The rewards for refining a first-grade medium and high-grade magic tool are 10 and 15 spiritual stones respectively. The success rate of refining equipment should be maintained at 30%. If you refine a magic weapon, it will be yours. I wonder if you are willing to refine equipment for the family. Thanks to Znrose, Yuyijia, Sky 11, and book friend 20190704212448769 for their monthly tickets. Thank you all. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271, Ownerless Sandy's Oil Veins. Ling Yanfu took out a bulging storage bag from his bosom and handed it to Ling Pengyun, saying, "Of course I am willing." Ling Pengyun was originally short of spiritual stones, and now that he heard that he could earn spiritual stones by refining magic tools for the family, he naturally agreed happily. Seeing Ling Pengyun agree, Ling Yunan's face also showed a little more joy, and he said, "Pengyun, you finally came to my place today. I will ask your grandmothers to prepare a welcoming banquet for you later. I will also take out a few jars of good wine and call Brother Yunfeng, who is refining spiritual talismans in the quiet room next door to have a snack with you. What do you think?" Ling Yunfeng is the 3rd elder of the family and the only first-class top-grade talisman maker in the family. He has been following Ling Yunfu to refine spiritual talismans for many years. Once the spiritual talismans are refined, they are directly sold through the store run by Ling Yunfu. Ling Pengyun naturally didn't care about the welcoming banquet, so he nodded and agreed. Next, he rested and meditated in this quiet room. Ling Yanfu left the quiet room and called the 3 wives and concubines who were in charge of the business of Jubeo Pavilion to cook. The other 3 wives and concubines were still entertaining guests in Jubeo Pavilion. When night fell, Ling Yanfu's 3 wives and concubines prepared a large table of dishes. Ling Yanfu, the host, also called Ling Pengyun, who is meditating in the quiet room, to come out for dinner. Ling Yanfu's 3 wives and concubines were excellent cooks, and the dishes they made were also very delicious. Ling Pengyun was not stingy with praise, and directly praised the 3 grandmothers who made this large table of dishes for their beauty and dexterity. This also made the 3 women who cooked very happy. The atmosphere at the dinner table gradually became harmonious. Ling Pengyun and the 6 women, as well as the 2 seniors Ling Yanfu and Ling Yanfen, gradually became warm and talked happily, eating dishes and drinking and chatting. During the chat, Ling Pengyun also learned from Ling Yanfu and Ling Yanfeng that half a month ago, a foundation building fire python in the Jiamang Lake area successfully broke through to the golden elixir. In addition to this, the number of giant monsters in Jiamang Lake returned to 2 after the original giant initial stage water dragon in Jiamang Lake. However, after the fire python in Jiamang Lake, which had reached the perfect foundation, broke through the giant stage, the monsters in Jiamang Lake were still as calm as before, and did not cause any disturbances because of the addition of a giant monster. After all, the fire python had just entered the giant stage and needed a long time to stabilize its cultivation. In addition to this matter, Ling Pengyun also learned from Liu Qing, one of Ling Yanfu's wives and concubines, that she was pregnant, but the baby had only been in her belly for a month, so the signs of pregnancy were not obvious. Ling Pengyun was quite happy about the pregnancy of his grandmother Liu Qing, and at the same time, he was also looking forward to whether the fetus in Liu Qing's belly had spiritual roots. When he just entered the foundation building stage, he promised Ling Yanfu's father, the previous generation of the great elder of the family, Ling Ruxin, that he would take care of his descendants with spiritual roots in the future. Unfortunately, none of Ling Yanfu's many descendants had spiritual roots, which delayed the matter. Ling Ruxin had shown favor to Ling Pengyun, and Ling Pengyun did not want to see the situation where the inheritance of monks in Ling Ruxin's lineage was broken. He talked about some other things with the elders, and the welcoming banquet lasted for nearly an hour before it ended. After the meal, Ling Pengyun did not stay any longer because he still had to guard the rock-scale snake cave. He chatted with Ling Yanfu and Ling Yanfen, the 2 elders, and then said goodbye and left the treasure pavilion. After leaving the treasure pavilion, Ling Pengyun went to the Bailing Qi Tang, the largest magic weapon store in Tuiuanfang City. He spent the remaining 300 spiritual stones on him and bought 10 spiritual materials for the first level middle grade inner armor magic weapon with the highest success rate of refining. After this matter was done, Ling Pengyun left Tuiuanfang City and returned to the rock-scale snake cave. As for not buying the refining materials directly in the Jubeo Pavilion opened by the family, it was because there were no materials in the Jubeo Pavilion. The refining materials collected in the Jubeo Pavilion were all entrusted to Ling Pengyun to refine the magic tools. A month later, a communication talisman quickly flew into the Ling family mountain and landed beside the family elder Ling Pengyun, who was looking through the account book at the counter of the General Affairs Hall halfway up the mountain. Ling Pengyun, who failed to break through the foundation building half a year ago, recovered from the meridian injury in just 1 month because of the healing pills and rejuvenation pills given by Ling Yunhong, and the fact that the injuries he suffered from the failure to break through the foundation building were not serious. At that time, he also took over Ling Ruxin and took on the chores required by the position of the family elder. In addition, his cultivation reached the perfection of key training, so Ling Yunhong also removed the word acting elder from Ling Pengyun and officially appointed Ling Pengyun as the family elder. The elders of the family must at least have perfected their key training. If their cultivation is not up to standard, they can barely serve as the elders of the family if they have learned a profound art. Ling Pengyun saw a communication talisman falling beside him, and his expression changed slightly. He waved his hand to take the communication talisman that fell beside him, and after carefully looking at the content, his expression was suddenly shocked. He immediately cast a light body technique, left the General Affairs Hall, went to the top of the mountain, and knocked on the doors of the Hongyan Cave Mansion and the Xingchen Cave Mansion. After a while, the doors of the Hongyan and Xingchen Cave Mansions opened respectively. Ling Yunhong, the patriarch of the Ling family, and Ling Pengxing, the supreme elder of the Ling family, who were in seclusion in the 2 caves, also walked out respectively. Pengyun, what is the matter with you calling us together? Ling Yunhong asked in confusion. If there was nothing serious, Ling Pengyun, as the great elder, would not disturb his hard practice at all. Ling Pengxing, who had just left the cave, also cast an inquiring look at Ling Pengyun at this moment. Third grandfather, third brother, according to a message from a Luoxiluo clan member who was bribed by our clan, a Luoxiluo clan member discovered a small first-grade high-quality sand and soil vein in a barren land stretching for hundreds of miles between their own territory and the Huxiaoliu clan's territory. However, this news leaked out, and the Huxiaoliu clan, which borders the Luoxiluo clan, also got the news. Now the two families are confronting each other in that barren land stretching for hundreds of miles, arguing about the ownership of that vein. However, the sand and soil vein is located in an unowned barren land, which does not belong to any family. I'm afraid it will be difficult for the Luo and Liu families to argue about who is better. Even if the two families ask Balingman to make the decision, I'm afraid it will be difficult for Balingman to intervene, so as not to affect the few fair ones. The ownership of that sand and soil ore will probably still depend on the Luo and Liu families to make a decision on their own. Third grandfather, third brother, under such circumstances, should our Ling family intervene? After all, that mineral vein is ownerless. My Ling family now has 4 foundation-building warriors. Although except for you, grandfather Yunhong, who has the cultivation base of the middle stage of foundation building, third brother, brother Pengyun, and the fairy crane king are only in the early stage of foundation building. But in terms of the number of foundation building warriors, my Ling family is the largest among the 5 foundation building families in Huaishu County. If I don't intervene, I will feel unwilling. Besides, the Huxiaoliu family and the Luoxiluo family are both strong. The former has 2 middle-stage foundation-building warriors in the family, and the latter has 1 late-stage foundation-building warrior and 2 early-stage foundation-building warriors. If we allow that valuable first-grade, top-quality small sandy soil mineral vein to be obtained by any of the 2 families, I am afraid that they will rely on that mineral vein to increase the strength of their families again. Such a situation is very unfavorable for the future plans of my Ling family. Ling Pengyun said in detail with an excited look on his face. Basically, every foundation-building family has a piece of unowned barren land with no spiritual veins within hundreds of miles. Outside the Ling family's territory, there is also a piece of barren land that stretches for hundreds of miles. Ling Yanhuang and Ling Pengyun were shocked when they heard this. Sand is a good material for refining earth-attributed magic tools. A first-grade sand vein indicates that the sand ore in it has at least reached the first-grade level. On the market, 1 pound of first-grade sand is worth at least 10 spiritual stones, and the ore volume of a small sand vein can reach at least 20,000 pounds. 20,000 pounds of sand ore is enough to extract sand worth at least 20,000 spiritual stones. And this is just the value of the sand vein, calculated according to the minimum mineral content of the small vein. That small sandy soil vein is valuable and it is an unowned land. My Ling family is in short supply of spiritual stones now, and this vein is a good source of spiritual stones. Moreover, in a small first-grade high-quality sandy soil vein, there must be a small amount of second-grade sandy soil crystals, which are good materials for refining second-grade defensive magic tools. If I can get them, I can also refine a few second-grade defensive magic tools. This is a free advantage, and my Ling family naturally can't let it go. Pengyun, what do you think? Ling Yanhuang asked Ling Pengyun with a bit of excitement between his eyebrows. Although he is the head of the Ling family, he does not have the final say in the family, and he also needs to ask the opinions of other family leaders. Now the family only has him, Ling Pengyun, and Ling Pengyun. Third ancestor, I also think we should go and rob it. My Ling family already has 4 foundation-building warriors. If we talk about the number of foundation-building warriors, my Ling family has the most among the 5 major families in Huaishu County, so we should indeed occupy more benefits. Although Ling Pengyun is not good at family management, he still understands the value of the mineral vein. Of course, he has some selfish motives in his attitude of seizing the sand and soil mineral vein this time. A year ago, 3 months after the end of the monster rebellion, he bid for 3 bottles of century-old evergreen spirit water at the Ziyang Grand Auction, which only takes place once a century. However, the spiritual power contained in the 3 bottles of century-old evergreen spirit water only allowed him to improve his cultivation from the 2nd level of foundation building to the peak of the 2nd level of foundation building, making him still stuck in the 2nd level of foundation building. Although the family supplies him with 6 2nd-level lower-grade spirit-gathering pills for cultivation every year, and there is also a 2nd-level lower-grade spirit-gathering formation to help him, But even so, it will take him at least 2 or 3 years to break through to the third level of foundation building. In the next realm, if there is no spiritual object such as spiritual water to help him, he may need to delay more time. If he wants to break through the current realm quickly and move to a higher level, the valuable mineral vein this time is an opportunity. Ling Yanhong was overjoyed to see that Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun both agreed to this proposal. Okay, since the three of us all agree to this, let's settle it. My Ling family will go to compete with Xiaoliu family and Luoxiluo family for the sand and soil mineral vein. The barren land that stretches for hundreds of miles at the junction of Luoxiluo family and Xiaoliu family is tens of thousands of miles away from my Ling family, which is quite far away. In order to avoid the sand and soil mineral vein being separated from its owner during this period, Pengyun and I will go ahead. Pengyun, you quickly gather the masters of the middle stage of key training or above stationed on various low-level spiritual veins within the family, and then summon Yunqian to return to the family, and let Yunqian lead the team to support me and Pengyun. Speaking of this, Ling Yanhong paused for a moment. Then he spoke again. Just the two of us, Pengyun and I, who are at the foundation building stage, and those members of our family who are at the middle stage of key training or above, are still a little weak. So, Pengyun, you send someone to hand over the matter of the sand and soil vein to Pengyun, who is stationed in the rock scale snake cave in Tuihan County, Yuan's Hao, which was newly opened up by Bailingman. Let him take the family's fairy crane king, who is in the early stage of foundation building, and go directly to the sand and soil vein to support us in preparing for the war with the Liu and Luo families. Also, you send someone to the rock scale snake cave to take charge, so as to prevent any accidents from happening in the rock scale snake cave while Pengyun and the fairy crane king of the family are away from the rock scale snake cave. After all, the spiritual plants planted in the rock scale snake cave are also of extraordinary value. That's all for now, Pengyun. The backup is up to you. After Ling Yanhong said this, he asked about the location of the sand and soil vein, and then called a fairy crane in the late stage of key training, and took Ling Pengyun on the crane to ride away from Lingxiao Mountain quickly. Ling Pengyun, who was left alone on the top of the mountain, looked at the backs of Ling Yanhong and Ling Pengyun as they left, his eyes flashing with light. If the third ancestor and his men can really occupy that sandy soil vein, I think within 10 years, the family will be able to gather enough spiritual stones to buy spiritual objects for me to build my foundation. By then, I will have the experience of my first attempt to build my foundation, and I will surely be able to build my foundation successfully. He had just proposed to seize the ownerless sandy soil vein for the family, and he had the same selfish motives as Ling Pengyun. However, the sandy soil vein was indeed helpful to the Ling family, otherwise this proposal would not have been passed by Ling Yanhong, the patriarch. After being stunned for a while, Ling Pengyun quickly left the top of the mountain and began to get busy, preparing the clan's war supplies, sending clan members in the mountains to summon clan members stationed on low-level spiritual veins in the outside world, and other trivial matters. Starting from today, I will update 8,000 words a day. I hope everyone will read it. Thank you. Chapter 272 The Scale of the Sandy Soil Vein. At the same time, on the other side, at the top of Qingshi Mountain, the Yang clan's mountain, in the meeting hall, the 4 foundation building cultivators of the Yang clan all gathered here. When everyone arrived, Yang Mingxian, the patriarch of the Yang clan, also informed the other 3 people about the discovery of a small, ownerless sand and soil vein in a barren land in Huaishu County. Then he turned his head and looked at Yang Changxing, the most senior and the 9th-level foundation building elder of the Yang clan, and asked, "Fifth uncle, should our Yang clan go and rob the ownerless sand and soil vein in Huaishu County this time?" Yang Changxing felt a little complicated when he heard this question. He knew how valuable a small sand and soil vein was. If his family could obtain this vein, it would be an extra help. But the vein was within the scope of Huaishu County after all, not in Yunshu County where his Yang clan was. Once the Yang family crosses the border and seizes the spiritual vein that originally belonged to Huaishu County, it is likely to cause dissatisfaction among the 5 major foundation building families in Huaishu County, and the 5 families will jointly take action to stop the Yang family. Although the Yang family is strong now, it does not have the strength to fight the 5 major foundation building families alone. That sand and soil vein is not something that my Yang family can touch. Besides, my Yang family mainly practices alchemy, and the family is not strong in refining weapons. It will not be of much use to come to that sand and soil vein in a short time. Everyone, disperse, practice with peace of mind, improve your cultivation as soon as possible, and prepare to destroy the remaining 3 major foundation building families in Yanshu County. Yang Changsing said in a deep voice with a lot of thoughts. When the other 3 foundation building cultivators in the conference room heard this, they also understood the reason. They did not stay in the conference room for long and left one after another. 7 days later, a huge crane landed outside the rock scale snake cave. From then on, a hunchbacked old man with a bit of death on his face jumped off the crane. This hunchbacked old man was none other than Ling Ruxin, the last great elder of the Ling family, whose lifespan was about to run out. Pengyun, come out and see me. I have something important to discuss with you. Ling Pengyun, who was stationed at the rock scale snake cave, heard the familiar voice coming from outside the snake cave and immediately walked out of the snake cave. 11th great-grandfather, why are you here? Ling Pengyun was very puzzled when he saw Ling Ruxin's arrival and asked. Ling Ruxin did not delay and told Ling Pengyun that a sand vein was found in a deserted and ownerless land between the Luoxia family and the Huxia family, and that the family had sent clansmen to rob the sand vein. He also told Ling Pengyun to take the initial stage of foundation building Fairy Crane King, who was stationed with him at the snake cave, as soon as possible to the location of the sand vein to support Ling Yunhong and others. By the way, he gave Ling Pengyun a map of the location of the sand vein. Okay, 11th great-grandfather, I will go right away and leave this place to you. This token was given by Senior Zhang Yan, the deputy head of the General Affairs Hall of Bailing Sect, who has perfected the foundation building. If you encounter any accidents while stationed here, crush this token immediately. When the time comes, Senior Zhang Yan should come to support immediately. Ling Pengyun took out a piece of token from his arms and handed it to Ling Ruxin, and then immediately called the Immortal Crane King in the early stage of foundation building and Feng Yingpen, who were stationed with him in the rock scale snake cave, to leave here. Ling Ruxin looked at the token given by Ling Pengyun in his hand and fell into deep thought. 3 days later, riding on the Immortal Crane King, Ling Pengyun followed the map of the mineral vein given by Ling Ruxin, flying day and night for 60 or 70,000 miles, and finally arrived at the desolate land between Luoxia and Huxia, and finally found the vicinity of the sand and soil mineral vein. The sand and soil vein is located in a mountain several dozen feet high. 5 groups of monks are stationed around the mountain. Each group of monks is stationed far away from each other, and each group has a long flag with the emblem of each of the 5 major families in Huaishu County. Ling Pengyun took a quick look and soon found a long flag with the 3 jade series of spiritual rice patterns that were the foundation of the Ling family in the past. The 3 jade series of spiritual rice patterns are the symbol of the Ling family. After finding the place where his family members were stationed, Ling Pengyun quickly rode the Immortal Crane King and landed there. When he jumped from the back of the Immortal Crane King to the ground, more than 20 Ling family members stationed there heard the noise, and all came out of their wooden houses and surrounded him. Ling Yunhong, another foundation building monk of the Ling family, and the Supreme Elder Ling Penxing were also among this group of people. Ling Yunhong, who had reached the 6th level of foundation building, noticed that Ling Pengyun's aura was several times stronger than a year ago, and had reached the strength of the 4th level of foundation building. A hint of surprise flashed between his eyebrows. After thinking about it carefully, he was suddenly shocked, and his face was suddenly ecstatic. His eyes were filled with expectation, and he asked excitedly, Pengyun, you can enter the 4th level of foundation building, but is it because your life spirit plant Thorn Vine has entered the 2nd level triggered spiritual power feedback? He knew Ling Pengyun's situation very well, and he was also familiar with the approximate amount of spiritual water in Ling Pengyun's hand. The spiritual water in Ling Pengyun's hand alone could not support Ling Pengyun's breakthrough from the 2nd level of foundation building to the 4th level of foundation building. That's right. Ling Pengyun did not hide anything. After all, his cultivation had been seen by Ling Yunhong. He first bowed to the more than 20 Ling clan members present to express his greetings, and then replied. After Ling Yunhong got the answer, the smile on his face became even brighter, and he said with a smile, "This is a great thing. In the future, the family will have you as a 2nd level spiritual plant husband. The spiritual plants planted in the rock-scaled snake cave where you are stationed will also benefit our Ling family. In addition, Your entry into the 4th level of foundation building will be of great help to the family in this martial arts competition to seize the share of the mineral vein. Maybe our Ling family will have a chance to compete with Luoxaluo family for the first place in the martial arts competition. Ling Pengyun, who was standing next to Ling Yanhong, heard this and suddenly felt a little envious and frustrated. When he was in the key training stage, he was always the fastest cultivator of the Peng generation. But now, he has been surpassed by his clan brother who he has always suppressed. With a sigh, Ling Pengyun once again had the idea of earning a large amount of spiritual stones by killing monsters, buying better cultivation resources than the gathering spirit pills distributed by the family, and then speeding up his cultivation. After his thoughts returned, he also congratulated Ling Pengyun. He and Ling Pengyun are from the same clan, and Ling Pengyun's increased combat power can actually be regarded as his confidence. In the future, if he is weak and encounters difficulties, he can also seek help from Ling Pengyun, his clan brother. Third ancestor, what is martial arts? At this moment, Ling Pengyun heard the word martial arts from Ling Yanhong, and was immediately confused and asked. More than 10 days ago, the 5 major foundation building families in Huaishu County gathered here. No one was willing to give up the ownerless and valuable sand and soil vein to the other party, and no one was willing to take less, and all wanted to take more. In the following days, our 5 families had several minor frictions with each other. The key training cultivators of each family also suffered some minor casualties. In order to avoid the key training clansmen brought by each family from suffering too many casualties due to the conflict in the sand and soil vein, resulting in a significant reduction in the strength of each family. In addition, we later explored the mineral content of the sand and soil vein here, and learned that the sand and soil vein here is very large. It is difficult for any family in our Huaishu County to occupy it alone. The patriarchs of our 5 families discussed together that each family would send 3 cultivators to divide this ownerless small sand and soil vein in the form of a 3-game 2-win martial arts battle. The winner of this fight will get 25% of the mineral vein, and the next 4 families can only get 20%, 10%, 10% and half of the mineral vein respectively. The remaining 30% of the mineral vein, our 5 family heads have discussed and planned to sell it to Bailingmen in exchange for spiritual stones. We will take this opportunity to let Bailingmen participate in this mineral vein to deter the villains and avoid Bailingmen's displeasure. As for the 30% of the sand and soil ore sold to Bailingmen, the spiritual stones obtained will be divided equally among the 5 families in Huaishu County. Ling Yanhong explained in detail. The main skill of Bailingmen now is refining, so it needs a large amount of ore. It is for this reason that the major forces in the territory of Bailingmen will basically pay tribute to Bailingmen for some mineral vein shares no matter what mineral vein they find, so as not to cause Bailingmen's displeasure. Of course, Bailingmen will not treat the forces that pay tribute to the mineral vein shares unfairly, and will purchase the mineral vein shares at the market price. After listening to the explanation, Ling Pengyun quite agreed with the fighting. In the world of immortal cultivation, the practice of respecting the big fist has always been upheld. This practice is indeed very suitable for the division of interests of the ownerless mineral vein. After thinking carefully, Ling Pengyun looked at the more than 20 key training clansmen around him, and saw that there were indeed several clansmen with low spirits and pale faces, which looked injured. Ling Pengyun was immediately worried, and he also asked Ling Yanhong, third ancestor, some time ago, in the conflict between the key training clansmen in the clan and the cultivators of the other 4 families, did any clansmen die? No, after all, it was just a small fight between the key training cultivators of the other 4 families, and no one was killed. When the clansmen were in danger, Pengyun and I also rescued them, and the injured also recovered quickly with the healing pills given by the family when they went out to fight. Ling Yanhong said. Ling Pengyun was relieved after hearing this. Every member of the family is a treasure of the family. Once a few members are lost, it will be extremely serious for the Ling family, which has few cultivators. It will also delay the development of the Ling family. Once this worry dissipated, Ling Pengyun couldn't help but be curious about what Ling Yanhong had just said. The mineral vein here is too large, and it is difficult for any family in Huaishu County to occupy it alone. He was immediately curious and asked, third ancestor, I wonder how big the scale of the sand and soil mineral vein here is. Ling Yanhong did not speak immediately, but dismissed more than 20 Ling family members who were in the middle stage of key training who gathered around, and set up a soundproof ban around them, and then spoke. The scale of the sand and soil vein here is much larger than the small first-grade medium-quality Zhuangshu iron vein that our Ling family discovered at the beginning. It stretches for more than 580 feet and contains at least 120,000 kilograms of sand and soil ore. It is precisely because that vein contains a large amount of ore that the foundation-building cultivators of the 5 families in Huaishu County have agreed not to tell their family members about this matter since they found out the ore content of the sand and soil vein, so as not to attract the greed of the foundation-building families in other counties. When Ling Pengyun heard the scale of the vein, his heart trembled. 10 kilograms of sand and soil ore can be refined into 1 kilogram of first-grade high-quality sand and soil. And 1 kilogram of sand and soil is worth as much as 10 spirit stones on the market. This vein containing 120,000 kilograms of first-grade high-quality sand and soil ore reserves is also worth at least 120,000 spirit stones. It's so big, do the cultivators in Balingman know about this? After Ling Pengyun exclaimed, he was mixed with a little uneasiness. A mineral vein of this size is not always a good thing. If you don't have enough strength, that mineral vein can also become a death warrant. As early as nearly a month ago, when the Luo family discovered the sand and soil vein here alone, the Luo family planned to play a trick and reported it to the Baling sect in advance. Therefore, within 2 days of the 5 families in our Huaishu County planning to fight and jointly develop the mineral vein here, the foundation-building monks of the Baling sect came here to explore the mineral content of the vein. After the Baling sect foundation-building monk who came here learned about the mineral content of the mineral vein here, he only stated that the 5 families in Huaishu County must pay 30% of the mineral vein to the Baling sect, and the Baling sect would not care about the rest. After stating this, the Baling sect foundation-building monk left this place and returned to the sect to invite the second-level formation master to come here to set up the formation to protect the mineral vein here. As for why the Baling sect did this, it should be because they are afraid of the identity of the foundation-building families gathered here. After all, the Baling sect's territory is not only home to the 5 major families in our Huaishu County, but dozens of foundation-building families. Once Balingman forcibly occupies the mineral veins here, it will surely cause dissatisfaction among the other foundation-building families, leading to the disintegration of the relationship between the other foundation-building families in Balingman. Ling Yanhuang understood Ling Pengyun's concerns and explained. That's good, Ling Pengyun said with relief. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun discussed with Ling Yanhuang and Ling Pengxing the order of the battle with the other 4 families in 5 days, as well as the enemies they would fight against. Then he said goodbye to the 2 and built a small wooden house alone in the place where the Ling family gathered, using wood magic, and entered it to practice quietly, waiting for the battle to begin in 5 days. 5 days passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye it was the day of the battle. At noon, the people of the 5 foundation-building families in Huaishu County gathered on a piece of open flat land. At this moment, the candidates for the cultivators of the other 4 foundation-building families to participate in this battle were also clear. The 3 cultivators from the Luoxia Luo clan who participated in the martial arts competition were Luo Minghu, the strongest cultivator in Huaishu County with a 9th-level foundation-building cultivation, his Taoist companion Li Xiao with a 3rd-level foundation-building cultivation, and his son Luo Qilming with a 3rd-level foundation-building cultivation. The other 3 families did not have 3 foundation-building cultivators, and only the Huxiao Liu clan had good strength. The participants were Liu Dao Zhao, the patriarch of the Liu clan, who is in the middle stage of foundation building, and the Liu clan's guardian spirit beast Yan Ianhu, who is in the middle stage of foundation building, and an elder of the Liu clan who had perfected key training. The 3 cultivators from the Qingshi Wen clan and the Yun Wuwen clan who participated in this martial arts competition, except for their own patriarchs, were all perfect key training cultivators to make up the number. All the 5 major families were present, and the martial arts competition officially began. Ling Yanhong, the patriarch of the Ling clan, wanted to compete with the Luoxia Luo clan for the first place because Ling Pengyun had entered the middle stage of foundation building. So when the martial arts competition began, he took the lead and walked out of his own cultivator team. Thanks to my dish of family cultivation, Wolf Group Op, Book Friend 20220722212021979, Top 10 Universe Cups, Baidu Buhu, Book Friend 20221015074411125, Godkiller 666, I am not a big non-African, sold Tiom for their monthly tickets. Thanks to everyone. Chapter 273 Ling Yanhuang and Luo Minghu fight. Then, he turned his gaze to the place where the Luo clan members gathered, and to Luo Minghu, the Luo clan member with the highest cultivation level. Brother Luo, my Ling clan intends to challenge your Luo clan cultivators. You have a high level of cultivation, and the other two contestants of my clan are not very strong. I will ask Brother Luo for advice. I wonder if Brother Luo dares to accept the challenge. Luo Minghu did not pay attention to the provocative words. His eyes were now on Ling Pengyun, who is in the middle stage of foundation building in the Ling clan cultivator team. I thought that my Luo family won the first place in this martial arts competition, and the Tiger Roar Liu family, which has 2 mid-stage foundation building warriors, was the biggest obstacle. I didn't expect that the Ling family, in addition to Ling Yanhong, actually had another mid-stage foundation building cultivator. In addition to the extraordinary sword cultivator Ling Penxing. The threat that the Ling family poses to my Luo family now is probably a bit greater than that of the Tiger Roar Liu family. The other 2 people from his Luo family who participated in this martial arts competition, his Taoist partner Li Xiao and his son Luo Chuming, have both reached the foundation building stage, but their cultivation level is only the 3rd level of the foundation building stage, and they are still in the early stage of the foundation building stage. Even though he found his former Bailingman fellow disciples in the past 10 days before the martial arts competition and got a big killer, he still didn't have much confidence in winning against the 3 foundation building warriors of the Ling family. Furthermore, as far as Luo Minghu knew, Ling Pengyun had only been in the foundation building stage for 2 or 3 years. In such a short time, he had broken through to the middle stage of the foundation building stage. Regardless of whether Ling Pengyun used spiritual objects or not, it was enough to show that Ling Pengyun had some talent in cultivation. Moreover, the Ling family already had Ling Yanhong, and now there was another Ling Pengyun, as well as Ling Penxing, whose strength far exceeded that of cultivators of the same level, and a fairy crane king of the early stage of the foundation building stage with high qualifications. The qualifications of these 4 were not weak. If we give the Ling family time, and if they have the support of the Yang family, and if they are given a few more years or even decades to develop, they will definitely join forces with the Yang family to recreate the scene of the Yang family in Pengyun, Yunchu County destroying the Yi family in Hongyiling, Yunchu County. My wife and I don't have much life left, and we only have a few decades left. Although Chiu Ming has good qualifications, as long as there are enough resources to help him, he should have no problem reaching the late stage of foundation building like me. But the talents of the rest of my Luo family are not outstanding. After a few decades, when my wife and I have run out of life, I am afraid that Chu Ming alone will find it difficult to stand firm in the family. By then, I am afraid that the situation of my Luo family will be the same as that of the King's Hu Wang family and the Yun Wu Wen family today, and they will have to survive in the cracks. We must get the first prize of this mine vein. If the Ling family gets the first prize of this mine vein, they will get 25% of the share of the mine vein and the sand and soil ore worth 30,000 spirit stones. They will definitely be able to double the benefits of the batch of ore by relying on the Ling family's expertise in refining equipment. This move is tantamount to giving the Ling family some extra help for nothing, accelerating the Ling family's growth, and indirectly putting my Luo family in danger in the future. The first prize must not be given to the Ling family. The Ling family needs to have 1 or 2 less qualified cultivators. It seems that the killing weapon originally prepared for the Flame Cloud Tiger of the Huxiaoliu family will be used on the foundation building cultivator of this Ling family. With a myriad of thoughts in his mind, Luo Minghu's eyes flashed with a cold light. Brother Ling, I just want to learn about your Ling family's earthly evil sword formation. The surrounding Ling family members who were watching saw this scene, and their expressions showed some worry. Although Ling Yanhuang was powerful, relying on the sword formation and the middle-level life magic weapon, the Ice Blue Sea Flying Sword, his strength was enough to be comparable to that of an ordinary 7th-level foundation building cultivator. But Luo Minghu is a veteran 8th-level foundation building powerhouse, and a 2nd-level formation master from the Bailingman Spirit Formation Hall. He was extremely powerful and also had a life magic weapon. As for the other monks who were watching, they were all excited when they saw that the 2 strongest monks in Huaishu County were about to fight. After all, Ling Yanhong's danger had nothing to do with him. Ling Yanhuang and Luo Minghu, who were in the center of the crowd, agreed to fight, so they said no more. Relying on their spiritual power, They soared up to the top of the mountain that was dozens of feet high where the sand and soil veins were located. As soon as they landed on the ground, they each offered their magic weapons. Since this fight involved the interests of the sand and soil veins, Ling Yunhong's first move was a killing move. He waved his hand to summon 18 kindling swords to form a sword formation, and performed the wrong sword technique, which turned into a 7-foot sword light. At the same time, he summoned his life magic weapon, the Ice Blue Sea Flying Sword, to stimulate a 9-foot sword light. And the life magic of the Blue Sea Sutra, the Blue Sea Sky Sword, condensed a 10-foot bright blue sword light. The 3 sword lights turned into 3 sword lights and were quickly shut out. Luo Minghu on the other side was not to be outdone. He raised his hand and summoned 12 red formation flags, forming a red light curtain. These 12 formation flags were called Small Flame Burning Formation. They were made by imitating the 3rd grade lower grade flame burning formation of Bailingman Spiritual Array Master Mo Kongson. They were Luo Minghu's natal formation flags. Although their quality was not that of a superior natal formation flag, they could be considered a good middle grade natal magic weapon, not inferior to the quality of Ling Yunhong's Ice Blue Sea Sword. And because of Luo Minghu's nearly 100 years of nurturing, the grade of this set of formation flags had been raised to the 2nd grade upper grade by Luo Minghu. Although this formation was an attack formation, due to its high grade and Luo Minghu's cultivation as high as the 8th level of foundation building, the red defensive light curtain transformed by the formation was not weaker than the defensive light curtain transformed by an ordinary 2nd grade upper grade defensive magic weapon. The 3 powerful sword beams that Ling Yunhong fired bombarded the light curtain transformed by the formation flags, causing the red light curtain to shake continuously. However, they did not achieve much success and were blocked by the light curtain. Seeing that Ling Yunhong's attack could not break his own defense, Luo Minghu was slightly happy. Brother Ling is really ruthless. He is so ungrateful. Don't blame me then. As soon as the words fell, Luo Minghu used his fingers to pinch the formula, and the 12 formation flags of the small fire-burning formation surrounding him all flashed red. They quickly turned and quickly covered the 3 sword beams that were blocked by the light curtain. A large piece of fire was transformed, trapping it and tempering it with fire. Afterwards, Luo Minghu waved his hand and took out a fiery red flying sword, which cut off Ling Yunhong's head. This sword is called the Red Flame Sword, and its grade is the 2nd grade upper grade. The Red Flame Sword itself is powerful, and with the blessing of Luo Minghu's spiritual power, its power is increased by 3 points. When the Red Flame Sword blasted towards Ling Yunhong, there was even a sound of breaking through the air, with extraordinary momentum. Ling Yunhong did not dare to underestimate it, and quickly took out his only 2nd level lower grade defensive magic weapon, the Golden Cloud Shield, and transferred spiritual power into it, propping up a golden light curtain. As soon as this light curtain was propped up, the red flame sword also blasted on the light curtain, stirring up waves. Not good. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ling Yunhong hurriedly waved his hand and cast another life spell, the Blue Sea Sky Sword, condensing a 10-foot-long brilliant sword light, blasting towards the red flame sword, barely resisting it. The risk of the defensive light curtain being shattered was eliminated. Ling Yunhong also secretly breathed a sigh of relief at this moment, and he also waved his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, took out 9 long needles from it, and shot them out. These 9 long needles are called 9-star needles, and they are of the lower 2nd grade. They were made by Ling Yunhong from the spiritual materials of the foundation building monsters given by Ling Pengyun after the monster rebellion ended, and a piece of 2nd grade spiritual iron from the Ling family. This magic weapon was originally prepared for Ling Pengyun. However, a few days ago, Ling Pengyun failed to build a foundation, and it was difficult for him to build a foundation again in a short period of time. Instead of leaving it in the clan library to gather dust, Ling Yunhong sacrificed and refined it to increase his own strength. Although Luo Minghu was keenly aware of the 9 long needles, the small flame-burning array had consumed more than 70% of its remaining power in order to trap the 3 powerful sword beams that Ling Yunhong had previously shot. This also caused the red light curtain that the array flag supported to protect him to have a greatly reduced defense. The black light transformed by the 9 long needles bombarded the same area of the light curtain transformed by the array flag, one after another. With a combined force, the 9 long needles directly hide a small hole in the array flag light curtain. Without the formation flag light curtain to resist, the 9 long needles also drove straight in and hit Luo Minghu's head. However, Luo Minghu was also very experienced in combat. He quickly summoned a cocky second-grade superior magic shield from his storage bag and propped up a cocky light curtain. But at this moment, the 9 flying needles suddenly flashed with a flash of light. 1 split into 2, 2 split into 4, 4 split into 8. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of long needles quickly formed and bombarded the cocky magic shield light curtain, causing countless small waves and making the magic shield light curtain sway. Ling Yanhong also swallowed a red pill at this moment. The next moment, the aura exuding from his body quickly increased. In just half a breath, his aura entered the late stage of foundation building and reached the level of the 8th level of foundation building. Ling Yanhong followed suit and used the blue sea sky sword technique that came with his technique again, condensing a brilliant blue sword light that was 13 feet long, comparable to the full strength attack of an 8th level foundation building cultivator, and slashed towards Luo Minghu in the distance. Luo Minghu in the distance saw the changes in Ling Yanhong in a short period of time and was shocked. Explosive Spirit Pill. This Ling Yanhong is so desperate. Explosive Spirit Pill is a kind of pill that hurts the enemy by 1,000 while hurting oneself by 800. After taking it, the cultivator's spiritual strength can be increased by about 70% within half an incense stick. However, after the effect of the Explosive Spirit Pill wears off, the cultivator will find it difficult to use force within 3 years. Once using force, it will damage the meridians. Luo Minghu raised his eyebrows slightly, waved his hand and injected a spiritual power into the cocky shield in front of him. With the support of a large amount of spiritual power, the shield light curtain that was swaying under the attack of hundreds of long needles quickly stabilized. Then, Luo Minghu also used the innate magic flame-burning phoenix attached to the technique, which transformed into a large piece of fire and condensed into a 14 zang long fire phoenix, carrying bursts of phoenix calls, and greeted the attacking brilliant sword light. The two helped each other, and the brilliant blue sword shadow and the flames of endless fire stirred the sky. Under the majestic momentum, it stirred up dust around. During the battle between the fire phoenix and the brilliant sword light, Luo Minghu, a veteran late-stage foundation building cultivator, still had some spare strength. He waved his hand to pass a spiritual power into the body of the red fire sword in the distance. The red fire sword was surrounded by fire, and it directly shattered the 10 zang long blue sea sky sword that blocked it, and then broke the golden light curtain supported by the golden hair in front of Ling Yanhong, and bombarded the shield body of the second-level inferior golden magic shield. In just half a breath, cracks appeared on the golden magic shield. Then, the magic shield broke into 4 pieces. Ling Yanhong's blood surged because his magic weapon was destroyed. After all, I am still a step weaker in magic weapons. If I had a second-grade upper-grade magic shield, and my ice blue sea flying sword was also of second-grade upper grade, with the help of the Explosive Spirit Pill, I might not be defeated by Luo Minghu. With a red fire flying sword that Luo Minghu had shot at him and his only defensive magic weapon destroyed, Ling Yanhong pinched his fingers and cast a defensive spell, which transformed into a defensive light curtain to block the red fire flying sword. He had no choice but to say, "Fellow Taoist Luo has a profound cultivation level. I am ashamed of myself. Please accept this flying sword." Luo Minghu didn't hear this at all, and continued to control the red fire flying sword to attack the defensive light curtain that Ling Yanhong had supported with magic. In the distance, Ling Pengyun, who was watching from the Ling clan monk team, saw that something was wrong. He glanced at Luo Minghu with murderous intent in his eyes, and immediately understood Luo Minghu's intention. He shouted to Ling Pengyun, who was standing beside him, "Third brother, that old thief wants to kill Grandpa, so I will save Grandpa." After saying this, Ling Pengyun immediately waved his hand and patted the place on his waist, summoned the set of Qingyang mother and child flying swords from it, and quickly attacked. Ling Pengyun, who was standing beside him, heard the call and also saw that something was wrong with the Luo Minghu. After he summoned the gilded sword from his storage bag, he quickly stimulated his sword intent and passed it into the gilded sword. With a blessing of the sword intent, a 5 zang sword light suddenly surged from the tip of the gilded sword, and the speed of this sword was also 3 times faster. But at this moment, Luo Minghu's Taoist companions Li Xiao and Luo Qilming, who were among the crowd of Luo family monks, suddenly attacked, using a colorful long whip and 12 yellow formation flags to block the attacks from Ling Pengyun and Ling Penxing. To Ling Taoists, "My husband is now competing with the head of the Ling family. Please don't disturb us." Luo Minghu's Taoist companion Li Xiao looked at Ling Pengyun and Ling Penxing and said coldly, "Brother Ling, stop immediately." Luo Qilming, who controlled the 12 formation flags and transformed them into yellow color to trap Ling Pengyun's two mother and child flying swords, also warned at this time. Ling Pengyun frowned when he heard this. At this time, how could he not know that Luo Minghu, Li Xia, and Luo Qilming of the Luo family had discussed the matter of killing Ling Yanhong before this martial arts fight? A surge of anger suddenly emerged from his mind. Although his cultivation was far superior to Luo Quming, who was supporting Ling Yunhong with his flying sword, he was unable to kill Luo Quming, who had his natal formation flag, in a short time. But Ling Yunhong, who was fighting with Luo Mingwei in the distance, could not delay. In a few breaths, Ling Yunhong without a defensive magic shield would definitely be killed by Luo Mingwei's red fire flying sword. In the dilemma, Ling Pengyun looked at the cultivators of the other three families around him. Taoists from the Wen, Wang, and Liu families, do you want to watch the three old thieves of the Luo family break the rules of this fight? If the patriarch of our clan dies tragically here, do you think your three families will get any benefit? Chapter 274 Ling Pengyun destroys the battle flag. After these words were spoken, the foundation building cultivators of the three families all fell into deep thought. Liu Dao Zhao, the patriarch of the Tiger Roar Liu family, would rather see Ling Yanhong, the patriarch of the Ling family, beheaded. After all, the Ling family now has too many foundation-building warriors. If the Ling family and the Luo family fight each other and both are injured, he can definitely benefit from it. His confidence comes from his own mid-stage foundation building and the mid-stage foundation building guardian spirit beast Yan'anhu in the family. The combined combat power of the two is not to be underestimated by both the Ling family and the Luo family. However, Wen Xianyan, the patriarch of the Wen family, and Wang Changming, the patriarch of the Wang family, are not as confident as Liu Dao Zhao, the patriarch of the Liu family. Both of them have only one foundation building cultivator, and they are only at the early stage of foundation building. Once the patriarch of the Luo family breaks the rules set by the five families and kills Ling Yanhong, the patriarch of the Ling family, Luo Minghu may not stop at nothing and take this opportunity to attack the two of them. Then, seize the share of the mineral veins of the two families. What's worse, they killed the two of them and seized the territory of the Wang and Wen families. Wen Xianyan and Wang Changming thought for a while, and immediately made up their minds. They took out their magic weapons and fought back the red fire sword that Luo Minghu had thrown from a distance, saving Ling Yanhong's life. Taoist Luo Minghu, don't go too far. Taoist Ling Yanhong has surrendered. Wen Xianyan, the head of the Wen family, who is a relative of the Ling family, said coldly. That's right. Wang Changming, the head of the Wang family, also spoke at this moment and supported the Ling family. Luo Minghu, who was far away, saw the situation and realized that he had missed a good opportunity to kill Ling Yanhong. Although Wang Changming and Wen Xianyan were weak, they could not resist. There was also the Tiger Roar Liu family, who was fighting with the snipe and the clam, but the fisherman benefited. The relationship between the Tiger Roar Liu family and the Luo family had risen to the level of enemies because of the sand and soil veins. If the Tiger Roar Liu family had not spread the news about the sand and soil vein here, his Luo family could have monopolized this sand and soil vein. If the Ling family, which has great potential, is the first choice for the Luo family to destroy, then the Liu family is secondary. Helplessly, Luo Minghu had to wave his hand to put the red fire sword and the natal formation flag aside, and slightly bowed to Ling Yanhong. Fellow Taoist Ling, I just missed, I hope you don't mean it. How dare I? Ling Yanhong, who was almost killed, was furious. He snorted coldly and left the place quickly. In the Luo team, Li Xia and Luo Qilming saw Luo Minghu stop, and they also took back their magic weapons. After Ling Yanhong returned to the team of cultivators watching the battle in a panic, he bowed and thanked the patriarchs of the Wang, Wen, and Liu families respectively, and then returned to his own team of cultivators. Third ancestor, are you safe from the after effects of taking the explosive spirit pill and the destruction of the ritual artifact? Ling Pengyun finally felt relieved when he saw Ling Yanhong return safely. However, when he saw that Ling Yanhong's face was extremely pale, and his aura was weak due to taking the explosive spirit pill in the battle, he immediately showed a worried look on his face and asked, I broke through the foundation alone, and my meridians are much stronger than those of ordinary cultivators. The after effects of the second-level intermediate-grade explosive spirit pill are nothing to me. The damage to my spiritual consciousness caused by the ritual artifact is not great. After all, That magic shield is not my life-saving magic weapon. With the help of the rejuvenation pill, I can recover within half a year. It's just a pity for that second-level low-grade magic shield. When talking about the magic shield, Ling Yanhong was immediately angry. That second-level low-grade defensive magic shield is worth at least 1,800 or 1,900 spirit stones on the market. This amount of spirit stones is a large sum for Ling Yanhong and the entire Ling family. Furthermore, with his level of refining, it would be difficult for him to refine a second-level defensive magic weapon in a short period of time. Under such circumstances, Ling Yanhong will face the situation of having no defensive magic weapon for at least a few years. Ling Yanhong's combat power will also be weakened by at least 20%. Damn Luo Minghu, he probably killed me because he saw that my Ling family was powerful. According to the fact that our family now has 4 foundation-building warriors, my Ling family is not afraid of the Luo family at all. We must get back at this place. Now that Wang Chengming of the Wang family and Wen Xiannian of the Wen family are presiding over justice, Luo Minghu probably won't dare to break the rules in the fight between you two and the other 2 foundation-building cultivators of the Luo family. If he does, I and the Immortal Crane King will definitely support you in time. Pengyun, Pengxing, when you two fight with Li Xia and Luo Qilming of the Luo family later, be ruthless and destroy their magic weapons as much as possible while ensuring that you are not defeated. Ling Yanhong said angrily. Understand, third ancestor. To go against you is to go against our entire Ling family. Ling Pengyun said solemnly. The family is one, and we all prosper and suffer together. If the foundation-building cultivators of the Wang and Wen families had not acted in time, Ling Yanhong would have almost lost his life. If Ling Yanhong, the pillar of the family, fell here, not only would the overall strength of the Ling family be weakened by several times, but the 6 second-level inferior spirit gathering pills that Ling Pengyun received from the family every year would also be lost. At that time, Ling Pengyun's cultivation speed would also be reduced by several times. That's right. Ling Pengxing on the side also knew this truth and agreed firmly. Ling Yanhong, who was furious, felt warm in his heart when he received such a reply from the other 2 foundation-building cultivators in the family. It's my good man of the Ling family. Pengyun, you go first and find the remaining 2 members of the Luo family who have not participated in the foundation-building battle. The strongest one with the natal formation flag, Luo Qilming, the son of Luo Minghu. Ling Pengyun nodded slightly after hearing this, walked out of the team, and looked at Luo Qilming in the Luo family team. Fellow Taoist Luo, do you dare to fight? Luo Qilming in the Luo family team frowned after hearing this, and turned to look at his father Luo Minghu. Seeing this, Luo Minghu nodded slightly, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and sent a message to Luo Qilming. We have a grudge against the Ling family. The Ling family's Ling Pengyun has extraordinary talent and is probably not weaker than Ling Yanhong. If we let him live, he will be a great enemy of our Luo family. Take good care of that spiritual object. Dad, I understand. Luo Qilming nodded after hearing this. After replying with a voice transmission, he walked out of his own cultivator team and flew with Ling Pengyun to the top of the mountain where the sand and soil vein was located. The battle between the 2 officially began. Dao Iao Luo, my magic weapon is blind. If I hurt you, please don't be surprised. Ling Pengyun sneered. Luo Qilming's face darkened, and he quickly summoned 12 natal formation flags, the yellow sands erosion formation, and attacked Ling Pengyun. Ling Pengyun had already seen the power of Luo Qilming's yellow sands erosion formation. Once trapped by this formation, even if he had the cultivation base of the middle stage of foundation building, he would have to suffer some hardships before he could break the formation. He did not dare to waste time, and immediately conjured up 18 first-grade superior kingling swords, and formed a sword formation with his fingers. The 18 kingling swords flashed with spiritual light, and a 3-foot sword light burst out from the tip of the sword, and dozens or 20 inches of sword light condensed around the sword body. Go! Under Ling Pengyun's control, the kingling swords carried a torrent of sword light and quickly met the 12 flags of the yellow sands erosion formation. Just as the kingling swords were about to approach the flags, the 12 flags suddenly flashed and formed a formation, conjuring a large piece of erosion yellow and colliding with the sword formation. Countless gravel bombarded the sword light, making crisp sounds. Although the kingling swords that formed the sword formation were all first-grade superior magic weapons, in the hands of Ling Pengyun, a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building, with the help of the sword formation, This set of flying swords was no weaker than ordinary second-grade inferior magic weapons. But in the end, the Yellow Sands Erosion Formation was a second-level lower-grade life magic weapon, which was 3 points stronger than the general second-level lower-grade magic weapon. The sword formation was also at a disadvantage, and the sword-like torrent it transformed into gradually became dim under the bombardment of countless erosion yellow sand. Ling Pengyun frowned, changed the fingering of his hands, and condensed a blue seal. This seal turned and quickly turned into a 5-meter-long snake. The long snake rushed into the erosion yellow sand, rolled up its body, and blocked most of the erosion yellow sand. The amount of yellow sand bombarding the sword formation was greatly reduced. Ling Pengyun seized this opportunity and controlled the sword formation to directly break the yellow sand and bombard the 12 formation flags that formed the yellow sand's erosion formation and transformed into countless yellow sand. If I let this set of flying swords bombard my 12 life formation flags, it will definitely damage the 12 formation flags. Seeing this, Luo Qilming in the distance took a deep breath and changed his fingering. The 12 formation flags, which were already gleaming with spiritual light, became even more brilliant. Array patterns emerged from the 12 formation flags, turning into 12 small light curtains, covering the formation flags and resisting the attacking flying swords. At the same time, the erosion yellow sand transformed by the 12 formation flags increased by 30%. In just 3 breaths, the 5-foot water snake and the large piece of erosion yellow sand was completely eroded by the yellow sand. The sword formation formed by my natal formation flag is indeed extraordinary. Ling Pengyun's eyes condensed, and his face became more solemn. He raised his hand and pinched the formula again, and sent out 2 5-foot water snakes in a row, rushing into the formation, blocking the large piece of yellow sand, and helping the sword formation to bombard the 12 formation flags. Afterwards, he took out the set of mother and child green steel swords from the storage bag, and bombarded the 12 formation flags that formed the magic formation like the sword formation. At this moment, Luo Qilming saw Ling Pengyun launch a sword array, 2 water snakes, and a green steel mother and child flying sword, and his eyes were slightly happy. This person's attack magic weapon has finally been taken out. The next moment, Luo Qilming's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he used his fingers to make a gesture, and the 12 yellow sands erosion array flags rolled up, covering the sword array launched by Ling Pengyun, as well as the green steel mother and child flying swords. He used the countless yellow sands created by the array to temporarily control them. Then, he raised his hand and sacrificed a purple gold long cone. The long cone turned into purple gold light and blasted towards Ling Pengyun. Under the high mountain, Ling Yanhong, one of the onlookers, saw the long cone attacking his clan grandson Ling Pengyun, and his pupils suddenly expanded several times, and he shouted, "A second-grade, top-grade purple star long cone." The purple star long cone is a very famous magic weapon of the Bailing sect. This magic weapon is best at breaking defenses and is extremely fast. It is the best magic weapon among the second-grade top-grade magic weapons, and is 20% to 30% stronger than the same grade magic weapons. This purple star long cone is also a hidden trump card of the Luo family. If Ling Pengyun had not entered the middle stage of foundation building so quickly from the early stage of foundation building, this purple star long cone would have been used on the flame cloud tiger, the guardian spirit beast of the Huxiaoliu family. The Luo family participated in the martial arts fight this time, and wanted to take away a few lives from the beginning to the end, weaken the number of foundation building cultivators of other foundation building families in Huaishu County, and consolidate the position of their own Luo family in Huaishu County. What a vicious Luo Minghu! If Pengyun gets into trouble this time, I will definitely find your Luo family when I enter the late stage of foundation building. Ling Yanhong stared at Luo Minghu, the patriarch of the Luo family and the Luo family cultivator team not far away, and swore secretly. The purple star cone was moving very fast. He was some distance away from the top of the mountain, and it was difficult for him to support Ling Pengyun, who was in danger in time. He didn't think that Luo Qilming, who was just in the early stage of foundation building, could get a precious second-level upper-grade magic weapon like the purple star cone. The top of the mountain where the sand and soil veins were located. Although the purple star cone that Luo Qilming shot was very fast, Ling Pengyun's spiritual power was enough to be comparable to the 6th level of foundation building. With his powerful spiritual power, Ling Pengyun also reacted quickly. He quickly pinched his fingers and cast the 2nd-level defensive spell Yuanshu. In an instant, A blue light curtain was propped up from Ling Pengyun's body and enveloped him. The purple star cone also bombarded the Yuanshu light curtain at the next moment, causing a huge wave. Under the powerful bombardment of this cone, cracks gradually appeared on the light curtain. Just when this Yuanshu light curtain was about to be shattered, Ling Pengyun finally pinched his fingers and cast his life spell, the Azure Sea Sky Sword. A 10-zang-long brilliant blue sword beam was bred and quickly collided with the purple star cone. It aroused countless blue sword shadows and purple starlight. Although Luo Qilming, who shot the purple star cone, had only reached the 3rd level of foundation building, he could barely exert 50% to 60% of the power of the purple star cone, which was enough to be comparable to the full force of a 7th level foundation building cultivator. However, the 10-zang-long sword beam shot by Ling Pengyun was only equivalent to the full force of a 6th level foundation building cultivator. It was very clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Ling Pengyun knew this very well. He quickly added a wind control technique to his body and moved away from the bombardment of the sword beam and the long cone. He slapped the storage bag on his waist again, took out the only 2nd level low-grade defensive magic weapon on his body, the mixed rock shield, and floated it beside him, supporting a thick magic shield-like curtain covering his body. The next moment, the purple star cone also shattered the 10-zang-long Azure Sea Sky Sword. In the blink of an eye, it hit the magic shield-like curtain around Ling Pengyun. However, this purple star-long cone had consumed a lot of energy to smash the Azure Sea Sky Sword. The remaining energy of the long cone could barely smash Ling Pengyun's magic shield-like curtain, and then the remaining energy was exhausted. Ling Pengyun also took the opportunity to pinch his fingers to condense a 5-foot water snake, and blasted the purple star-long cone that had exhausted its remaining energy hundreds of feet away. Hundreds of feet away, it was out of the coverage of Luo Qilming's spiritual sense, and the purple star-long cone lost its effect. This Ling Pengyun's spiritual sense is so strong. Luo Qilming saw that the purple star-long cone did not work, and he, who had always been confident, gradually became a little scared. He never thought that Ling Pengyun had still had energy to cast a Yuanshu spell and his life spell Azure Sea Sky Sword while casting 2 2nd-level spells, driving the sword formation that consumed a lot of spiritual sense, and the Qinggang Mother and Child Flying Sword. In the end, Ling Pengyun even activated a 2nd-level magic shield. When a cultivator enters the foundation building stage, his spiritual consciousness will be greatly enhanced, but the strength of the spiritual consciousness of a cultivator in the foundation building stage is also limited. Generally, a cultivator in the 4th level of the foundation building stage can use 5 2nd-level means to attack at the same time, which is already good. While Luo Qilming was stunned, Ling Pengyun also controlled the 5-zang-long snake that knocked away the purple star cone and broke into the yellow sands erosion formation. If it weren't for the fact that his spiritual consciousness was comparable to the spiritual consciousness strength of a cultivator in the 6th level of the foundation building stage due to the yin and yang primordial energy, and he still had a lot of spare energy to defend when he used means to attack Luo Qilming, otherwise he would probably have died tragically under the purple star cone. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun was afraid. He no longer held back, and pinched his hands to control the 3 5-zang water snakes in the yellow sands erosion formation, blocking all the yellow sands in the formation. Then, he used the secret technique of the earthly sword formation Rongzi sword art. Controlling the set of sword formations trapped in the formation, they quickly merged into one, and transformed into a 6-zang-long sword beam. Combined with this set of mother and child flying swords, a total of 3 huge sword beams, together bombarded a flag that formed a large formation of yellow sand all over the sky. In the bombardment of these 3 powerful sword beams, in just 3 breaths, the small light curtain held up by the formation flag was shattered, and the formation flag was also smashed into pieces by the earthly evil sword beam and the green steel mother and child flying swords. At the same time, Luo Qilming's blood and ki surged in his body, and his sea of consciousness was in great pain because his natal formation flag was destroyed. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. His breath also quickly weakened at this moment. Although the large formation of yellow sands erosion did not fall apart due to the destruction of the formation flag, the power of this formation was reduced by about 10%. Thanks to Dao Han Dao Ming Dao Gu, Jun Mohai, Zhugan Mandao, and Fu Ruo Nanhu for their monthly tickets. Thank you all. Chapter 275, Fighting First. Ling Pengyun was quite pleased to see this. I can't kill you today, but I must destroy your natal formation flag. Luo Qingming was protected by Luo Minghu, who was in the late stage of foundation building. Unless Ling Pengyun was as powerful as the purple star long cone and could kill a foundation building cultivator instantly, there was no chance of killing Luo Qingming. However, destroying Luo Qingming's natal formation flag was feasible. After all, Luo Qingming still hadn't admitted defeat until now. After another 3 breaths, Ling Pengyun used the 6 Zhang Long Earth Evil Sword and the green steel flying sword to destroy another formation flag according to the method just now. Luo Qingming, who had already suffered from the destruction of one of his natal formation flags, had his blood boiling in his sea of consciousness and pain. His body was even more uncomfortable and his breath was even weaker. He had already fallen to a lower level. Just when Ling Pengyun was about to destroy the 3rd formation flag of the Yellow Sands Erosion Formation, Luo Minghu, who was watching the battle under the mountain, became anxious and surrendered on behalf of his son Luo Qingming. "We admit defeat. Don't destroy my son's natal formation flag." Ling Pengyun on the battlefield didn't care about that. As long as Luo Minghu didn't attack, he wouldn't call back the attack. In the next moment, another formation flag of the Yellow Sands Erosion Formation was destroyed by Ling Pengyun's attack. Luo Minghu, who was watching the battle from a distance, could no longer sit still and roared, "Bastard, if you don't stop, I will definitely take action." The natal formation flag is also a natal magic weapon. If the natal magic weapon is damaged too seriously, the cultivator will not only suffer a drop in cultivation, but also damage the foundation and affect the path. Luo Qingming is the most talented person in the Luo family and the hope of the Luo family. If too many natal formation flags are destroyed because of this battle, resulting in damage to the foundation, it is extremely not worth it. "You dare!" Ling Yanhong, who was not far away, was already angry. He saw that his clan grandson Ling Pengyun was venting his anger for him and deliberately destroyed Luo Qingming's formation flag, which made him feel very comfortable. But when he heard Luo Minghu being so arrogant again, he suddenly felt a sense of protecting his son and retorted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly took out his life-defining magic weapon, the blue sea ice flying sword. Among the onlookers, the foundation-building cultivators of the other 3 families were very dissatisfied when they saw Luo Minghu, a bystander, admit defeat on behalf of their sons and threatened Ling Pengyun. During the fight between Luo Minghu and Ling Yanhong just now, Luo Minghu wanted to kill Ling Yanhong, which had nothing to do with the 3 families. But Luo Minghu's direct intervention in the fight this time had a lot to do with him. After all, who knows if Luo Minghu would also threaten and intimidate them during the fight. This move threatened the interests of the 3 families. "Fellow Taoist Luo, your son Luo Qingming has not admitted defeat himself, and you are still threatening him. It is a bit unworthy of your identity." Liu Dao Zhao, the head of the Tiger Roar Liu clan, who is already at odds with the Luo clan, said in a long voice. Hearing this, Luo Minghu saw that the foundation-building cultivators of the other 4 families around him were all dissatisfied with his actions just now, and he also realized that he had angered everyone. He also restrained himself a little, and turned to use the sound transmission technique to let his son Luo Qingming admit defeat, so as to avoid losing too many of his natal formation flags and damaging his foundation. On the battlefield, Luo Qingming heard his father's voice transmission. Although he was angry that Ling Pengyun destroyed his 3 natal formation flags, he had to obey his father's words and surrender because of his weak strength. "Fellow Taoist Ling, I admit defeat." Ling Pengyun, who was urging the Earth Demon Sword Light and the Green Steel Flying Swords to destroy another flag of the Yellow Sands Erosion Formation, stopped attacking when he saw Luo Qingming surrender himself. He dared not break the rules of fighting set by the 5 major families in Huaishu County. "Fellow Taoist Ling, I have remembered what happened today. Don't give me a chance." Luo Qingming looked at Ling Pengyun and said viciously. After saying this, he also quickly withdrew, leaving only the 9 formation flags forming the formation, and stored the 9 formation flags in his dantian for warming. He also picked up the purple star long cone that Ling Pengyun had knocked away before, and then left this place and returned to the crowd watching the battle. Ling Pengyun, who was still on the top of the mountain, frowned slightly at the harsh words that Luo Qingming had just left, and thought to himself, "If there is a chance in the future, I will find this person alone and kill him to avoid other accidents in the future." He also left the battle site one step later and returned to the Ling family cultivators who were watching at the foot of the mountain. "Pengyun, you did a good job." Ling Yanhong laughed. "It's a pity that the old thief Luo Minghu was supervising the battle, Otherwise the battle just now would not have simply destroyed Luo Qilming's natal formation flag. Ling Pengyun said with a little regret. It's okay. There will be plenty of opportunities to destroy Luo Qilming in the future. Ling Yanhong replied with a smile, then looked at Ling Penxing, who was full of fighting spirit, and said, Penxing, now the battle between our Ling family and Luo family has each won one game. The final decision of the victory or defeat depends on you. But when you fight with Lingxiao, the last one to participate in the battle, you must be careful, lest Lingxiao also takes out a powerful treasure. Understood, third ancestor, I will definitely live up to your expectations and return victorious. Ling Penxing nodded solemnly and replied, then walked out of the team and said to Lingxiao, Madam Li, it's our turn to fight. Lingxiao did not hesitate, nodded lightly, tapped the ground with her feet, and went to the top of the mountain where the sand and soil vein was located with Ling Penxing to fight. Although Ling Penxing's cultivation level was lower than Lingxiao's, and he only reached the peak of the second level of foundation building, Ling Penxing had practiced sword cultivation techniques, and the gilded sword he used was of the gold element and matched his kung fu. The power of the Ling family's powerful earthly sword formation was even stronger, and it was even enough to suppress Lingxiao, who was at the third level of foundation building. During the battle, although Lingxiao did not take out the precious magic weapons such as the purple star long cone, she also took out several valuable second-level spiritual talismans and a second-level medium-grade flying needle magic weapon to launch a sneak attack. However, these were all resolved one by Ling Penxing, who was full of combat experience. Ling Penxing also relied on his wonderful sword formation to slightly beat Lingxiao. He fought with Lingxiao for about an incense stick and forced Lingxiao to surrender. Because of Ling Penxing's victory, the Ling family won 2 games in the duel with the Luo family, defeated the Luo family, and won the duel with the Luo family this time. Afterwards, Ling Yanhong, the head of the Ling family, asked the other 3 foundation-building families that had not yet participated in the duel whether they wanted to fight with the Ling family. The heads of the Liu, Wang, and Wen families were not stupid. They had all seen the battle between the 3 foundation-building cultivators of the Ling family and the 3 foundation-building cultivators of the Luo family. Although Ling Yanhong, the head of the Ling family, had his defensive magic weapon destroyed and had taken the explosive spirit pill, he was injured. It was a good opportunity to defeat him. However, the strength of the other 2 foundation-building cultivators of the Ling family, Ling Pengyun and Ling Penxing, was extraordinary, and they were not injured and had strong combat power. The heads of the 3 families also expressed their unwillingness to fight. The Ling family also won the first share of the mineral vein this time. The Luo family, which was defeated by the Ling family, also did not touch the bad luck because the number of foundation-building cultivators reached 3, and there was also Luo Minghu, the head of the Luo family, who was a late-stage foundation-building strong man, to keep the scene. The 3 families of Liu, Wang, and Wen, whose foundation-building combat power was less than 3, did not touch the bad luck. As a result, the Luo family won the second place in this martial arts competition. The Tiger Roar Liu family has 2 mid-stage foundation-building warriors, and their strength is inferior to that of the Ling family and the Luo family, and they are firmly in the 3rd place. The 2 heads of the Wang family and the Wen family, each with only 1 early-stage foundation-building warrior, are both at the 3rd level of foundation building. After fighting for half an hour, Wang Changming, the head of the Wang family, defeated Wen Xianyan, the head of the Wen family, with several second-level spiritual talismans. Afterwards, the 2 key training perfect monks from the 2 families also fought each other. The Wang family's key training monks with many spiritual talismans still had the upper hand, and the Wang family also won the battle with the Wen family and won the 4th place in this martial arts competition. The Wen family was the weakest, the last in the martial arts competition, and ranked 5th. As the martial arts competition came to an end, the monks of the 5 families also dispersed and returned to the temporary residences built by the sand and soil veins, waiting for the second-level formation master of Bailingman to arrive and set up formations on the sand and soil veins here. The temporary residence of the Ling family. In a wooden house, the Ling family's top leaders, including clan leader Ling Yanhong, supreme elders Ling Pengyun, Ling Penxing, and 6th elder Ling Yanqian, all gathered here. When everyone arrived, clan leader Ling Yanhong looked delighted and said with a smile to Ling Pengyun and Ling Penxing in the small house, "Our Ling family won the first prize in this martial arts competition. In the future, we can get at least 30,000 kilograms of sand and soil ore from the sand and soil vein. This is a great joy. If nothing unexpected happens, the Balingman monks who set up the formation to protect the sand and soil vein will bring a lot of mining puppets in the future. With the help of mining puppets, I am afraid that within 10 years, this sand and soil vein here will be dug out, and the batch of sand and soil ore belonging to our Ling family will also be in our hands. It is a great loss to sell that batch of sand and soil ore directly. If you want to maximize the profit of that batch of sand and soil, you have to refine it into magic tools. Besides me, the most brilliant weapon refiner in the clan, Brother Yunnan, who is also your ancestor, is now in seclusion and it is difficult for him to refine magic tools in a short time. In addition, Brother Yunnan is not young anymore. When he comes out of seclusion, he needs to refine other types of magic tools for the family, and he doesn't have much time. I also need to refine pills for the family, and it is difficult to spare time to refine weapons. Therefore, at least half of the sand and soil ore that the family will get will be handed over to you, the weapon refiner, Pengyun, to refine. I wonder if you are willing to accept this commission. Ling Pengyun said helplessly. Of course I am willing, but grandfather, I am not good at refining magic shields. What's more, the sand and soil ore here is of the first grade upper grade. If I rely on this ore, the success rate of refining a first grade upper grade magic shield will probably be lower. Ling Yanhong also knew about this matter. Every weapon refiner has magic weapons that he is not good at refining. After all, the energy of a cultivator is limited. Refining requires a lot of practice. If you don't practice more, how can the success rate be high? Besides, you are the successor of Brother Yunnan, and the family's future refinement will also be on you. If you can't grow up in the 10 or 20 years of life left by Brother Yunnan, and master a few more methods of refining other types of magic tools, how can you support the family's refinement? If you are an ordinary refiner, it's fine to be good at refining 1 or 2 magic tools, but you are a family refiner, you are facing the entire family, and the family also needs you to refine various magic tools, sell them, and occupy the market for refining tools on the market. Ling Yanhong said in a deep voice. I understand, third ancestor. Ling Pengyun felt pressured when he heard it. By the way, when the formation master from Balingman arrives, I think he will bring 40,000 spiritual stones from the 3/10 share of the sand and soil vein in Balingman that the 5 families in Huaishu County got. This amount of spiritual stones will be divided equally among the 5 families in Huaishu County, and our Ling family can get 8,000 spiritual stones. Pengyun, do you have a way to raise 8,000 spiritual stones in a short period of time, and add the 8,000 spiritual stones that the family got this time, a total of 16,000 spiritual stones, to buy the 80 kilograms of second-level upper-grade Zuinigan heavy iron in the hands of your brother-in-law Wu Yan, and refine the life magic weapon? Ling Yanhong asked. At the beginning, Ling Yanhong promised Ling Pengyun that the family would give half of the spiritual stones to help Ling Pengyun buy the 80 kilograms of second-level upper-grade Zuinigan heavy iron in Wu Yan's hands. Third ancestor, I don't have much money and property on me now. If I want to collect my 8,000 spiritual stones, I'm afraid it will take at least several years, or even more than 10 years. Ling Pengyun said helplessly. In that case, I plan to use the 8,000 spiritual stones that I can get from the ore vein to buy a second-level medium or high-quality defensive magic weapon at the Tuiuanfang City's 3-year auction in 2 years, and buy a batch of first and second-level spiritual irons with water attributes to integrate into my life magic weapon and upgrade the grade of my ice blue sea flying sword. Then, improve my combat power to deal with the Luo family who have made enemies with my Ling family during this martial arts fight. I don't know, do you agree to this? Ling Yanhong asked. The number of 8,000 spiritual stones is not small, and it belongs to the family. Although Ling Yanhong is the patriarch, if he wants to use it, he needs to ask the opinions of other senior members of the family. As for the upgrade of the grade of the life magic weapon, there are 2 ways. One is to store the life magic weapon in the dantian for warming. The second is to integrate spiritual iron of the same attribute into the life magic weapon to greatly enhance the power of the life magic weapon. The former improves the life magic weapon at a slower speed. The latter can improve the life magic weapon faster, but the resources consumed will be very large. I agree with this. It is difficult for me to raise the 8,000 spiritual stones I need in a short time. If I give them to me, they will just be put in the storage bag and gather dust, without any use. Third ancestor, you are the strongest person in the family. If you have a high-grade magic weapon to help you, your combat power can be quickly improved. If there are minor frictions between my Ling family and the Luo family, who have made enemies this time, the family will be more confident. Ling Pengyun was the first to agree. The two elders Ling Pengyun and Ling Yanqian, the sixth elder, who were in the wooden house, saw that Ling Pengyun had no objection, and they also agreed one after another. For the sake of the family's righteousness, I am very pleased that you can agree to this. But I did take more this time. In the future, the family resources will be provided to Pengyun and Pengyun first. Ling Yanhong said with satisfaction. Third ancestor, you are too kind. Ling Pengyun said. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.